87 loyalist skulls in the pile. 87 loyalist skulls. Crush one to dust and drink it with blood. 86 loyalist skulls in the pile. The timeline, as we are, has advanced to 1994, September 4th, 1 hours, 52 minutes and 39 seconds. There we go. All the relevant things have been established, and we can now proceed to the proper all the things. And have some background music as well, and everything is activated now. Wonderful. Good. I am at ease and at peace. Right before the maelstrom of story. But anyway. Right. Greetings and welcome. I am Carionto, and today we continue with Root Double Before Crime After Days Extended Edition. Still, 4 months now in. That's fine. We'll continue this as we continue. But first we must... okay, first we must do the exercises. The vocal exercises, and that means, oh, and also exiting the reality that we all know and kind of, it's fine. The reality we live in is fine. It's the only one we have, so may as well just enjoy it for what it is. But yes, let's see what it has in store for us. What can the Onion tell us about the reality that we have decided to jump into currently? Let's see. Today's news, we are informed that Michael Phelps using a Rosetta Stone to brush up on his English. Published on July 27th, 2012. Learning is good. English is a very difficult language. Don't shame anyone for learning English. It's very, very tough and it's important. Anyway, London. Oh, London. London town, eh? Let's do a fucking horrible British accent. Shall we? Shan't we? Yes, we shall. Or shan't? Yes. Whatever. Coaches and teammates confirmed Friday that US Olympic swimmer Michael Phelps has spent the past month studying with Rosetta Stone software in an effort to brush up on his English language skills, which have grown rusty after several years of disuse. Bob Bowman, who has coached the swimmer since 1996, said that with Phelps's limited grasp of the language, it would be difficult, if not impossible, for the Olympian to have an entire conversation in English while visiting London. Bowman, however, was confident that if Phelps continued to train hard, he might yet be able to ask directions or order food at a restaurant. I think the accent has slipped into something else. Oh well, doesn't matter. I've worked with Phelps. I've worked with Michael for years, and he's always had a hard time speaking English, said Bowman, adding that while Phelps was at the Olympics, he would more than likely have to rely heavily on a Berlitz phrasebook. He's really trying his best to learn the language. He's getting a lot better at saying things like boy, dog, and cat. Spending 3 to 4 hours each day completing Rosetta Stone lessons, Phelps has thus far learned nearly 50 vocabulary words. However, the winner of 14 gold medals was initially only able to recall simple English greetings such as hi and hey, as well as the affirmative declaration yes. Fellow Team USA swimmer Ryan Lochte told reporters that he was impressed with Phelps' dedication to learning conversational English, adding that as recently as last month, Phelps communicated primarily through physical gestures, facial expressions, and pointing rather than speech. Outside of swimming competitions, I've never seen Michael so focused on anything, Lochte said. Rosetta Stone has been good for him, because it starts out really slow, and he likes the pictures and sounds. It's great to see him trying to say actual words, Lochte added. According to Lochte, Phelps had also practiced by conversing with people fluent in English, but often failed to comprehend what they were saying, complaining that they either talked too fast or used too many words. Michael always has this blank, confused look on his face as soon as another person starts speaking, and you can tell when you've completely lost him, Lochte said. He's really baffled by numbers, but recently I heard him count all the way up to 25 without screwing up too bad. Although Phelps has faced several setbacks while incorporating English into his daily life, the 27-year-old American athlete has reportedly remained eager to learn and become skilled at speaking, reading, and writing the language, having already mastered the phrase, "Hello, my name is Michael." Phelps, who took some English classes in high school, said that he barely remembered anything from the courses and was struggling with grammar and syntax. "Is verbs that hard?" Phelps said during a press conference at Olympic Park, agreeing to demonstrate his refreshed knowledge by completing one disc of Rosetta Stone. Elephant, lamp, walk, bathroom, swim, swimmer. It's added. It's good to learn. It is very good and heartwarming to see people learning new skills, even, later in life. Education is a lifelong trajectory, path, career, something. I forget the phrase. I'm not sure if it's an English phrase, but anyway, it is heartwarming to see that. Now, back to Root Double. Now, where were we? Last time, alright, everything got fucked over. Everything just... Right, okay. Okay, I'm gonna try this. I'm not gonna try and recap the whole story. No, that's enough. That's too much. I've done that too many times. Last time, we learned that Yuri was dead, but she wasn't. Because Yuri decided to be such a selfless little good kid that after her and Natsuhiko were exposed to these WX particles during the incident in 2021, that their psychic abilities were supercharged. And so because of that, because they became so super potent and capable, that they were considered to be a potential international risk. Someone who can just meld into your mind and alter your memories and erase them and create whole new ones. As Natsuhiko's demonstrated, irresponsible use of that can be really fucking bad, really dangerous, really, just really bad. I mean, sure, Kasasagi is a terrorist who wanted to blow up a nuclear reactor and stuff like that and kill thousands of people, and that's bad, and he should face the repercussions for that afterwards. After he regains his memories, which I really hope he does, because I want the full truth for everyone. Everyone regains all their memories correctly and properly. I'm not sure how they can do that though, but they did say that it's possible. But anyway, back to the quick plot recap of what happened last time. So Yuri decided to selflessly sacrifice her own freedom so that Natsuhiko could live a life, on the outside, relatively speaking. I mean, Rokume City is basically a prison, so it's not really that much of freedom, but and relatively. You can go to school, have friends, and do all that junk. But Natsuhiko's brain is kind of stubborn and unable to cope with reality, that he kind of just shut himself up in a coma. And in order to bring that out, they decided to initially erase his memories of Yuri and her dying, so which was the triggering thing for his comatose state. But she couldn't go through it because that's such a really sad thing to do, and it's just really, really messed up in so many ways. Just erasing someone who existed from someone else's memory. It's a very complicated ethical question, everything else. I am not smart enough to even try to figure out how that could work. Right, anyway. So instead, she decided, with Natsuko's mother's approval, who knew everything from the start. She knew that Yuri wasn't dead from the start, that she was living in lab, but they were working on experiments and stuff like that. Natsuko had this hyper powerful potential and everything, fucking everything. She knew everything from the start, before the start even. God damn, that's gonna be something that we need to confront as well. I hope we confront that properly, because goddamn, Miyako Tenkao is the most important character for the entire plot of the story, apparently. Even though she's kind of a background character, sort of, but not really. She's like, her actions and decisions have driven everything. Kind of everything, more or less. But yes, so anyway, Yuri decided to help Natsuko regain his, sensibilities and just come back out of his coma, and implanted herself into his mind, creating this ghost Yuri version. And like his Natsuko's subconsciousness kind of filled in the gaps of the inconsistencies of all the things, and just like, yeah. Anyway, so that's the situation we are in with Yuri. There, she's alive, actually alive, and she like regularly performed maintenance on Natsuko's brain, updating his memories of her, so that things would be kind of make a little bit more sense, consistent and stuff like that, so that the illusion wouldn't break down so easily and he wouldn't go into a completely mental state. That's that. As far as I can recall, more or less, that's the main thing. And we are now in Labo after all the things have happened. Everyone's either crazy or unconscious, or missing in action. We don't know where they are. But right now, Natsuko and Yuri are in a locker room, having their heart-to-heart conversations and like learning the truth about each other and stuff like that. Well, okay, Natsuko's learning the truth about her because she knew everything from the start as well, basically. Because she could do the whole mind melding thing and read his memories and everything and all that jazz. And there's Kasasagi going about doing his hero business. He's on his way to rescue Mashiro Toba, who's stuck in the cargo elevator, which Natsuko broke, and then made up some bullshit excuse why he had the wiring that, he deliberately took from the broken thing that he deliberately broke. And hopefully Watasu will be able to do that. And this point is where, basically after their conversation, Yuri and Natsuko, and let's just dive in. Sending reality. Next chapter. Alright, cool. Okay. Anyway, you can use sense of sympathy long distance. Indeed, manipulating the minds and stuff like that. Yes, she can. She's had practice for the past 9 years. She's been experimented on conducting stuff like that. So yes, she can. Anyway, similar to telepathy and empathy, sense of sympathy obviously had a usable range of its own. Indeed, and considering how empathy's range was narrower than telepathy's, Natsuko logically concluded that sense of sympathy would be even narrower, but it's all in practice. It's all in practice and personal affinity with certain things. Like some people are really good at long distance throwing and suck at short distances for whatever reason. Maybe, I guess. I don't know. I don't really know that. I'm just bullshitting right now. Anyway. It is true that you need to be nearly touching when you dive into someone's mind the first time, but you can do something else. Oh, right, right. Important thing, full disclosure, I will be using a fucking guide to get the true ending for this, because I do not want a repeat of the first time I went around here and just bumbling about with the sense of sympathy system thing, and ended up having to basically go through the entire thing again, and wasted like 4 hours of everyone's time. I mean, I cut all that out from the archive, but fuck, I don't want to go through that. Like, I like the story a lot, and I want to see a lot of it, but I also mainly want to see the correct, canonical, proper story that they want to tell, the ending that they intend for this to have. Side paths are fine, and maybe after we get the true ending, I'll take a week off and maybe we'll come back to this and explore the alternative routes and stuff like that. For all things, maybe. But first go around, I want the true fucking ending. I want peace of mind on this, okay? That's what's gonna happen. I am not ashamed at all. Me and gameplay and visual novels, as I said, is completely incompatible. Fuck that. I want the story. I'm not here for the gameplay. Like, I don't do gameplay on these streams, at least not yet. At least that's not my intention. I don't care about that. Like, gameplay makes me silent, and that defeats the purpose of these completely and entirely. So no. At least for now, I don't know. That might change eventually, who knows. But that's my mindset currently, as of this part, whenever it's published around then. Yes, anyway. Practice makes perfect, and you can increase your aptitude with everything. You know, skill range, literally an RPG stat. But minds that have been connected in the past can connect more easily, even from a distance. Yes, compatibility. That said, it's still about the same range as empathy, though. It's still a lot. That's still a lot. Ah, long-distance crimes. Fuck with people's brains, literally. In every conceivable way. God damn. Literally overload that and you can kill someone with that. That's... like... I mean... I'll be honest. Obviously, it's completely logical why governments and stuff like that want, you know, these high aptitude psychics, you know, to be in check, regulated, locked up maybe even, because like this is fucking dangerous and deadly and potentially literally world changing. You can literally brainwash people with this kind of power, and they don't need your consent, unlike empathy. Like the sense of sympathy, you can just go into their brains, erase their memories, replace all of them with whatever you want it to be, and that's it. Someone with malicious intent can just do that, and you will never know that they are malicious because they erased your memory of them being malicious. So yeah, no shit. No fucking shit. Like, they want, you know, you locked up and under strict supervision, and maybe even like all sorts of things, because like, it's not unreasonable. Honestly, and Natsuhiko has demonstrated that he is like, his case number one, like case example one here of like, you know, misuse of powers. How do we control that? Because like, yes, on one hand, it's just a person doing their own thing, but on the other hand, it's a human being with flaws with unimaginable power now, and it's like, it's another very, very complex moral and ethical dilemma that I am not equipped to deal with. So I will simply say that I understand both perspectives of this, and I don't lean either way right now. I don't know. Fucking complicated. Is that how it works? Yes, it is, apparently. She said so. She's been doing this kind of stuff for 9 years, so yes. It's called the melt effect, okay? When you use sense of sympathy on someone, part of your minds melt together, making subsequent uses remarkably easier. Okay? I guess you would leave a part of yourself in their mind, you know, there's a... Sure. When you came to Labo this morning, I was able to connect to your mind even when you were far away, remember? Indeed she was. Oh yeah, okay. Now that you mention, you're right. Yes, she is. And what's more, you've been sympathizing with Captain Kasasagi's mind for hours upon hours, haven't you? Yes, he has. So I'm sure you should be able to connect to his mind whenever you want now. Okay. I see. So do I. Having his mind melted together with Watasa's wasn't exactly a pleasant thought, but the ability to sympathize with his senses at will was quite convenient. Indeed, why isn't it a pleasant thought? Like, Watasa's totally a normal dude currently. Well, until you restore his memories, or they come back naturally, and then it's gonna be an interesting conflict. I really hope it's gonna be properly done. Like a proper confrontation of like Watasa of before and the current Watasa, they clash mentally inside his own brain, and then there's Natsuhiko's kind of at fault. Like, whatever the outcome, I just want the full truth to come to everyone. I want Natsuko to admit to all the things he did to Watasa, and I want Watasa to remember all the things and to admit that what he did as well and what he was planning to do. I want to know what the fuck Enna is about. Where is she? What she's doing? Who is she? Who's she working with? Like, everything else. And what exactly, like, specifically is this Labo trying to achieve, accomplish, and create? Like, specifically, and have they succeeded? Oh man, who's that little girl that got shot and is dead? Potentially. Who was she? She was born in Labo. She's the one who was born in Labo, right? She has to be. But then what's her deal? So many questions unanswered. Anyway, connected Watase's mind at will, convenient but not pleasant idea, but sure. Got it, I'll give it a shot, right now. Natsuko said that to Yuri as he attempted using senses sympathy on Watase. Where is he now and what's he doing? He should be heading towards the cargo elevator and he should be trying to fix it. Like, obviously. But there could be some snags along the way in the form of Jun with the drill. No, not the drill, the engine kata. Ukita with the gun. And Kazumi with the fire extinguisher. Has he reached Mashiro yet? Who knows? Natsuko's 5 senses dampened, and in its place came the sights that Watase saw. Ooh. While Natsuko and Yuri were talking, Watase was concealing himself in the darkness. Shout to tattle nobody, huh? He had heard someone's footsteps on his way to the factory and had quickly found a place to hide. Damn it, who's there? Could literally be anyone. He couldn't tell whose footsteps they were. Were they Ukita's, Jun's, Kazumi's, or Enna's? Ooh. No, it's too dangerous for me to bump into anyone right now, no matter who they are. Correct. Yeah, it's too dangerous and unpredictable. Watase held his breath and waited for that person to leave, because what does Enna actually know about Watase? Because, very curious to know that. Yeah, we're not going to get hints who they were, are we? They passed by, their footsteps lingering in the distance, and they're gone now. It didn't take long before the footsteps grew fainter and fainter, then disappeared completely. Phew. Watase breathed a sigh of relief. If someone spotted him, then it would cause all sorts of problems with bringing Mashiro Towa back to the secret room. I have to save that Mashiro girl as fast as I can. Yes, she is quite competent, capable, I guess. Although she has been bleeding to death for the past like 9 hours. So I'm not sure she's in any good state. Although, who was carrying that blood back to someone? Oh yeah, right, Louise is also just running about this place, isn't she? Yes, I think she is. Anyway, Watase broke off into a dash while keeping his guard up. He headed for the cargo lift room in the corner of the factory. But once he made it there... what he found left him stunned. No way. How did... Very little had changed about the room since the last time he'd been there. But there was one part about it that was strange. Very strange. Or rather, it was the lack of something that was strange. Oh, the corpse is gone. What? The girl who had been lying by the lift. The same girl who had been confirmed dead after Kazumi and Jun's failed CPR attempts. Was gone. Oh shit. Okay, someone moved the body. Oh. Oh dear. Oh neat, I'm getting some fucking chat getting goddamn promotional thing. Woo, that's just fantastic. Like, sure, that's a thing. That's a thing that happens. Good job, great. I'm not interested. Bye. Whatever that is, I'm not. I love offer promotions. That price, yeah, no. Bye-bye. I'm not. I don't do that kind of stuff. These automated accounts going around, I think. I don't know. But anyway, it's gonna stock message. Bleh. If I wanted to grow my channel, viewers and everything else, I would not be doing a visual novel from 10 years ago. At like unpredictable times. At varied lengths, and then uploading like 5+ hour long YouTube archive videos of that. That's adorable. It's adorable, these promotions. Oh well, anyway, the corpse is gone. Where did her body go? It's a very good question. Would this be the second dead body that had vanished on him that day? Technically the first, because the Yuri's body wasn't actually there to begin with. That was a fake memory. But case in point of the sense of sympathy and these psychics being kind of like their existence on a theoretical level and a practical level being kind of a thing that you kind of have to deal with. You can't just leave it alone, like unaddressed. Like, there needs to be stuff implemented to handle that. Like, you know, whenever cars became around, people start getting in car accidents. Even when there was like, there's that fucking incident in one American town where there was like only 2 cars in the entire town and they still managed to crash into each other. Like, that's just like, and because of stuff like that, then becoming more prominent and whatnot, you needed to implement regulations. You needed, you know, like traffic lights, road signs, roads, like it clearly delineated directions of travel, like basic stuff that we take for granted now. At some point that didn't exist. At some point people had to figure out, oh shit, we need something like this, something basic infrastructure level type of things. Otherwise it's just gonna be pure chaos. Like, it's kind of the same with this as well. Like these psychics. Like, eventually you're gonna need to have stuff to implement it to deal with that. But the problem there is that it's people. You're dealing with actual people straight up. It's not like mental manipulation. It's yeah, that's a very, very, very dicey subject to grasp that I can't. It's a very, very complex issue. I wonder how they're gonna address it if they are the writers of this. Anyway, Watase just stood frozen in complete shock. Fair enough. And so is Natsuhiko as well, sensing it through Watase. The body had vanished. Watase was momentarily frozen in confusion in the face of that bizarre phenomenon happening to him again. But calm down. Maybe someone just moved the body to another location. That's all. That's a logical assumption. But if that were true, then who would do something like that? Could literally be any of the 4 others. Anna, June, Kazumi, or Ukita. Because you can't really know what the 3 crazy ones are going to do, and we don't know anything about Anna, really. She's a high school teacher, but she also is a professional at marksmanship. So it's like, what is Anna? Anna, come on now, what's your backstory? Who are you? What are you doing? Kazumi, Jun, Ukita, or no amount of thinking could bring Watase to the truth. No, now's not the time for this. Correct, one problem at a time. Like, the dead body isn't a problem that you can't solve right now. You have a direct problem right in front of you. Fix the elevator and bring back Mashiro Toba. That is a straight up nice little thing that you can solve. One problem at a time. That's why, like, I hate being rushed or being dragged from one job to another. It's like a bit of whiplash. I mean, it's workable, but I prefer to complete one task and then move on to the next one, as opposed to just, like, I mean, not here. I love jumping about from one thought to another and then back to the fucking visual novel story. Like, but this is different. This is my mind just resting and relaxing and doing whatever the fuck it wants. Anyway, now's not the time for this. No, it's not. My top priority now needs to be finding that Mashiro girl and saving her. Yes. Watase then pushed his thoughts aside. He walked over to the lift's control panel and tried repairing it. So first I should put this here. He's just guessing he has no memories of being an electrician. But, you know, muscle memories, I guess, and instinct. Watase went through a whole process of trial and error, figuring out how the part he got from Natsuhiko connected with the broken panel on the wall. No, maybe that's not it. I've got to take these wires and connect them to this. This is the open button, so this must be the close button. Yeah, fiddling with electronics when you don't know electronics at all can be nightmarish. He manually connected the torn off wires and kept clicking the button over and over again, and soon enough, I guess that would eventually work, yeah. Ooh. He heard the control panel beep, followed by the sound of the lift going down. Yeah, progress. I love progress. I did it. Yes, you fucking did. Good job, man. I would not have been able to do that, probably. I have no idea how electronics work at all. Watase found himself instinctively pumping his fist triumphantly. Good. I just hope that I'll find Mashiro Toba in there when these doors open. You should, right? Oh man, okay. This is the only place I haven't looked yet, after all. Please be in there. Yes, please be in there. That would really make things... Well, that would advance things. I mean, her not being there would provide other problems. Well, where the fuck did she go? The sound of the lift descending filled Watas's ears as he thought that. Yes, she's there. Good. We can do that. And when the doors opened... I mean, okay, yeah, it's not great that she's dying and has been for the past 9 hours, but you know... One problem at a time. She's actually there. Good. He found himself faced with a lone girl lying there and dying. What the... Hey! You shot her, like, almost 10 hours ago. Watas ran over to her as horror filled him. The last survivor had indeed been on the lift, but she was horribly injured. Hey, are you okay? The girl's face was so pale. She has been bleeding out for 9 hours now. It almost distracted him from the blood pouring down her arm. I mean, that should have clotted by now, right? It's been 9 hours. If she was actually continually bleeding, then she would be dead, right? I mean, continuous bleeding for 9 hours, it's like, doesn't really matter how little, you're still gonna lose a lot of blood over the course of 9 hours of just trickling, bleeding. Like the heart is a very hardy muscle. It pumps a lot of blood. Like every minute, it pumps all of your blood throughout your entire body like several times. And so 9 hours, even in a comatose, like a reduced heart rate, it still would... Yeah, okay, never mind. Anyway, she didn't respond to Watas's cries, but he could tell she still had a pulse and was breathing, though both were faint. Is she unconscious? Yes, she... Come on. Don't start doing the Natsuko thing of just asking the obvious. I'm sure he did. I just wasn't very paying attention to that in the after days route, because it was excitement and explosions everywhere, not high school like nonsense drama things. Now that he looked closer, her face looked familiar. Yes, did. She was the girl who he had seen with Natsuko on that footage they had found in the surveillance room several hours back. There's no doubt about it. This is Mashiro Toba, indeed. A little distressed there, but still, that's fine. But unlike the healthy, uninjured girl he'd seen in the footage, this one looked like she was a step away from death. It really is fascinating that she isn't dead. What in the world happened to her? You shot her. And just as he had that thought, a bizarre image flashed through his brain. His brain's trying to remember. Oh no. Oh, well, I mean, yes, that's great. Great. I love that. Confront things. Is Natsuko gonna commit another crime now, though? Because he is connected with Watase directly now, sense of sympathy. So, Natsuko, are you gonna commit another crime right now? It burns. Huh? What is this? Oh no, it burns. It hurts, Natsuko. Uh-oh. Are you okay, Mash? I'll treat it right away. No, you won't. She got shot. Looks like we went through this. Guess it's harder to hit a moving target than you'd think. That's your own voice, Watase. The sudden images and voices that played back in his head sent tremors running through Watase's body. Uh-oh. That was me shooting them. He had first seen a boy and a girl running off somewhere through a security gate. But what directly followed that image was a dry sound. After that came a man's voice. Guess it's harder to hit a moving target than you'd think. That voice, it was me. I was the killer all along. It had sounded a lot like Watase's. A lot like Watase's voice. God, I'm missing some letters every now and then, apparently. What's the meaning of this? Why would I do something so horrible? Rescue worker Watase and terrorist Watase confront each other. Come on, mental battle. Eventually. It's like But before Watase's horrifying train of thought could continue, he was interrupted. Okay, Natsuko, don't erase his memories. Don't fucking erase his memories. Okay, don't keep committing crimes. Just urge him. Watase. This time, the auditory hallucination echoed through his head. Calm down. That girl's gonna die. Rescue her and get back to the shelter. Look, you're a rescue worker, aren't you? Then accomplish your mission, damn it. Right, Natsuko hasn't told that he's the one speaking in his head yet. Right. Watase did his best to curb his bewilderment and managed to somehow pull himself together. That's right, I'll save this girl. There's no way in hell I can let her die on me. Not on my watch. He distracted himself from his earlier thoughts with his self-persuasion and kept repeating it in his mind over and over again. He then walked up to Mashiro and lifted her in his arms. There, that's more like it. The auditory hallucination sounded relieved. Watase said nothing and rushed out of the cargo lift room while carrying Mashiro on his back. He first made a stop at the Area 5 infirmary. She's probably not going to make it without a transfusion. Please tell me there's another transfusion kit here. Another one. There should be. I mean, this facility is fairly large, right? He searched the room to find there was exactly one other kit left. That's fine. He put it in his pocket and then carried blood bags under his arms, one of each blood type. Yeah, he doesn't have time to know. If he could, he would treat her here, but that was too dangerous. He doesn't know her blood type. So yeah, that's too dangerous. It was likely he would be attacked by Jun, Ukita, or Kazumi if he stayed. And then going back to the shelter is the best move. It's the safest place we've got. Yeah, I guess it is. Watase propped Mashiro up on his back again and left the infirmary. He carefully made his way to the shelter while keeping a close eye out for Ukita, Jun, and Kazumi. Enna, you should keep an eye out for Enna as well. He soon made it back to the keypad. Natsuko, can you hear me? It's me, Kasagi. Open up! He pounded on the door and shouted, and soon enough, the wall slid open, revealing the iron door. His return to the shelter was immediately followed by Yuri crying out, Mashiro! Yay, Mashiron, right, the nickname. He cried out what seemed to be a nickname for Mashiro and ran over to them. It looked like Mashiro was another friend of Yuri's. Well, technically they haven't met in 9 years. So, it's complicated. It's very, very complicated. Captain Kasagi, Mashiro's gone completely limp. It's okay, she's just passed out. He has lost quite a bit of blood though. And there's no water to replace the blood. Although no, the water they have is actually perfectly safe to drink because it's just psychic radiation. It shouldn't really like seep into the water, right? Right? Who knows? It's magic. So who the fuck knows? Watase laid Mashiro on the floor and gave that reply. Why not on the whatever. Fine. But her arms hurt pretty badly. She might have lost too much blood. It looks like she was stuck in the lift for hours without treatment. Yeah, 9 hours, exactly. Yeah, good job, Natsuko. I mean, it wasn't a bad idea, and best one you had at the time, but yeah. Yeah, well, can't blame him for that. I'm not gonna blame him for that. It's just, and don't you start fucking blaming yourself, okay? Fucking kid, don't you fucking blame yourself for this stuff, okay? Stop blaming yourself for shit. Come on now. This stuff that's not your fault. Natsuko glared at Watase and spoke in a low voice. Oh, you erased his memory. See, like, stop blaming this Watase. This Watase did nothing wrong. This Watase, Rescue Waka Watase, has literally done everything in his power to be the best that he can and save people's lives. Don't you glare at him like that. Like, if you're confronted with terrorist Watase, then sure, glare at him all you want. But, like, terrorist Watase is gonna choke you out to death, though. So there's that. That's also not a great idea. Like, this is pointless, glaring at him. Yeah, that wound does look pretty bad, eh? Fuck, oh, high and mighty this dance. Yeah, I've got to give her a transfusion right away, or else. Do either of you know her blood type? She's B+. That's what she told me, at least. Okay, then B+ it is. Watase read the instruction manual that came with the transfusion kit as he checked her for any acute reactions. Then he managed to start giving Mashiro the transfusion. Phew. Guess she's okay for now. Relatively speaking, okay. Watase sighed. Natsuko then called out to him in a restrained voice. Like hell she's okay. Look. It's all relative. It's all relative. None of you are okay. Eh? Look at how badly hurt she is. How the hell can you call that okay? Given the circumstances, dude, you've been shot 4 times and you're standing up and you say that you're fine. She was shot once and, has lost quite a bit of blood, but so did you. Like, come on now, Natsuko, don't give me this lip. Come on now. Come on now. How do you plan on taking responsibility if something happens to her? Sake. Yeah. Teenager. Fuck off. And yeah, it's not wrong, but he's being a bit too fucking aggressive. Don't like that. Watase was confused by Natsuko's abrupt outburst, as he should be confused. Like, this is bullshit, Natsuko. What do you expect to happen in this situation? Like, come on now. And you keep erasing his memories. How the fuck is he supposed to actually figure anything out if you don't let him actually remember anything correctly? So, like, piss off with your attitude. You're in the wrong right now, Natsuko. Like, right now, you're in the wrong here. Is he mad that I took my time of setting up the transfusion? No, he's mad at something that you are not anymore, currently at least. But it was at that moment that it hit him. He had heard that rough, impatient tone in Natsuko's voice somewhere before. Very recently, in fact. It was much like the tone of the auditory hallucination. Hey, there we go. Come on now. Confront it. Confront it, Natsuko. Tell Watase that you are psychic and you've been talking with him. Come on now. Do that and don't give me more of this memory erasure thing. You can't solve your problems by erasing memories. I mean, technically, which is the problem, you could solve all your problems with erasing and replacing people's memories. Technically, you could solve a lot of problems with that. All of them, actually, yes. But that's not the right thing to do, at all. Yeah, Watase is a very smart man, ultimately, though. A flash like lightning zapped through Watase's head when that thought hit him. Huh? Hold on, didn't Teach say... Wait, don't tell me. Yes, come on. Confront that aspect. Watase felt shivers down his spine. But he kept that nagging suspicion locked away for the time being and apologized to Natsuko. Keeping secrets, everyone's keeping secrets. Okay, well, that's just gonna blow up in everyone's face now. I would prefer if they dealt with all these issues, like, up front, directly. I'm sorry, I should have been taking this more seriously. Also, like, I mean, yeah, he doesn't know that Natsuko can read his mind and probably is doing that right now. But, like, fuck me. Okay, right. No, it's okay. But her wounds don't look as serious as yours. Also that. So, relatively. It's all relative. I can't say this for certain, but I think she'll be fine if we just keep her hooked up to the kit. Right. Yeah, see? Come on, Natsuko. You've been shot 4 times and you're still up and about. Come on now. Natsuko clearly wasn't fully placated, but he backed down. As he should. You're just a dumb teenager. Once he had confirmed that, Watase then quietly voiced the revelation that had just hit him. Oh, actually, okay. By the way, can I ask you something, Natsuko? Yeah, come on now, confront that. Confront it. Confront this. Confront it. And be honest. Natsuko's not gonna be honest, is he? Be honest, you fuck. He's not gonna be honest though, is he? He's kept a lot of secrets. Everyone's keeping secrets though. Everyone's keeping secrets. Except Watase, he doesn't know his secrets. So technically he's not keeping them, because he literally doesn't know them. Well, thing is, I already talked about this with Yuri, but I've been hearing this auditory hallucination from time to time ever since I woke up in this facility. Would it be you? But the impression I got from it is very similar to the impression I get of you whenever you talk. Though it's not something I can really explain with words. Come on, Natsuko. What are you implying? Fucking know what he's implying. Be upfront and honest, that's the best way to solve these issues. Well, it's about this thing Teach told me about. You guys can use telepathy, can't you? Was the auditory hallucination I've been hearing this whole time just you using telepathy? Well, it's a bit more than telepathy, but I mean, I guess this is a relatively safe out for these two. It goes so much deeper. Like Natsuko can concede this point without, and placate Watase's doubts and confusion, without revealing the much more difficult to come to terms with truth of literally melding your minds together. Watase told his suspicions to Natsuko in one quick swoop. A mysterious fear welled up within him as he did so. Watase has really good fucking instincts though, like gotta hand it to the man. But Natsuko shook his head with a straight face. Oh, you fucking shithead. You think I was sending you telepathy? Of course not. Not a chance. I mean, okay, technically he didn't send telepathy. He was inside his mind. So technically he's not lying. But is he gonna continue? I mean, I was out cold in area and the whole time, right? Okay, he's being a little shit, keeping secrets. I understand it's not real. That another decision that's gonna come back to bite him in the ass a bit later. Another one of these decisions. Good job, Natsuko. How many times I'm gonna have to say good job, Natsuko, and you know, in a sarcastic way? How many more? Probably many. Probably many. Is he gonna learn his lesson? Are you gonna learn your lesson? Kid, are you going to learn your lesson? The answer is yes, he will eventually. But it's going to be frustrating until he does. It's going to be fucking frustrating until he actually learns his lesson about telling the truth. Well, yeah, that's true, but besides, why would I ever do that in the first place? Natsuko, you're not endearing yourself to me right now. Again, I don't think he ever has, but still. I mean, when he was a kid and his gung-ho attitude, that was endearing. But like right now, he's being a shit. I don't know what's causing your auditory hallucinations, but I know that they have nothing to do with me. Oh, that's just straight up. That's just... God bloody damn it, Natsuhiko. Another thing. Okay, fine. We've established that he makes bad decisions. All around. Natsuko, pretty bad at decision making. Especially right now. Especially right now. You cannot solve all your problems by lying and manipulating memories. You just can't. It's not allowed. It shouldn't be allowed. So, I see. Yeah, I don't think Watase buys that. Deep down, he didn't fully believe Natsuko. Good. Good instincts. But he had no choice but to back off. Yeah. See, Natsuko? You're a dumb little shit, right? Still like him, but not that much. He has plenty of chances to redeem himself and to like confront the problems that he's caused. Will he? I think so. Probably. The story does feel like it's gonna actually reveal us with everything, but still. If he kept pressing Natsuko on this, he would think he was a nut. But not really. Because you're right. You're absolutely right, Watase. Sorry for making things weird with that dumb question. Let's change the topic. And now for something completely different. Yes, I think that would be for the best. Well, second best. Third best? Second best, I guess. The best would be the truth. The truth is always the best. Even if it hurts and it's confusing and causes some conflicts, you can actually resolve that instead of this situation where nothing really happens. And you just bottle it up for later to explode. I was going to talk to you about what our next course of action should be. Natsuko interrupted before Watase could finish. Could you bring Luis here? You would have better chance of doing that, Natsuko. I mean, because Luis is firmly in the hostile mode towards Watase. There's a possibility she's still lying unconscious at the bottom of those stairs Miss Tachibana threw her down. Maybe? Doubtful. Luis is quite, sturdy, I guess. Luis, oh, well, I don't mind, but, you see, the thing is, that girl literally wants to kill me. Yes, she does, and these two know that. They should not be surprised. He couldn't let Natsuko know why that was. I mean, Natsuko knows. Poor Watase. He's the only one who doesn't know. Currently he's the victim. I mean, he's the instigator of the whole incident, but still. He's right now the victim. He still didn't want to believe what she had said back at the bulkhead. So she might go crazy on me again if I try to get her. Correct. But there's a good chance she's still out cold. And besides, he'll calm down if you bring her to me. I mean, like, the problem is her not being calm on the way here, you know? Like, that's the hard part. Like, calming her down, you know, when you're, you know, there to explain things is the easy part. Like, getting to her is the hard part. Like, she's my friend. I'm sure she won't attack you if I tell her not to. Correct? Yes? Yes. Is that right? The ball is getting out here. To be honest, he still felt rather reluctant to do so, but he would feel awkward about leaving Louise the way she was. Captain Kasagi, I'd really appreciate it too. Aw, of course you would, Yuri. Please bring Louise back here safely. Aw. Sure. Okay, leave it to me. Like, it's hard to refuse Yuri. She's an honest little bunny there. Aww. You want to help her, even though she's also like a psychic demigod who can manipulate people's memories, and who knows what she's done in these past 9 years, what kind of things she's been forced to do potentially. Yeah, I don't, although we didn't see anything like bad like that happen. Natsuko's mom did keep the fairly like clean and ethical, relatively, operation running. Anyway, Watase put on a brave face and left the shelter. Even after Watase had left the shelter, Natsuko glared at the shut door for a while. Yuri accosted him. You shouldn't lie like that. Hikarin, why did you talk like that to Captain Kasagi? Like, yeah, like, you're in the wrong here, dude. I'm sorry, I lost my temper. When I saw how badly injured Mashiro was, I just couldn't forgive Watase for it. But it's not the same Watase. You erased that one. Temporarily. Huh? So Mashiro's injuries really were because of Captain Kasagi? The past version of him, yes. Yeah, Watase shot her before he lost his memories. Before you erased his memories. God, you're gonna have to tell that you did that. You're gonna have to tell people that you did that, dude. You're gonna have to. You're gonna have to confront that crime that you committed. Natsuko gave Yuri a summary of the events that led up to here. That led him up to here. After Yuri erased their phantom, Watase caught up to Mashiro and Natsuko and shot them. At the end of that struggle, Natsuko passed out in Area N. Afterwards, he saw the 6-hour escape drama through Watase's 5 senses. Once Yuri had heard the entire story, she spoke painfully. So that's what happened. Still not the full truth. Did he tell her that he erased her memories? Yeah, so I know. I know the current amnesiac Watase is almost like a completely different person from the pre-amnesiac Watase, but yeah, I guess it is hard to separate the two, because it is the same person technically, but you know, it's not as well. I really still can't find it in me to forgive him. You'll have to. You've committed crimes against him as well, so Anyway, it tore his heart apart to look at Mashiro's pale face as she lay on the ground. It seemed that Mashiro had used up the last remaining bit of her strength to send that final telepathy. I forgot about that. I don't know what she did there. Oh well. She had probably passed out as soon as she had finished communicating with Natsuhiko. Please be okay. Please wake up. She will. There's only 9 characters, well, 10 characters in this entire story. We can't have any of them dying in the true path ending thing. Yes, don't die. She won't. Natsuko and Yuri held Mashiro's hands and prayed. Actually, is really quite fascinating. There's only 10 characters, really. I mean, 9 characters plus Natsuko's mother, plus Hiyama and Dojima, who aren't really characters, not that much. But they couldn't spend all their time praying. Yeah, because prayer does fuck all. But I guess they can't really do anything else. They don't have another, like, med kit or anything like that. So, Natsuko was worried about Mashiro, but there were many things he needed to confirm if he wanted to escape outside with her. Hey, Yuri. So, Mashiro and I know next to nothing about Labo. Oh yeah, that's the thing, right. Now, we don't know the true meaning behind what happened here today. But Yuri, you've been here in Labo, so do you know anything about what's going on? She should. She can use empathy on people. When he saw Yuri's memories, he learned that Labo was a BC research facility, but there were still many mysteries left unsolved. Yeah. What was that thing in the area? That WX particle amplifier? I mean, that is what it says on the tin. It's a WX particle amplifier. It amplifies the WX particles. It's not very hard. If there's no nuclear reactor, then what's spreading through the facility? Actually, it's a good question. What's the phenomenon that they've been calling a meltdown? What does the Procyon really measure? Exactly what kind of drug is AD actually? Well, it's definitely not nanomachines, son. Definitely not that. I've come up with several questions, but do you know any of the answers, Yuri? She should know a few. She's been here for 9 years. Come on now. Yuri softly nodded. Good. Yes, I know everything. Fucking great. Excellent. Answer everything as well, please. Please, give us answers to everything. Come on now. I know everything. I love that. I love when someone says that. But it needs to be followed, and I will tell you everything. Don't give me... But I can't tell you. Don't give me that. I've learned all sorts of things through my 9-year stay at Labo, including the truths that have been withheld from society, and things I would rather not have known. Yeah, there's always things you don't want to know. You always find out things when you're deep in the parts of things, like, you know, in the dark webs or in like secret laboratories. You find out things you kind of don't want to know. Once you know the truth, there might be no going back, okay? Are you still sure you want to know? Fuck yeah. Of course I want to know. Come on now. Fine by me. Be more assertive about that. Yes, I want to know, even if it changes me forever. Tell me, Yuri. Tell me, what exactly is going on here? Yuri quietly began to answer Natsuhiko's question. I'll take it all one thing at a time, okay? Yes, perfect. Exactly as we want. First, I'll tell you exactly what a WX particle is. Okay, let's deal with the science bullshit out of the way first. But before I get into that, you do know what BC particles are, right, Hikorin? He was, and I taught him. What? Noises. Ah, yeah. Now that she mentioned, he remembered what he learned from a class they had earlier. The BC particle. That's the general term for the elementary particle related to the use of BC. They're elementary particles that are molded and transmitted by the brain activity of all living animals, and thus humans. First of all, these BC particles I've mentioned fill our surroundings and have the capability to move through all matter. Well, almost all matter. There is stuff that we devised to dampen and inhibit their memory, insulate. Which of course includes your skulls and your brains within. Also, brain activity itself is thought information, which is generated by the brain's electrical signals. This thought information is transmittable to the outside. I know, but what about them? It was right after he said those words that Natsuko picked up on Yuri's implication. Oh, Labo was a BC research facility. So for her to bring up BC particles meant WX particles are a type of BC particle. Well, yeah, obviously. The amount of information, that is to say, the amount of energy transmitted by BC particles normally increases when a communicator uses BC. But the WX particle amplifier can mechanically amplify that energy even in the absence of a communicator. Oh. Oh, that's a lot of implications. Just manufacture, basically, a machine that can make telepathy happen, empathy, and the sense of sympathy happen. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. Never mind, it is a weapons research thing as well. Like, that's absolutely a weapon. But someone's gonna figure out how to use that as a weapon, like, easily. WX particle, like, cannon. Shoot it and, like, convert all the enemy soldiers into, like, you know, basically your own citizens. Implant them with fake memories, convert their memories thinking that they're, hey, we're on their side instead. Yeah, that's I'll just bombard them with, like, just just like static on such a massive level their brains are just fried. That's a simpler way. That's probably a much simpler thing, but you know, one step at a time. First you fry their brains, then you convert their brains. Yeah. BC particles are put into a state of blank information, but extremely high energy, which gives them distinct properties. In this state, they're called W-extreme particles, or WX particles for short. It's not really that much shorter in English, honestly. Now that you mention it, Natsuko's mother did talk about something like that in Yuri's memories. She said that BC particles written with information were called M particles. Particles not written with information were called W particles. Okay, from what Natsuko could summarize, it appeared that WX particles were derived from W particles. I mean, okay, fine, high energy, no information, but if you can manufacture high energy, you can probably manufacture information as well, implant them eventually. You know, one step at a time. One step at a time. One crime against humanity at a time. When you say they have distinct properties, what exactly do you mean? First of all, in conditions where WX particles are spread about, the efficiency of BC usage rapidly increases. Yes, high energy, you don't have to spend your own energy for that. For example, they amplify even the weakest of telepathy to strong empathy. Telepathy, whatever, same difference. They also allow BC to be used continuously for an extended amount of time. For example, he put it, even though today was the first time you used sense of sympathy, you were able to remain connected to Captain Kasuge for over 6 hours, right? Because he was literally in the heart of the beast, the belly of the beast. 6 WX particle amplifiers for feeding all of your energy. Now that she mentioned, it was quite an amazing feat for him to have pulled off. Especially considering how it took Yuri an entire month of training as a child to obtain the same ability Natsuko obtained in a flash. Natsuko's BC ability did indeed advance rapidly, but apparently he had at least some backing from these WX particles. Some. Sure. Labo used the WX particle amplifier to conduct various research and development relating to BC abilities. But you see, it's difficult to use that machine. Machine operation and energy management must be controlled via supercomputer. Supercomputer. But today they lost control of it. The WX particle amplifier went haywire. Now, was this before or after the explosions? Haywire? Yuri quietly nodded. I don't know the cause, but an abnormal situation arose where WX particle generation continued for hours. Bloody hell. Getting sleepy. This is gonna be an interesting week, as I'm trying to do a stream every single day this week. Okay. That is the truth behind what's going on in this facility. This part is gonna be very long. Hopefully. I hope I can reach the 10-hour mark for this part. You, YouTube Archive viewer, already know how long this is. I don't, not yet. It's gonna be a long render time though. The phenomenon labeled a meltdown was the unbridled generation of WX particles which spread throughout the facility. So that's what it was. So it really wasn't a nuclear reactor meltdown at all. It's something similar. High energy, it's basically space radiation bombarding it constantly. The brain can't really handle it. It's too much energy. It was apparently just a one-word shorthand for extremely high energy BC particle proliferation. So then the Procyon's readings are actually a measurement of BC particle energy? That's correct, Hikarin. The Procyon isn't an instrument for measuring radiation exposure, but BC energy. Or, you know, for practical implications and purposes, it's kind of similar, so It's a device that measures and quantifies the amount of energy in the BC and WX particles in that area. Incidentally, MSV doesn't stand for millisieverts in the case, rather it stands for milliscalar value. A unit of information energy contained in BC particles. As he listened to Yuri's explanation, Natsuko gradually understood more and more about Labo. Labo wasn't merely misrepresenting itself as a nuclear power research institution in name. Several parts of the research coincided with nuclear power science here and there, sure. Was the identical abbreviation intentional, or just a coincidence? It was intentional, of course. I mean, you gotta keep up the ruse of nuclear power and stuff like that. Everything that could potentially be handed over to third parties, like the Procyon and AD, were designed to be disguised as things relating to nuclear power. Sure. Great. all as part of the efforts that went into hiding the truth of Labo from society. But then backfired, and everyone thought it was an actual nuclear power research facility. And, you know, perfect target for terrorism, blow up a nuclear plant. Yeah, great. Now that Natsuko thought about it, that was right. There are probably several more similar countermeasures against industrial espionage in place. Oh, fuck them. Such as the use of several secret code words like Keissen, Meltdown, and AD. I mean, Meltdown is not really a code word. It's still basically the same thing here. I mean, it's a different type of meltdown, but it's still fucked, you know, so... Labo had been carefully hiding its true nature in consideration of worst-case scenarios like this one. Let's get back on topic. If the Prokion is a BC energy measuring instrument, then what's AD? A lone desire? Yeah, how the fuck does that work? Actually, good question. AD is a drug that absorbs and neutralizes BC particle energy. Okay, fair enough. As for its effects, first it prevents them from using BC. Yeah, that's what we got. Second, it prevents other people's BC from affecting you. Good, good. In other words, it's a drug that protects your mind and body from other people's BC at the cost of your own. That is what AD is. A lone desire. Yes. I see, so that's what happened to me back then. Natsuko remembered. When his mind was connected to Watase's, Natsuko would sink into the darkness whenever Watase injected himself with AD. It wasn't that Natsuko's sensations would cut off, it was that Watase, the BC target, would become temporarily immune to the effects of BC. Okay. Natsuko's mind would try to connect with Watase's, but AD would reject it. Sure, yep, we guessed more or less that. As a result, Natsuko would be unable to receive any of the information that Watase's mind was supposed to be sending, and so without any information, Natsuko would be thrown into the darkness, not connected with his own body and mind, not connected with the other one. Is it true that its effective period is an hour? It is. So is the fact that AD is effective in environments under 4000 milliscalar units. Conversely speaking, that means that when BC energy surpasses 4000, the effects of AD disappear. I guess. You're once again prone to the influence of other people's BC, and if you're a communicator, you can use BC again as well. Alright. That will explain why Natsuko's consciousness returned every time Watase went into a contaminated zone, and how the two of them remained constantly connected once the facility's MSV value rose past 4000. Both were a result of the conflict between BC, the power to connect people, and AD, the drug that resists the power. Resist, yes. But now that you mention it, what is it? Why was the amount of energy in the facility gradually rising? I mean, she said there was some kind of anomaly, the particle amplifiers were, like, you know, continuously functioning. Well, you see, that's because the BC insulator could no longer keep absorbing the WX particle energy. I guess if there's a thing to put in your body that can absorb the energy, then you can put the same thing inside walls and bulkheads and whatnot. Eh? Natsuko knew about BC insulators, which sounds like complete nonsense, but sure. He had even had a conversation about them with Louise just a few days ago. Why do we have to move to a specialized classroom for BC classes? The BC rooms are made with a BC insulator, a special building material meant to block out BC. As Natsuko remembered that exchange, Yuri continued. Actually, all the walls and security gates in this facility are made with BC insulators. You know how BC insulators obstruct BC? They do that by absorbing the energy from BC particles. WX particles are a subclass of BC particles, so they are no exception, except they have a lot of energy in them, but so they kind of the filter gets clogged up quicker. There we go. The energy from the WX particles generated in Area N is being absorbed by the surrounding walls and security gates. But there's a limit to how much they can absorb. If they're continuously exposed to WX particles, their absorptivity gradually wears down, just like with everything else. As the absorptivity decreases, the amount of energy from the WX particles leaking out of Area N increases proportionally, which is why the Procion's value has been gradually rising. Okay. Science lessons. Getting answers to some basic things. Alright. Then what's with the disparity in values across the areas? Why did places like Area 4 have higher values than other areas? I mean, the place did get blown up and we saw walls, panels that have been blown off. Like, literally the floor gave out in some places. Oh yeah. Irregularities in the infrastructure have been caused, so yeah, there's gonna be irregularities like that. Probably because the fires and explosions here and there caused damage to BC insulators, I guess. I mean, yeah, that's the only logical thing. The insulators in the more heavily damaged areas suffered further decreased absorptivity, causing the WX particle energy to rise even further. Now that Natsuko thought about it, that did sound plausible. Not plausible, that's like logical and obvious. Duh. Come on now. B2 of Area 4, the most heavily contaminated area, had been horribly damaged by fire. Considering how much they had burned, a good majority of the insulator must have been damaged. The next highly contaminated area, B2 of Area 5, was right next to Area 4, and so the contamination may have spread all the way over there. There was no definitive proof, but Yuri's conjecture seemed plausible enough. Wow, Yuri, you seem to know just about everything about this facility. Well, she's been here for 9 fucking years, come on now. And she can read minds, and like sympathize with them and learn all their secrets. So, like, she better fucking know everything. Like, come on now. Well, I have lived here for over 9 years after all. It's only natural that I know a lot. Exactly. She does get to be smug about that. Correct. Be a little smug. That's correct, Yuri. Though I may have been locked up in here, it is technically where I live. I have grown a little attached to it. Fair enough. Yuri gave an ambivalent smile. Her smile pained Natsuko as hard as he asked more questions. Thanks to you, I now understand more or less what Labo is and what WX particles are. But there's another important thing. What are the dangers to WX particles? Fine, there. The amplifier's manual said that WX particles were harmful to the body. To non-communicator bodies, apparently. And when Watase and the others went somewhere with high prokion reading, they displayed strange symptoms. Natsuko recalled the contents of the manual that Watase and Kazumi had found in the engine room. It had said that the following, not this again, the properties of the WX particles harmful to the body are examples of dyslexia, brain dysfunction, genetic abnormalities, etc. The symptoms are dependent on the level of particle energy as listed below. Blah 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 blah. Operation manual introduction. This document is an instruction manual for WX particle amplifier. Due to the fact that there is a great danger involved in this operation, please read the manual carefully before you proceed. Furthermore, the properties of WX particles have extremely harmful effects to the human body. Examples of it include dyslexia, brain dysfunction, genetic abnormalities, that similar to brain listed that. Without AD, blah 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 blah. With AD, blah 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 blah. When using the amplifier normally, the particle energy levels should not exceed 2000. When used advanced experiments, the particle energy not exceed 4000. Blah 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 blah. Again. Hey Yuri, is it true that WX particles cause brain dysfunction and cancer? Brain dysfunction? Yes. Cancer? Maybe. Yeah, oh, okay. They may not be radioactive, but they are still dangerous nonetheless. And they are elementary particles, so yeah, they might fuck with us. WX particles with enormous amounts of energy enter and affect the brain, causing various brain dysfunctions. Yeah, it's kinda nasty. Furthermore, they can also affect the genes, causing mutations and cancer. Perhaps that's why even Mr. Okita was afraid of the values increasing, despite how he should be fully aware of the facility's true nature. That in itself wasn't strange. What truly was strange was... But then, how come I didn't suffer any negative effects from staying in Area N for so long? Ooh, there we go. I'm still perfectly fine now, and you seem fine to me too. Communicators are genetically different though, a little bit. They have these gene types that determine their aptitude for psychokinesis. Well, there's no kinesis, but stuff. I'm used to saying psychokinesis, so I'm gonna say it until the end of the earth. I don't think I've gotten any genetic disorders or brain dysfunction, but why is that? Melancholy shrouded Yuri's face when she heard Natsuko's question. We are okay, Hikarin, because we are genetically different from other people. Like, effectively as people, you're still just the same Merkel people. Like, come on, fuck that. Don't give me that. You and I are the only ones trapped in this place who will remain unaffected no matter how high the WX particle reading gets. As your rank S psychics. It's because we have rank S aptitude, you see. What does that have to do with it? It's a genetic thing. The truth is, the negative effects of WX particles occur more easily the lower your BC aptitude is. That's because WX particle resistance is proportional to BC aptitude. Sure. People with rank F aptitude have no resistance to WX particles whatsoever, but those with rank S aptitude have complete resistance. It's literally a video game stat. Choose your, genetic traits. Our brains and genes are unaffected by the effects of WX particles. Very convenient. It's because of what happened 9 years ago that we became like this. Yeah, the accident. Huh? 9 years ago? So I mean the reason our aptitudes rose so high had something to do with WX particles? Yeah, obviously, come on now. Yuri nodded. When WX particles contact the human body, they first cause a strong influence on the brain, causing various functional disorders. The headaches and vomiting are a result of those disorders. The same goes for the numbness of skin and other symptoms. When the particles come in contact with genes, they damage them. They damage genes? Well, yeah, they're elementary particles, come on now. Keep up. Yes, though many other things besides WX particles have that effect, such as radiation, particle beams, and electromagnetic waves. In any case, once gene damage occurs, the body quickly works to repair that damage. Yeah, that's the thing. Prolonged exposure to WX particles can overwhelm the repair process, causing fatal damage. But with endless cycles of damage and repair, the human body has on rare occasions gained resistance to WX particles. Oh. Brain also changes accordingly, and the functional disorders cease. And as resistance rises, aptitude rises in proportion. Huh. That was the process both your body and mine underwent when our aptitude rose to rank S 9 years ago. Ah, okay, so that's how that works. Your natural resistance... Okay, so your brain creates these BC particles, but your natural resistance prevents them utilizing it properly because it's damaged and whatnot. But the high resistance... interesting, but... okay, never mind, that's not... Okay. High energy particles. Yeah, not something that your brain produces. Okay, never mind, I'm thinking too much. I shouldn't be thinking too much. I should not be thinking. Thinking is not good. Thinking is not useful for me. I see, well that finally puts that old mystery to rest. Normally aptitude doesn't change throughout one's lifetime. But Natsuko and Yuri were an exception because their bodies were flooded with WX particles during the fire 9 years ago. So that's why you did take a... So that's why you didn't like taking ADA. Because you didn't need it to begin with, and all it did was prevent you from using BC. Yes. So if the two of us go to Area N, we won't get cancer or anything. Right. As in, we won't get any worse than we already are, that is. Eh? Natsuko had a terrifying feeling about what she was implying. I mean, you were exposed to just a ridiculous amount 9 years ago, so of course you have been damaged in other areas then. Obviously. Power comes at a price. At a cost, whatever. Or he felt that Yuri was trying to tell him about the real danger of WX particles. Well, yeah. Any worse than we already are? What do you mean? Think carefully what I just said, okay? Yeah. Having high aptitude means your genes have changed so that you can withstand an environment that normal people cannot. Your genes have gone through endless cycles of damage and repair, bringing them further and further away from their original form. You are less human than other humans, at least genetic level. Personality-wise, you're just a dumbass teenager still, like every other one. So in other words, stay calm and listen closely, Hikorin. Excellent. You and I already have considerable genetic abnormalities. Yeah, and it's literally going to take decades for some of them to appear. There's no way to know what they are. You may even go so far as to say that all communicants in general are the result of genetic abnormalities. I mean, yeah, everyone has genetic abnormalities, more or less. And that's why we have different, like, colored hair and eyes and stuff like that. And, like, random mutations and, like what are those, birthmarks and stuff like that. Some genetic abnormalities are more extreme than others. But, like, everyone has them. The communicated thing is just another form of that, so whatever. Don't be so shocked, Natsuhiko. Come on now. What determines whether or not somebody is communicated is the IGF2R gene. This gene relates to the structure of the brain. Normally, there are 9 types of IGF2R genes, numbered 1 through 9. How convenient. But on a rare occasion, people are born with a mutant variant form of that gene. And those are communicators. Yes. The tone of Yuri's voice gradually grew dispirited. There are 6 degrees of the IGF2R gene abnormalities. Depending on the extent of variation, IGF2R genes can also be ranked from type E to type S. As I've explained before, aptitude and resistance are directly proportional, but basically, both things just point to how those genes are mutated variants. That's the truth behind aptitude. IGF2R gene type E corresponds with a rank E aptitude, type D with rank D, all the way up to type S with a rank S. And the higher one's aptitude, the more severe one's mutation. Yeah, he might be sterile or something. Okay, maybe not that, but still. And the shorter that communicator's lifespan becomes. Oh, okay. That too. Okay. Fair enough. Yeah, that's a fair trade-off, I guess. Shock, I might live only to be like 30 or something. Oh no. I mean, that does suck, actually. That's pretty bad. That is pretty bad. A chill ran down Natsuko's spine. And yet Yuri kept painfully speaking the harsh truth. Ah, jeez. Communicators are extremely prone to cancer. The same goes for all sorts of neurological diseases. That sucks. Though they may not show it when they're young, as communicators age, their likelihood of death rapidly increases. So now do you understand what I meant when I said we wouldn't get any worse? Because we're already dying. We were already burned with a premature death sentence 9 years ago. That's harsh. That's pretty harsh. It's only been 16 years since the Grand Communicator discovery. That's why most people in the world have yet to realize this fact. Most of the scant few communicators who were born before the Grand Discovery have already died. Oh. Okay, so that's really... I heard from the professor that your father was also a communicator. Okay, that's a first. Okay. Furthermore, he was a rank B aptitude communicator, and even a rarer existence at the time. That's why he died at the age of 32. Oh, so Natsuko might not even make it to 30. He might... He might have less than a decade to go. That sucks. Like, there's just no going about that. I wonder, is the story gonna present a way to fix that? Or alter that? Maybe. Maybe. I do get the feeling that this is going to end in a more or less happy ending for everyone. But I could be wrong. In a way, I kind of hope I'm wrong. But also kind of not. I do like my happy endings, but I do occasionally like my really gritty reality just punches you in the face type of endings as well. It's like where you just go, where you just leave the story with just this pit of despair and like, fuck, that was good, but now I'm so goddamn sad. Like, that happens sometimes. That's fucking great, but it's also goddamn painful at the time. Fuck, looking back on it, it's like fantastic. Like, God, that story made me feel so, like, it made me feel like shit, but it was so good. Like, it's weird. It's a weird feeling. I don't really know how to explain it. No way. If Labo knows about that truth, then why haven't they announced it? Can they? They haven't even completely figured out the cause of the premature deaths. Like, yeah, science takes a while. You can't just, proper science doesn't just spout out the first thing. Oh no, we discovered communicators die early. Why is that? Oh, well, we're working on that. We're working on that because, like, if you don't have full, set of facts, at least stuff that you're confident as facts, then it's just going to cause people to speculate. Speculation leads to all the fucking conspiracy theories out in the world that we know and loathe. All of them. If they made the announcement regardless, then all the communicators would surely despair over the looming fate of death. I mean, not all of them. Natsuko choked on his words. So that means we're already dying. I mean, just enjoy the life that you have. If there's nothing that can be done, well then, that sucks. That just sucks. Yeah. But you can, make use of the time that you have, instead of despairing over the time that you do not have. Like, there's no point to that. I mean, even if they escaped from the facility, they still wouldn't have long lives ahead of them. Yeah, that sucks, but still. And you still have a life left to live, even if it's not long. The remaining lives will be shorter than his father's 32 years on this earth. 15 years? 10 years? How much longer do we have left to live? There's really no point in worrying about this now, though. Like, what's the point? Like, what are you going to accomplish? How is it going to help you by worrying about something that you do not have an answer to at all? Like, how's that gonna help? Like, seriously, how is that going to help? It's not. Straight up, so just, like, tuck that thought away in your mind. Like, yes, I don't have long to live. Okay. Let's make the best use of what I have instead. Just, like, I don't really... Yeah, I guess I don't really understand that kind of mentality at all. Like, spitting like, oh no, I'm gonna die soon. Like, okay. Like, can I do something about that? Can I stop that? No. Okay. So there's no point thinking about that. Correct. Okay, then let's move on with the things that I do have left. It's like, if there's nothing you can do about the problem, then just move on from it, because there's nothing you can do about it. Like, if you've confirmed that there's nothing you can do about that problem, then just work around it. Continue with it if you can't get rid of it. Like, it's just, like, yes, it's hard, and in some cases probably impossible depending on the problem at hand, but like, still fine. I'm in no position to speak about those such things, but fine, whatever. Anyway, moving on. That kind of defeatist attitude, really, I'm not a fan of it. Not a fan of it. It seems pointless. Natsuko was horribly agitated by the hopeless truth. Yeah, see, I mean, all it causes is despair and depression and stuff like that. It's useless. It's useless. What are you going to do with that? How is that going to help you? Like, how is thinking about this helping you? Like, answer that. Just answer that. Give a proper answer. How is thinking about a problem that cannot be solved helping you? And then give yourself an answer. Do you have an answer or not? Simple as that. I don't care about the answer, honestly. It's for you to answer, not for me. For you to ask and for you to answer. That's entirely an internal struggle that you have to deal with there. I'm fine. Therapists might help. I don't know. Just seems like such a pointless thing, ultimately. Worrying about such things. Anyway. Feelings of nothingness rendered his heart into pieces. Sure. He held his head with a trembling hand. But at that moment, he saw a wristwatch in the corner of his eye. His father's watch. When his mother gave this watch to Natsuko, she may have already known about his fate as a communicator. Probably. Though Totenkau cried back then, despite rarely ever crying. Natsuko felt like that was perhaps the most telling sign of her emotions. But even so, Dad told me to be strong. He told me to become a man that can protect and support others. His father's final message from that faraway day rekindled in Natsuhiko's mind. Natsuhiko took his crushed spirit and forced it back on his feet. He then looked at Yuri and spoke. Yuri, it's been tough bearing the knowledge of this truth all by yourself, hasn't it? I mean, she's used to it. Yeah, Hikari, it's not tough for you. Sure, it's a shock to know that you or Mashiro might die premature deaths. That part's a lot tougher than knowing about my own death. I mean, everyone has the potential of dying premature death, honestly. Accidents and stuff like that happens and whatnot. So you can't plan around that. Like, anyway. But so what? I can't just give up on life here and now, just because of that, you know? Exactly, there's no point to that. It doesn't matter if our remaining life is long or short. Let's just live it all we can. There we go. Correct. You think so too, don't you, Yuri? That's why you asked me to save you, wasn't it? Yes. Ah. The anxiety on Yuri's face finally brightened up. Natsuko breathed a mental sigh of relief, then spoke up in a firm voice. Then, to do that, we need to do something about all the unsolved mysteries. Correct. What do you mean by unsolved mysteries? Oh, there's plenty. Oh, there's plenty of unsolved mysteries. However, it is a time. It is getting late and everyone else in the household is sleeping and I am disturbing everyone. So I am going to cut it for today, which is fine. That's fine. We're just gonna save there and we'll leave figuring out what the unsolved mysteries to solve are tomorrow. I'm actually gonna fucking try and do this tomorrow. Proper tomorrow. Anyway, we'll leave that be for the time being like that and jump out into the intermission. Let's drink our waters. Let's be reasonable about things. Yes. If I was unreasonable, I would stay up and continue with that, but I have to be reasonable. I kind of have to be. But anyway, leaving you out there for the moment. Take a break. Pause the archive footage. Listen to some music. Today's recommendations are Perturbator. It's a lot of R's in there. Sexualizer from Hotline Miami. I think it might have been from the second one. I don't know. Never played this game, but I heard it has a great soundtrack. I listened to it and agree, at least to a degree. Anyway, Aerosmith, Hangman Jury. That's a fun one. Gary Moore, Over the Hills and Far Away. Eagles, Doolin Dalton. And Nobuo Uematsu, Bombing Mission from Final Fantasy VII. I think it's from the remake. Or from the original. I don't remember. Those are similar ones. Anyway. That's that. Oh yeah, right. That message there on the side. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. I wonder if I'm gonna keep getting stuff like that. These auto-generated ones, like soliciting something like that. Gonna love that. That's absolutely adorable. I'm never gonna use your services, whatever you are. Dogehype.com. Wow, it's even called something super bullshit. I don't know, it might. Nah, it's fucking bullshit. Anyway, before you purchase these powers, it's not how you grow fucking anything. That's nonsense. That's only how you make a fake thing. Anyway, it's distracting. It's a bit distracting. I'm gonna have to end for today. I end for today. Bye bye for now. Tata. See you in a few moments. Bye bye now. Bye bye. Now we return again. A short break, a single day away. So many things to answer, many answers await us, yes. Indeed. The music has been checked out, maybe or maybe not. Up to you. We can put this listicle away. The links are always in the spreadsheet. The spreadsheet. The wonderful, beautiful spreadsheet of all the things. Ah, such a nonsensical entity they have created. So, anyway. We got some answers and some more questions, and we need to continue with the more of the everything. But before we can do that, we obviously have a thing that we need to, you know, a little bit of a preemptive warm-up exercise reading. Started doing like pre-stream little bits. I mean, starting stream like 10 minutes a bit earlier. Oh, spending the first 10 minutes or so just reading some other things or just rambling incoherently, just to get in the habit of, you know, in case there is someone who actually cares to watch these live, give them a chance to, you know, drop in with some time to spare. I mean, plus whatever, however long these intermission bits, intro bits and outro bits last, as well, extra buffer zones or something like that. Anyway, stuff that is not recorded and will disappear. That was 10 minutes or so. But anyway, first, next, short story 16 that we continue. Yes, we continue with these abominations. So this is a, that's what that is. Okay, kinda. Where are you headed? Such an irritating question. Don't they understand I'm in a hurry? The Southern Tower. My strong tone in royal apparel convinced this guard to not inquire any further. I have to get to the princess before the king realizes what I've done. State your business. Really? Another one? Get out of my way. Hector? She seems more surprised than I... Oh, right, the blood might do it. Don't worry, I'm here to save you. Save me? From what? There's no time to explain. Your father is about to find out I completed the Forgotten Sword and come for us both. We have to go. Now. I deafened myself to her questions and protests. She'll thank me once we're safe. Open the gate. I stare down this guard from atop the fastest steed in the land with death in my eyes. He hesitates, but finally remembers his lot in life. Stop them! The unmistakable voice of King Adrian booms at an ever-decreasing distance. He tries to lock the gate again. I cannot have that. What was that, Hector? Moments later, I come to my senses. The question repeats itself in my head. What happened? We are riding forth, Emily behind, sword in hand, and... I turn my head and see a smoldering ruin where the gate once stood. The legends were real. I can truly restore our kingdom. Something grand, Emily. Something truly wonderful has arrived. We arrive at my secret estate. Ready the men, we may have visitors soon. The counselor rapidly returns inside, barely able to bow his head before I issue these orders. You, stay inside, please. Once our enemies are defeated, we can rebuild the old kingdom, make it better than ever. Trust me, the ancestors are watching over us. Emily, showing slight resentment and defeat, allows herself to be taken to the chambers I prepared for her. Return my daughter and that accursed blade this instant, or there will be grave consequences. Has your family not suffered enough disgrace for generations to come? Do you wish to condemn yourself to eternity in hell? All the Kingsmen are so eager, so full of pride and a sense of righteousness. I pity them. They are on the wrong side of history, of God. I shall put them on the right path. May God forgive their foolish souls. You will burn in hell once the devil is done with your soul, boy. The king chose such nonsense to be his final words. Such a shame. He would have been a valuable ally had he not decided to imprison my rightful power. And now look at what he called a kingdom. Pathetic. Watch from beyond, kings of old. I shall show you how to save this lost world from itself. Ah, noble zealot with the power of the devil at his beck and call. Nothing could go wrong, could it? Yes, alright, so, anyway, short quick recap of what was in the previous bit in the story of Rouge Double before Crime After Days, the double route, the final proper route. Oh, right, I almost forgot my guide in case the choices, stupid ones begin appearing. I would be fucking using a guide. There's absolutely no fucking way I would not be using a guide. Fuck that, fuck wasting time on the incorrect paths, the endings, the routes, the storylines that are not the proper ones. Maybe one day, I'll go back through them myself, but not the first time around. No shame, no, nothing. I'm getting the correct endings properly. But anyway, so last time Yuri gave us exposition on a bunch of technical stuff, which is okay. Watasa rescued Mashra from the elevator. She's recovering. They got transfusion kit in her, so that's fine. She should wake up soon enough. Meanwhile, they sent Watasa off to find Luis, which is an interesting decision. A very interesting decision. I wonder how, like, that's the hard part. Watasa getting Luis here is the hard part. Convincing her that he's not a bad guy is the easy part. Like, Like, you just have to say and like do the whole mind melting and like, you know, show Louise memories and stuff like that. Explain the situation to her through your telepathy and stuff like that. That's the easy part. Convincing her to be nice to him is easy. Well, neutral. Him getting her here is literally the most difficult thing imaginable. Right, anyway, so. And then Natsuko... Oh, yeah, right, because he gave... Watase is suspecting that Natsuko might be a psychic. But then he outright denied it, Natsuko that is, and is staunchly refusing to tell him the truth, which will, I really hope it will, come back to bite him in the ass later. I really hope that happens. He can... Like, sure, Watase is a terrorist and instigated the whole labo blowing up and stuff like that. Sure, we get that. He'll have to face repercussions for that as well, once he regains his memories, which he also should. That's a thing that should happen. And there's gonna be two Watases struggling for dominance and supremacy. Who's the real one? And then they'll merge or something like that. I don't know. But yes. And that's it, I think. Yeah, we just continue with the many answers that Yuri is providing us. Alright, let's go. Continuation of the things. Alright, excellent. What do you mean by unsolved mysteries? What was that? That's why you asked me to save you. Okay, alright, Natsuko. That's why. Alright, because Yuri didn't actually want to die and stuff like that. But the mental side then spoke up in a firm voice. Then to do that, we need to do something about all the unsolved mysteries. Yes. Unsolved mysteries, there are quite a few of them. Most of them, naturally. First, the bulkheads. Oh, right. I mean, that's not really... I guess that's kind of... Why have the bulkheads remained locked down? Since there's no radioactive material, it wouldn't spread outside even if bulkheads opened, right? I mean, we've been over this. It's the WX particles there designed for that. Like, the whole radioactivity thing is a pretext. Like, they're actually programmed for the things, the actual thing that's happening in this lab, not the radiation that's not here. Come on now. That's why they haven't opened up. It's still going on, the thing. Come on now. Honestly, I'm not quite sure about that myself. But I think it's probably to prevent the test subjects from escaping. Yeah, because you're dangerous. You two are very, very fucking dangerous, potentially. Plus, who's the dead girl? Is she actually dead? She might not be dead. Like the white-haired one by the elevator whose body has disappeared now. Is she? That's a massive mystery. That's one of the biggest mysteries here. She was born in Labo, so that's a extreme case. It would be a huge incident if a test subject took advantage of fire to escape from Labo, right? Yeah. So you mean K-Sen refers to a system that prevents your escape, Yuri? Not just hers, but yes. No, not just my escape. I think they had another girl in mind too. There we go, there we go. Okay, so, okay. This other girl's body might be dead, but her consciousness still lives on as a psychic ghost, right? Come on, that has to be the thing. That has to. She was born in this place. She doesn't really... Okay, right. No information, just move on. Move on. Brain, stop thinking. It's not good for your... anything. Thinking is not really good for me, now is it? It just leads to more rambling. But that's kind of the point, isn't it? So I gotta keep thinking, because that's fun. To ramble, I think. Or I shouldn't think. Anyway, moving on. That's why the visual novel is here, to allow me to just move on. Another one. Yuri proceeded to answer Natsuko's question without the slightest hesitation. I mean, you know you were in Watase's head when that happened, or he might have been under AD then. You didn't see, but still, you should have gone through his memories. You should know about the dead girl. You know too, don't you, Hikarin? A girl died by the cargo lift. That girl may have been a test subject confined in Labo, just like me. Oh, a bit more than that. Yeah? Why is he shocked by these very simple revelations? Oh, I guess he's just 16 years old and he's kind of dumb, so fair enough. Natsuko is not the brightest one. He keeps lying and creating more problems for himself and messing people's minds. Well, okay, only Watase's so far, but still. Now that she mentioned it, he remembered. One of the casualties found at the facility had been a lone girl of unknown origin. Heard that there was another test subject in the lab besides me. She was wearing testing clothes, so I'm sure it was her. So the bulkheads weren't to prevent just your escape, but hers as well. Yeah, though I don't know the reason why the lockdown has gone on for so long. Oh, as if you would know everything. There's stuff underground beneath that we haven't seen. What Yuri didn't know was probably whatever Labo thought would be bad for her to know. Oh, not just that. Even more stuff that basically nobody knows, maybe except for Miyoko Tangawa. Natsuko's mother, she knows everything. God, gotta remind myself that she knew everything. She knows everything. God, she knows everything. Bloody hell, she knows everything. And Anna is involved in some kind of organization that's adjacent. She has to be some kind of government agent, right? She has to be. Like, that's the only logical explanation. Gave her the perfect cover of being like a high school BC teacher, and then like the superior training of all sorts of things and blah 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 blah. It's a perfect cover, actually. Yeah, wouldn't it be? And Ukita, who knows what about him? Who knows? We'll find out. What exactly was a K-Sen? That had been a mystery up until now. In any case, that means the terrorists with Watase got locked in here thanks to that K-Sen announcement, right? But something about that just doesn't sound right. Perhaps it was a fluke or something. What exactly was the original goal? Whose goal? The terrorists or the Labo? Like, the terrorist's goal was to blow up the nuclear reactor. That's simple, that's straightforward, we know that. Judging by Q's ideology and creed, there would probably be no greater target than the world's strongest communicator, Yuri. But how would they know about her at all? Not really. Although I guess... No, doesn't really make sense. They should have just killed those three in the abandoned warehouse back then, if that was their true ideology. And Watase said that his goal wasn't to kill Yuri. He had plenty of opportunities, didn't he? Pretty sure he did. He injected her with AD and left her where she was. I still don't quite understand what it was the terrorists were thinking. Yeah, you erased his memories and the other two are dead. But you can restore his memories, we'll find out, we will find out. What if you restored Captain Kasagi's memory? Well, I mean, then he's gonna turn against you immediately, wouldn't he? Good idea, do it. I want to see that, that's a great idea. I want that tension. Do it. He's not gonna do it though, obviously. I probably could if I wanted, but we shouldn't. I mean, he is super dangerous. He's literally unstoppable. The only way to stop him is to erase his memories. Otherwise, like, he's conditioned his mind against the things, or he just got AD. Yeah, he just has the AD thing. I guess that's how he got made himself immune after Natsuko's first attack on him. And yeah, but we've seen Watase is unfucking stoppable. Like a goddamn Terminator. Physically fit, very intelligent, and he suspects things. Man, you really should tell him everything. Goddamn, you should tell him the truth. Rescue worker Watase. Fill his mind with more memories and understandings. And don't let the terrorists let out. No, do. I want them to clash though. I want the full personalities. Don't want these limited ones. Before he lost his memory, Watase was homicidal and full of malice. He could very well turn out like that again. I mean, it is a couple of decades worth of memories versus a couple of hours worth of memories. So yeah, the personality theoretically should be the strongest on the side of who he was before. In truth, our last Malice had threatened to come back several times already. Yeah, committing crimes every time. Just a small peek of the erased memories could potentially cause Watase to become ferocious again. Potentially, maybe, yeah. After all, peeking into Watase's memories meant making him remember them. Oh, yeah. But still, it's weird. Which of the things are weird, Yuri? What is? After he lost his memories, Captain Kasagi was such a nice person. He is a nice person, yes, he's the best person actually. He didn't seem like the same man who strangled me at all. Well, of course not, because he lost his memories of why he would, why he would do something like that. That's just how that works. True. It may have been because you were inside his mind, though. Doubtful. Or maybe, actually, yeah, maybe. Mind melting, that's a thing. That actually does make sense, yeah. Some of Natsuko imprinted on the empty canvas that is Watase's erased memories. That makes sense. True enough, Watasa had been straining to save everyone like a true rescue worker. But even if Watasa were a good man, the second he regained his memories, he could very well lose that character. Potentially, yes. That's why you need to strengthen his current character and personality so that he may face off in a mental clash, debate, or judgment in his mind for superiority and dominance. But is it okay to leave him as is? No, it's not. Straight up, it isn't. Like, that's a broken, half-formed man there. You have to give him back his full memories and everything. To face everything. How long can we keep him in this unnatural state? For as long as it's convenient for the story to undo that effect. Needless to say, it would be difficult. I hope it is. I hope it's full of tension. And like confrontation. Like everything. I hope it's difficult. I expect it to be, and it better be. Dr. Tegawa had said it herself in Yuri's memories. Memories erased with sympathy could return if given the chance. And Watasa nearly regained his memories several times. But in that case, what do I do? You stop being a little coward and confront the actual man instead of erasing him. As soon as that thought crossed Natsuko's mind, they heard a sound from outside the door. Oh. Natsuko, it's me. Please open up. Did he manage to get Luis? What? It was Watasa's voice. Did he bring Luis with him? I kinda doubt that, but fucking hell if he did. Natsuko rushed to the keypad beside the door and entered the password, upon which Watasa appeared. Sorry I'm late. Watasa spoke sadly as he entered the shelter. Okay, so he didn't manage to find her. That's fine. That was expected. And oddly, he was alone. It's not really odd. Luis is like a ninja though, so like, I mean, yeah, of course she managed to avoid him. She knows she can't take him on in one-on-one. Like, it's been proven. So yeah, she's avoiding him. Captain Kasagi, where's Luis? Fuck if I know. She was gone. Yeah, she could literally be anywhere. She's a ninja. Eh? I went to the emergency staircase where she fell, but she wasn't there. And she's a ninja, so she could literally be anywhere. Natsuko gasped. Of course she recovered. Luis disappeared too. Oh, confession? Ooh, who's gonna confess to what? Ooh, chapter titles are awesome like that though. Giving me these little preemptive thoughts. Astonished by the turn of events, Natsuko tried using empathy on Watasa. You know he's telling the truth. He then heard Watasa's mental voice. Swap. Did it take too long to get there? She might have already woken up. I mean, yeah, it was just a light concussion, at most. But where would she go? Literally anywhere. Watasa didn't appear to be lying. Why would he lie? He hasn't recovered his memories, so of course he's not going to be lying. Which was a relief to Natsuko. So basically, Luis probably woke up and went somewhere else, just as Watasa had surmised. In that case, I should be able to contact her through telepathy. Ooh, yes. Natsuko tried doing so immediately. Luis, can you hear me? Please respond mentally if you can. I'll listen for your answer through empathy. And just as he had told her, he then tried using empathy on Luis. But nothing. No matter how many times he used empathy, he couldn't hear her mental voice. What's going on? Why can't I communicate with Luis? Good question. Natsuko panicked as he tried to think of possible reasons. But there was only one thing he could think of. I see. Luis is probably injected with AD. Yeah, she might be. That would make sense, yes. Now that he thought about it, there were signs that Luis had been injecting herself, because, you know, why wouldn't she? Because she doesn't know that what it does, and she thinks it's still radiation. Yeah, she doesn't know anything about this whole thing. Yeah, right, she's still in the dark about the whole BC research aspect. Like how they had found empty AD ampules in places where she had been. Or how she was able to grapple with Watasa in the WX particle contaminated area N. Luis doesn't know that this place is actually BC research facility. Yeah, she doesn't. So she must have read the disaster prevention manual somewhere and kept injecting herself with AD under the belief that it's a radiation inhibitor. Yep, that makes sense. But talking about that point with Watase would complicate matters. Natsuko concluded that Louise waking up safely meant that she would probably be fine for the time being, so he changed the subject. I mean, yeah, she is a ninja and there's only like 3 semi-zombified people there. And Anna. Damn it, Anna, what the fuck? What is she? What is she up to? What is she doing? Where is she the whole time? God damn. Do you think Louise felt endangered and killed herself somewhere? I mean, she is the danger, generally speaking. Of the 5 unaccounted individuals, she is the most dangerous one. I mean, sure, Okita has the gun, but I mean, he's not really a good shot. I mean, Jun has the engine cutter, but that's a melee weapon, and it's heavy and bulky, so And Kazumi just has a fire extinguisher, whatever. It's whatever. And that probably has an actual gun as well, another one, maybe, probably. And she might know, like, martial arts or something like that. That wouldn't be surprising at all. No, would it? No, it wouldn't. Not at all. I wouldn't be surprised about anything regarding Anna. She could literally be anything at this point. I sure hope so. But something bugging you? A lot of things, actually. Yeah, you keep lying. She might be searching for me. Well, yeah, obviously. Come on. Keep up. Searching for you. Why? Because, come on now. You know, I've said this before, but that girl doesn't trust me at all. Yeah, it was not the greatest idea for him to go out and try to find her, because that would be a massive confrontation again. She herself told me and Tachibana why. You were unconscious, Natsuko. But do you remember hearing that conversation? No. I see. Pretty sure he did. Didn't he? Come on, Natsuko, you know why. I mean, you fucking know why Louise is angry at him. Oh, did I slip up and say saw some? Fuck me if I did. -1 point there. Watase's expression rapidly became pensive. Okay, so it's his confession, blah 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 blah. And the more Watase thought, the more uneasy Natsuko got. You kinda should. Watase is a fucking brilliant man. He's very smart, intelligent. Say, Natsuhiko, I know both you and that Masha girl got shot, but did you happen to see the face of the shooter? Yes, I'm staring at him right now. No, I didn't. He was hiding his face. Oh, that's such bullshit. Ah, another lie. Of course, he continues lying. Lie number 1 in this session. Ding. Honest? No, he's not. Come on, stop lying to him. He's fucking intelligent as hell. Natsuhiko, get the hint here. Like, stop lying. Honest, why do you ask? He's gonna catch you in a lie right now. Good. Good. Well, you might think it's weird for me to say this, but I can't keep silent about it any longer. Come on now. Watase drew closer to Natsuko and continued. The truth is, these strange images flash before my eyes whenever I see you kids. They're so vivid, like they're my own memories. Because they are. They're all disturbing images tinged with rage, fear, and bloodlust. Yeah, that makes sense. Like me fighting with some sort of monster or shooting someone from behind. Not some sort of... It's just a person. So, maybe... I don't even want to think about it, but... Was I the one who shot you kids? Here we go. Come on now. Yes, it is. Come on now. This is the perfect opportunity to lay everything out. Like he's in a, in a receptive mental state to, shocking information and revelations. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Don't let this opportunity slip by. Don't just tell him one truth. Tell him all the truths. Come on now. All of the fucking truths. Come on, come on, come on. They're not gonna do it though. Of course they're not gonna fucking do it. But what makes you think that? Come on now, Natsuko. Louise said that I was a terrorist. That I was the one who shot you. Correct and correct. But I tried not to think about it, because I'm supposed to be a rescue squad captain. After hearing everything Tachibana and Moribe said about me, I thought there was no way I could be a terrorist. But what about you, Yuri? You've been afraid of me ever since you first saw me, haven't you? There we go, that's true, that's correct. Yes, she has. No, stop lying. For fuck's sake, stop lying. Could it have been for the same reason? Yes. Come on, come on, come on, come on. The audience knows the answers. It's time for the characters to know the answers as well. For fuck's sake. There's no point keeping this more of a secret. It doesn't benefit the audience. It makes me a little frustrated, honestly. Makes me a little bit frustrated. Because I'm not a rescue squad captain, but a terrorist. I mean, it's both. You're both now. Do you kids know who I really was before I lost my memory? Yes, they do. Please, tell me. Yes, please do tell him. For fuck's sake, tell him. Even Natsuko could see just how thoroughly confused Watasu was. Oh shit, you erased like 35 years of his memories. Or something like that, 32. Something like that. I don't remember his exact age, but doesn't really matter. Watasu was probably scared to know the truth. Yes, but he is ready to face it. He's willing to face the truth. Like, of course he's scared of the truth because it's like a horrible idea. But he's ready for it. He's like mentally preparing himself for it. Like he is a mental fortress. He can handle it. He can handle the truth. Like he can handle the truth. Like, come on now. Natsuko couldn't handle the truth for like 9 years. Like this guy is... Come on. And Natsuko was scared to tell to him. Oh, be brave. Overcome the fear. Come on. We can't keep this up. No, you can't. Correct. It doesn't look like we can keep deceiving him like this for much longer. No, you cannot, and it would be a very, very bad idea to do so. Natsuko quietly asked a question. Captain Kasagi, do you want to regain your lost memories? Oh, I wasn't expecting it to happen so soon, but yes. Yes. Both Watasu and Yuri's eyes widened at those words. Alright, he didn't tell Yuri that he did that. Alright, he's been keeping the secret. Oh, fuck's sake, yes. Natsuko, you are redeeming yourself right now. Hell the fuck yeah. Hikarin, what are you saying? I'm sorry, Yuri. I know what I said earlier, but now that he's noticed, we don't have much of a choice. You shouldn't have lied to him from the beginning, but you know what? It's fine. Well, what are you two talking about? You don't have a choice in regards to what exactly? Don't worry about that now, Captain Kasagi. Please answer me. Do you want to regain your memory? Once you do regain your memories, it may very well change who you are. Yes, I want that. I want to see the clash, the mental clash and the struggle. The current Watasu, the rescue squad captain who desperately struggled to save everyone's lives, could disappear. I mean, no, part of that will still be there. It's not like you're gonna erase the memories of these past 9 hours. Once you learn the truth, your perception of the world could change. Your relations with everyone around us could take an about face and make enemies out of everyone. And once you know the truth, there's no turning back. I mean, there is. You could just erase them again, though. That's kind of the elephant in the room there. Do you still want to regain your memory? Watasu silently pondered the question for a moment. Yeah. And answered with a grave voice. I can't stand being in the dark any longer. I can't stand considering the possibility that I could be a bad guy, when I don't even know what it is that I've done. Natsuko understood Watasu's bitter sentiment. That's right. I thought you'd say something like that, of course. You want proof that your will to save everyone, even at the cost of your own life, is genuine, don't you? It's not. I mean, it is. It actually is genuine. Of the Watasu of these past 9 hours that exists. And with that consideration, Natsuko finally made up his mind. If that's the case, Captain Kasagi, then allow me to tell you the truth. Fuck yeah. I've been lying to you all this time. Fuck yeah. Your suspicions were correct. The auditory hallucination you've been hearing was indeed my telepathy. Yes, just like this. But yeah. Watasu's face froze instantly. Natsuko continued as Watasu stared at him in total shock. Furthermore, I've been using empathy to listen to your mental voice all this time as well. Oh, Yeah, everything. Fuck yeah. Total confession. I've also been sharing your senses. Everything you've seen, I've seen as well. But the BC abilities don't stop there. Total confession. Oh man, I can manipulate memories. Yeah, that's a terrifying thing. I can commit crimes. Your memories disappeared because of me. Natsuko's words quietly echoed in the still shelter. Prepared. Oh, Watase is prepared. But, like, that's one hell of a fucking revelation to have right now thrown at him. Watase was greatly perturbed by Natsuko's declaration. I can manipulate memories. He would have laughed at the very idea of it under any other circumstances. But there was not a single trace of a lie in Natsuko's voice and the face at that moment. Is that true? Yes. He tried thinking that as a test, only to get an immediate telepathic reply. Yeah, it is. There was no longer any room for doubt. Natsuko was reading Watase's mind and talking directly into it. So people like this really do exist. Suddenly, the seemingly normal boy who had been standing before him now looked like a monster wielding a mysterious power in Watase's eyes. He's not a monster, he's still just a person. He's a dumb teenager, still. He's still just a dumb teenager. And seeing as how she didn't look surprised in the slightest, perhaps Yuri also had the same power, correct? Natsuko. Watase called out to Natsuko in a shaky voice. If it's true that you erased memory, then is it possible for you to restore them? Maybe, I don't know, probably. Yeah, of course. Then please do it. The key to all these unsolved mysteries should be in my memories. They should be, actually, yeah, they really should be. You're probably right. But if I'm going to be totally honest here, I don't want to do it. You understand what I'm getting at. Watase pondered the meaning of those words. Why wouldn't Natsuhiko want to give him back his memories? He could think of only one answer for that. Yep. So I really am the one who attacked Natsuko and his friends. Correct. But he erased memories and rendered me powerless in order to protect himself. Correct. It's still a crime. He still committed a crime. Don't justify it. I mean, it is kind of justified, but still not really. There still should be consequences for him of doing that. Watase wanted to collapse onto his knees right then and there. If that was true, then that meant the gun Watase had found lying near Natsuko in the area and most likely belonged to Watase himself. He'd used it to shoot Natsuko and left it there. If his theory was correct, then it explained everything. All the pieces had fallen into place. Shit. Yeah. Watase gritted his teeth. He had no idea what kind of person he'd been before his amnesia, but there was no doubt he'd been a wicked man. That thought made Watase's heart feel like it would shatter into a million pieces. Then does that mean I don't have a chance in hell of earning their trust? No, you do. You just gotta mentally wrestle with Watase the terrorist. Trust. That was the one thing Watase wanted more than anything else at the moment. There was absolutely no way he could rescue the ones he wished to save if they didn't trust him. That is correct. Those who do not want help cannot get help. Or like, will not take help. Doesn't matter how forcibly you offer it, it's just not gonna happen. It's just not gonna work. You'd have to show them his resolve in order to gain that trust. Yes, that's right. The resolve to cast away my own life. But how do I show them that the past me and the current me are different? Wait, I know. You do? He absolutely could not put himself above them. Watase then thought about the object in his breast pocket. The pistol. It was the only way. Natsuhiko. Watase resolved himself and took out the gun. Oh, alright. If I am wicked, shoot me. Damn. Oh, shut up. You know he's not gonna do anything. Come on, the current Watase is not... Their faces warped with pride. Natsuko stepped forward to protect Yuri. But Watase calmly held out the gun, holding it by the barrel, and gently presented it to Natsuhiko. Take this, and then restore memories for me after that. Come on now, obviously. Your greatest fear is the chance that I'll attack you guys again once I get my memories back, alright? Yes, that is their greatest fear right now. So this is just a precaution. If I try to attack you as soon as I get my memories back, then shoot me down. Don't hesitate. They wouldn't be able to do that. No. They would not be able to do that. What? It sounds like my old self is a rather untrustworthy son of a bitch. Yes. But the current me is a great and upstanding guy, the best character in the entire story. It is probably different. Well, I believe that, and you are, and that's fucking amazing. I love that. But nothing he ever said right now could convince them of that. So he had to express himself through actions rather than words. Indeed. Please, this is the only way I can show you my sincerity. I'd rather die than kill you guys. Captain Kasagi. And the earnesty of his plea seemed to finally draw a hint of trust out of Natsuhiko. Natsuko timidly stretched his hand out and took the gun. I don't think he has the cojones to actually shoot him. Ever, if it came down to that. Natsuko grasped the gun tightly and stared at Watase. The man's words and demeanor held not an ounce of insincerity. Of course, he really is a good guy deep down. A little awkward, sure, but still good. Fucking good, that's an understatement. The best. Natsuko found it highly unlikely that merely connecting with Watase's mind could have possibly produced such a noble character. No, it was some kind of trauma and events and all sorts of nonsense stuff happening. Natsuko had always thought that Watase's rebirth from a deranged murderer to a completely different person after amnesia was only a temporary change. I mean, yeah, no, like him becoming a wicked young man, well, not really that young, happened, you know, sometime only a few years ago in the incident that cost the life of the light of his life. You know, the girl, the woman, whatever, whoever she was, that we saw in the mirror. That Watase's true character was evil, through and through, but now, no, it's not. We know that's not. Could it be the opposite? Ah, it's missing a word here, come on now. Oh well. Could it be that Watase's true character is good, and was the pre-amnesic Watase that was the temporary one? Yeah, it's more complicated than that. It's like people are very, very complicated, multifaceted. And for some reason, Watase became vicious at the time. Now they thought about that possibility, it explained a lot. Although actually now they put forth the idea that the other three going crazy with murderous intent, like just kind of a bit too abruptly in this place and whatnot, does give credence to this idea, this possibility, this theory. So what exactly is turning people to blood-crazed murderers in this facility? I guess we'll just have to wait and see and find out. No, wait, it's not just Watase. Yeah, there we go. I'm literally a sentence ahead a little bit sometimes in this. Come to think of it, Jun, Miss Tachibana, and Mr. Rukita's sudden abnormal shift in behavior all seem to resemble Watase's character transfiguration. Oh yeah, actually, yeah, that makes sense. Like, yeah, Watase became crazy here, like blood murdering crazy here. Because you know, if he was like that before, like those three in the abandoned warehouse when they had caught them, dead, absolutely fucking dead. But they didn't kill them there, so their intention wasn't murder, at least not like that. It was something else. But then something. Okay, so yeah, so. What is happening in Labo? The fuck? The fuck is Natsuko's mother working on here? Well, I'll get although I'm thinking too hard again. Let's not do that again. But it's fun to overthink things. But then I dismiss that thought immediately and don't even share it. Okay, anyway, moving on. Doesn't that make Watase just another victim? Oh, damn. Yeah, complicated. It's complicated. Natsuko had firmly believed original Watase equals vicious terrorist, but now that presumption quickly became suspect. But if that weren't the case, then why did Watase have a gun? I mean, there are still terrorists who planted bombs and stuff like that, although... What did they manage to plant bombs here? That... Yeah. Fire extinguisher bombs. If he weren't a terrorist, then there was no way he'd bring a gun into the facility. Who was the true Watase, and how long had he been made vicious. It's... Oh no, he was already like, you know, crazy, evil several days ago in the bus when Mashiro heard his mental voice. Maybe? God, it's... everything is suspect now. Everything is suspect. What was his purpose in coming to the facility in the first place? Natsuko had the feeling he would find the answer to all of those questions within Matase's memories. Well, yeah. Understood, Captain Kasagi. I'll restore your memory. Can I count on you? Yes, I'm the one who erased it, so I'll be the one to restore it. When those words left Natsuko's lips, Yuri gasped and raised her voice. Wait, Hikarin, I'll do it. Eh? You? You've never done a restoration of erased memories before, have you? I mean, he hadn't erased memories before either. I guess restoration is a bit more complicated. It's much easier to destroy than it is to build. I do have some experience with memory fabrication, though. I'll be able to manage. Oh yeah, right. I'm not so sure, so I'll do it instead. She is more proficient at this. She does actually have, like, you know, experience. No, Yuri, it's dangerous. Oh, fuck off. Your brain is just as underdeveloped as hers, effectively. Like this is the mental space. Like, just because you're the man in this situation, that doesn't mean shit here. It's the mind. She's got more experience with this shit, although she is just the harmless little bunny, though. Established personality traits and whatnot, so... Well, like, you're a dumbass. So, it doesn't really change much, does it? And she has fine, whatever. Natsuko stubbornly resisted Yuri's suggestion. When I dove through Captain Kasagi's memories before, I was exposed to an enormous malice inside his mind. That might have been someone else melding with his brain as well. Ooh, suggestion theory, ha ha ha. It was so intense, it felt like it had corrupted my own mind as well. Yeah, it's definitely the, you know, the physically dead but mentally still totally active girl. Think maybe? Probably. I can't afford to expose you to that same malice. Oh, whatever. No way. But then you'll be the one in danger, Hikarin. Yeah, you're both basically on equal footing, really. No, it's okay, Yuri. I think I'm more resistant to the malice than you are. And why is that? Yuri grew quiet for a moment, but she eventually made up her mind and spoke. Then at least allow me to explain the memory restoration process in detail. Sure. There are a lot of things I need to warn you about beforehand. Yeah, please do. Yuri thus began her explanation. Oh, it's gonna be an actual explanation. Alright, depending on how long this is, we might end the stream before we restore Kasagi's memories for tomorrow, because that's gonna be... I feel like once that happens, it's going to be kind of a roller coaster for a little bit. I'm already a little bit over halfway. The time I generally allot for these. So, well, we'll see. Anyway. First, when you enter Captain Kasagi's brain, I believe you'll see countless fragments of memories floating around. Those fragments are the visualization of the information that fills the human brain. Brains. And yes, I'm gonna keep doing that every time. Or almost every time. Natsuko had guessed as much. Yuri continued once Natsuko nodded to indicate his comprehension. It normally takes a considerable amount of practice to reach the visualization stage, but it seems that you've already reached it. Yeah, prodigies. Yeah, when I entered your brain in Mashiro's, I was able to visualize the information. You were, weren't you? So all of the memories Captain Kasagi originally had should be found within the visualized brain. The memories you deleted may be fragmented and unrecallable, but they should still be there somewhere. Now that you mentioned, Mom also said something like that in one of your memories. Yeah, information is indestructible technique or something like that. But with each memory you see, Captain Kasagi will remember it too at the same time. Oh right, so yeah, we're doing this, yeah. So Yuri should have the gun. In case Kasagi decides to be aggressive. Because during this process, Natsuko will physically be like, in a coma, effectively. So if you want to restore his memories to how it was, you have to perform memory access for all of the memories you erased. Which is literally like 32 years worth of memories. That's a lot. He didn't really give a glimpse at any of them, did he? At least we didn't say. Memory access? You take all of the target's memories and focus hard on which subject matter of memories you want to see. Do that and you'll recompose the fragmented memories and return them back to normal. It's like a search and restore function in like a massive corrupted text file or something like that, I guess. Whatever. I know it might sound difficult, but all you really need to do is try to remember the memories you want to see in the same simple way you would try to remember your own memories. Incidentally, when you saw my memories and Mashron's, you were performing memory access. Was I? With Mashron, you were accessing the memories that pertain to the criterion of why she lied to you. With me, the criteria were probably what happened 9 years ago and what have I been doing ever since then. I see. So that's what it was. So in other words, what I'm doing is borrowing Captain Kasagi's brain and getting him to remember his own memories himself, eh? Yeah, the brain just kind of does that, generally speaking, all the time. Whenever you access a memory, it just kind of restores it. And that's why your memories over time might change to be different than what they originally were. The brain is a really capable organ, but it's also has to deal with so much information that it can, well, mistakes happen. Just like whenever like cells split, there might be mutations. Whenever you recall a memory, something might go a little awry, and the memory might change a little bit based on your own personal biases and like other experiences and everything else. It's really fucking complicated. Exactly. And that's because you're using sense of sympathy to connect your brains. Which meant that to restore Watasa's memories to normal, Natsuko just had to do the opposite of what he did when he erased those memories. He had performed memory erasure with the criterion of all the memories composing Watasa's personality. Okay, so that's why he still remembered how to speak Japanese and all that other junk. So all he needed to do was perform memory access with the same criterion and view those memories. Got it. Any other key points? When reading memories, try your best to start from the oldest ones first, I guess. You guess. Because it's far easier to understand the target's past by going through it in chronological order. Yes, that absolutely, that makes total sense. Like, stories told in chronological order are the best, because, like, I mean, that is a perfect example of it being very strange, but, like, well done in the movie Memento. That's a very fascinating movie, where, spoilers, the story is told in reverse order. I mean, it's not really a spoiler, you kind of get the idea initially. That's like, oh, there's like gunshot wounds and whatnot, what the fuck? And then you just keep going backwards until the first memories. And supposedly watching the movie in chronological order, quote unquote, is a very different experience. I don't know, haven't seen that version of it. I might have to. It's been a while. That was a good movie. I enjoyed it. Yes. Okay. Anyway, moving on. Another important point. When you view a target's memories, your impressions influence the memories themselves. Right. Yeah. So it's not yeah. They cause subtle changes in the details of the memory, so be careful. Oh yeah, right. When she did that, yeah, she kind of inadvertently or maybe deliberately, I don't remember, created the ghost version of herself in Natsuhiko's memories. Yeah. Subtle changes in the details of the memory. You mean like memory manipulation? Yeah. It's not exactly on the scale of manipulation, but it's close. It's like unintentional. It's like... For example, let's suppose that in Captain Kasagi's memory, you meet Lieutenant Tachibana, okay? Okay. If you think I like her at the moment, then it'll give Captain Kasagi a favorable impression of Lieutenant Tachibana as well. The opposite is possible too. Okay, yeah, so they're detailing the enneagram thingy that sometimes appears here. Huh. So, okay, so that's what that is. Okay. We are the psychic ghost. We are the psychic ghost who's been recalling all of these memories from everyone. Man, that's okay. Yeah, okay. If you think I like her at the moment, then it'll give Kasagi a favorable impression of Lieutenant Tachibana as well. The opposite is possible too. You mean that even if reality doesn't change, impressions can? Well, yeah. Obviously. Exactly. The images inside the head are ambiguous to begin with, you see. And so the impressions you have will become the truth for the target. Never forget that. Oh yeah. Yuri's warning reminded Natsuko of the words he had heard a few days ago. People tend to rewrite their own memories unconsciously. Oh yeah, we always do that. I sometimes catch myself almost doing that with like conversation stuff like that. I didn't say that. No, stop recalling that. That's not the conversation that happened. For fuck's sake. Like, I know it's not. Stop remembering it that way. I didn't say that. I only said that vaguely differently and only later. Even if the truth doesn't change, feelings do. There is no absolute truth. The past is a haze of ambiguity. That's what the Phantom Yuri said. And perhaps the same could be said in regards to reading other people's memory. So to objectively learn the truth, the way it was, should I try to keep my consciousness as flat as possible when I look through memories? Sounds right. I've tried to do that too, for the most part. Those are all the key points. Are you okay so far? And with that, Natsuko mentally sorted through what he was told. There were 3 things he had to remember. To restore Watasa's memory back to normal, Natsuko had to access Watasa's memories of the past and view them. To best understand Watasa, Natsuko should read his memories in chronological order starting from the oldest. Natsuko's impressions during sense of sympathy influence Watasa's memory. Thus, Natsuko should keep his consciousness as flat as possible. Yeah, it doesn't seem like there'll be any problems. Oh, you think so? Okay, then last of all... hand-holding. Adorable. Yuri grasped Natsuko's hand. Hikarin, even if it looks like you're about to lose to the malice within Captain Kasasagi's mind, I'll be there for you. Thanks, Yuri. If you ever feel in danger during sense of sympathy, think of me. When your mind threatens to shatter, that should provide you with salvation. Yuri gazed at Natsuko as she spoke anxiously. Her words gave him courage more than anything else. Yeah, glad you have my back, Yuri. Yuri smiled at Natsuhiko. And with the gun gripped in his left hand, Natsuko turned back to Watase. Sorry for the wait, Captain Kasasagi. Let's begin work on restoring your memory. Yeah, I'm ready when you are. Watase seemed nervous. Natsuko walked up to him. Here we go. Decision time on my part. And activated sense of sympathy. You know, yeah, we're gonna leave this for tomorrow as we dive into Watasa's memories to learn the truth and restore him to who he was. We'll leave the mental struggle and actuation. Is that what I'm looking for? No, it's not, probably. For later. Yes, a little shorter, on the shorter side, but the next segment of the story is going to be lengthy and full of drama. So I would rather keep it for when I am, not gonna run into it being like almost midnight by the time we're done with that. You understand. Anyway, it's still been a fair chunk. Besides, if I manage to succeed, this part is going to be fucking long. I'm gonna try and do one every single day for this entire week. 7 parts. It's already 2.5 hours long at this point, give or take a little bit more than that. So, typical podcasts are only like an hour long, and this is hour like what, 65 going on or something like that. Whatever, doesn't matter. Anyway, let's distract ourselves from that for a moment. Let's give ourselves a breather. Let's prepare ourselves to calm ourselves with some other music. Yes, orchestral maneuvers in the dark, walking on the Milky Way. Maneuvers. Fuck that word. Like, I generally don't want to be like, aggressive and like, confrontational, something like that, whatever the word I'm looking for. But like, French spelling and pronunciation, it's like night and day almost, like, fuck's sake. I mean, my native language pronounces every single letter in the words. Basically without exception. Yeah, can't really think of any glaring ones. But yes, Manoeuvres. Maneuvers. Fucking Americanize that. That bastardization of words. I mean, I can't really blame English. I mean, French is basically the language of the lords and kings and whatnot for centuries. So yeah, obviously whatnot. Anyway, there's still Polish, which has all the Z's and stuff like that, which is like, the fuck are you? But it's intimidating. Polish is a lot more fucking intimidating. I think it's Polish. I don't remember. It's one of those languages. In the Balkans, maybe? I don't know. Just because I live, basically, they're all neighbors, technically, geographically speaking, doesn't mean I know shit about them. Like, fuck that, don't expect me to. Europe's way too fucked up of a continent with too much history in every single country to deal with that. Like, everyone has their own fucking grievances all over the place. Anyway, the Highwayman. Yeah, let's go to America. The simplicity of the Highwayman. Born and raised in black and white. Like, all kinds of, like, what was it? Johnny Cash, I know, was part of the Highwayman. There's a couple of other legends there as well. It's fucking great. Anyway, it's fucking fantastic. Jerry Lee Lewis, Great Balls of Fire. That's a silly song. Nazareth, Trouble, and Yoko Kanno, Tank. Cowboy Bebop's fucking amazing show. It's amazing. I don't know. There's like a live action one as well. At some point happened, or in the process of, or something like that. Anyway, don't care. I should look up the music for that. I think it's Yoko Kanno still doing it, so it should be interesting. I should find something good from that. Yes, but that's that. Yes, we shall leave the kids and Watase to restore himself, him to his former self or some altered self. Man, I'm really looking forward to that. That's I'm glad they actually got to it. Like, the story is not faffing about as much as it could. But, like, I mean, how could it faff about, though, actually? All the characters are missing. We don't have other perspectives. Like, they can't really throw in other characters in here. Like, it just all of a sudden to disturb, like, interrupt things. I'm glad they haven't been doing that. It's really nice. Really nice. Yes, it is nice. There's only such a limited cast of characters, and they're doing quite a bit with all of them. There's still so much, like 60 hours in, there's still so much unknown about them, about many of them. I mean, Jun and Kazumi, there's probably not that much to know about them. They seem like just genuine, regular people doing their jobs. Like, sure, there's a bit of history for Kazumi with Watase and stuff like that, but eh. And Jun's just like a kid. She's only like 20, so there's not that much to go back through, anyway. But yeah, Ukita's a researcher here as well. Miyoko, she's like the most critical character of the whole fucking thing. Yeah, and Anna. Anna Tsubakiyan, what the hell? What the hell? The woman of mysteries. The woman of all of the mysteries. It's fascinating. Alright. I'm faffing a bit too much. Anyway, I gotta say, ta-ta for now. I'll see you in a few moments, minutes, hours, days, probably, hopefully not days. I want to keep this up for tomorrow as well. Yes, keep this ball going, rolling. Keep the momentum going. All right, enough. Bye-bye now. Oh, hello there. We return. It's like 4 days later. I lied. I could not do one every single day because I can't do that. It just doesn't work. Even a slow week at work is not so slow sometimes. Which sucks. Honestly, that was... Oh well. I'll just have to try this when I'm on vacation or something. I don't know. Don't know. Doesn't really matter. I'll do this when I want to and have some more fun. Anyway, we continue with Root Doubled for Character Days Extended Edition with Watase's memories. We're gonna go into his memories. We're gonna find out who he is. Fully, completely. Everything. I'm excited. But first things first. As always, we have to do... Oh, right, this thing. Just turn off. Did I remember to update this one? Yes, I did. Good. That thing is updated as well. But anyway, before we get to that, as always, we have to do some vocal exercise and catch up with other things that may or may not have happened, which is nothing else. Anyway, there we go. Let's do some reading for now of another short story, so that we may exercise the voice and stuff like that. Anyway, where are you? There you are. There we go. Short story 17. Alright. This is the thing. You adjust the things, you hear creaking sounds, that's the chair doing the thing. That's just how that works. A hurried chant can be heard from the basement. Sever the source, restore the light. Sever the source, restore the light. It repeats over and over again. The voice belongs, or once belonged, to James Harry Longray. He remains in the basement, never eating, the food just rotting on the plates, never sleeping, the chanting repeating for a minute every 14 minutes without fail. None can see him. Well, they can see his unmoving husk of a body, but not him. The heart barely beats, the vocal cord makes the noises, but nothing about him shows true signs of life. Upon touch or shove, his body feels like a statue. If pushed over, he remains down. James led a normal life, according to his father. It was odd he didn't go on dates or see anyone, at least not publicly, but he was an aspiring attorney only 28 years old when he became like this. It took a while to discover though, as he lived alone and took regular trips to other states, so his friends and family weren't too worried. That is, until a month had passed with no calls from him to anyone. The police found him hunched over a blank book with black pages at his residence in Kentucky, chanting those words, "Sever the source, restore the light." But when they tried to take him upstairs, his body began to violently convulse, hurting himself more than others. Doctors couldn't pinpoint any illness or condition, and sedation didn't have any effect on the spastic reaction to being removed from the basement. It did, however, silence the chanting, and when he did not at a time, he usually would, his body began to visibly decay. It was as if he was dead and undergoing accelerated decomposition. Quite a fascinating sight to behold, truth be told. A terrifying reminder of mortality, yet oddly calming. Okay, weird way to describe that. Scientists, priests, various nutjobs tried to see him. Some were allowed to, others snuck in later. Anyway, no DNA abnormalities. Various faiths claimed him either a messenger of their god or devil, a sign of the end times, the rapture. Countless conspiracy theories about aliens, government implants, sterilization plots, and on it went for years. Then a decade, then a second one. Over time, people started to dismiss this story as a hoax, a legend, fiction. And soon enough, as the generations changed, most of the world would forget about James Harry Longray. But he never forgot. Well, technically he never knew about any of it to begin with, but with each passing year the book was in his presence, symbols began to appear in the pages. Events so subtle, observers, who at this point were interns assigned here while they learned how to use surveillance equipment, never remained long enough to notice, and rarely cared enough to check back far enough to see the changes happening. Rarely. But it did happen twice. Once, when the story was a national sensation, a determined conspiracy theorist saw a faint outline on the open page from a picture and tried to get in and steal the book. His motives were quite fanatical. When he failed to get the book out of the building, he couldn't. When he tried to throw the book outside, his arm went numb. Fearful, he put it on the ground and set it on fire and ran off. The book did not burn, nor were any scorch marks found when another came by to inspect the ruckus. The faint outline was gone though. It was blank once more. The second time somebody noticed was roughly 53 years later. James was technically 107 at the time, but his body, aside from the decay on his arms and legs from being moved away a few times, was largely the same. At this point, this assignment was a simple training routine. Nobody who could care was qualified or informed enough, and anyone else was either not paid enough or assigned anywhere else. A student named Holly was bored and asked if she could go downstairs and have a look up close. The underpaid agent said, "Sure, knock yourself out." and continued watching the playoffs while silently feeling miserable. Holly went down and just walked around James in a circle. She then got bored of that too and picked up the book and started reading. All the symbols were unknown to her, or anyone alive for that matter, but she didn't know that either. But she casually perused each page regardless. James began his irregular chanting, and Holly began to feel a little lightheaded. The symbols were now glowing in a slightly yellow hue, and Holly's body started convulsing, but not enough to make her drop the book. In fact, her eyes were now fixated on each symbol as her hands gently turned page after page. James's chanting growing weaker and more hushed, his body catching up with time. After a minute, Holly had gone through every page and was now hunched over a blank book with black pages next to a pile of dust. 14 minutes later, Holly began chanting, "Restore the light, connect the bridge. Restore the light, connect the bridge." A bit of an ominous, I guess, horror story or something like that. I feel like I probably should rewrite that. That's some odd grammatical choices in place, I feel. Anyway. Sometimes I write with way too many complex sentences. Anyway, that's no longer relevant. So, to recap, actually no, fuck that, we're not going to recap anything. We are going into Watas's brain and restoring all his memories. That's the only thing that matters. Gotta take a sip of water. And fuck everything else, we're going in. We are going in. That's all the only thing that matters. I have been excitedly anticipating this for the past several days now. And we are here. Into Watas's mind, learning everything there is to know about him. What happened? How did he become a terrorist? Who's that dead girl he saw? What was the plan? Why didn't they kill the children when they had the chance? Why didn't they just... So much to know, so much to find out. Anyway, Natsuko walked up to him, here we go, and activated Senses Sympathy. Going in. At that moment, Natsuko's brain connected with Watas's. Countless visions flickered in the darkness in the same way they did when Natsuko saw Yuri and Mashiro's memories. Those visions were all probably Watas's memories. First up is Memory Access. Let's access all the memories comprising Watas's original personality, and that is all the memories related to this incident. Natsuko recalled. In order to resurrect Watas's lost memory, remember the past of Watase Kasasagi. Remember all the memories that shaped his personality. Once Natsuko concentrated on that desire, several memories floated up from the darkness. I just need to view these all one by one. With that in mind, Natsuko peeked into the oldest of those memories, of 10 hours ago. Waking up in the thing, right? Yeah, going through. It was clearly different from the simple sense of sympathy that Natsuko had been using on Watase before. Oh, interesting. Different. Visions like that of a dream long forgotten appeared to him. Those were Watase's memories. The ones Natsuko had sealed away to protect Mashiro. Natsuko looked at the oldest memory Watase had that was relevant to this incident. Is this from when Watase was back in high school? Oh, we're going, oh, right, incident, like everything. Oh, okay. Okay, alright. Just like when he had checked Yuri's memories, he knew that for a fact without anyone telling him. Okay, so back in the 2010s-ish. It was a memory of 16 years ago, when Watase was just 16 years old. And right around the time when Natsuko was born. Okay. That day, Watase had been quietly reading a book in his room as he listened to classical music. And along with that sense of nostalgia, he heard her cheery voice play back in his ears. Hello. Wataru. Watase. Okay, she's a fun one. Watase's calm, relaxing time was completely annihilated by that voice. Oh, well, I guess technically correct. Replaced with a more fun time. Hey, have some fun. Cheery one. Oh, great. Her again? Oh, shut up now. She's fun. Watase turned around to see a girl whose face resembled his own. Wataru. Oh, come on, Wataru. I don't think the whole neighborhood quite heard that one. Something up? I guess a sister or something? Look outside. Isn't the weather just wonderful? Huh? Wait, that's it? That's good enough, that's enough. Don't be a jerk. Quit burying your head in those textbooks and come outside and play with me. No, playing outside just cause the weather's nice is something kids do. It's fun. Fuck off. Teenagers don't appreciate the simple joys in life. Ah, don't be a spoil spot. You're gonna grow mold if you stay cooped up in this room forever. Wataru forcefully pried Watase away from his desk. Hey! Come on, let's get a move on. We're gonna go to the city, so hurry up and get your things. Okay, fine, just give me a second. Teenage Watase is annoying little shit, just like teenage Natsuhiko is. Sure. I mean, most teenagers are annoying little bastards, aren't they? Probably. OP bastards like I was, kind of. Anyway, whatever. Some are fun. Anyway, Watase tried resisting her for a short while, but he soon caved in. He knew better by now than to go against Wataru whenever she wanted to do something. The gentle sunlight bathed the city streets. Watase and Wataru walked side by side in that weather. It really is such a nice day. Feels like the whole world's shining. I guess. He's literally the same. Watase replied to Wataru's overjoyed voice with an apathetic mutter. Yeah. Though she was his older twin sister and almost had the exact same face as him, their personalities could not be any more different. Okay, so she's a twin. Excellent. Alright, now we know that. The light of his life. The yin to his yang. Or is the other way around? Anyway, doesn't matter. One of the things. And then something happens though, which is gonna be real fucking sad and heartbreaking, isn't it? Fuck me, right, yeah, okay. I guess we gotta mentally prepare for that. It's like one horrible hospital accident where her and 117 other people die. Right, that thing. Jeez. Alright, mentally preparing myself. Okay. Watase was an indoors person who liked spending his days off reading books. Hence why the only reason he was out of the house right now was because Wataru had taken him out around town. So, why'd you want to go out to the city? Need to do something here? Nah, just figured I'd go look and see if there was anything I could get for you. Just got my latest paycheck from my part-time job, so it's on me. Oh, then maybe some paperbacks from the bookstore would be nice. No and no. That'll kill the whole purpose of me treating you. We need something that we'll actually have fun by. Giving him that face of like, you disappointed me. How pathetic. I know, how about your big sis picks out some clothes for you? No, you don't need to. Why not? You've actually got some nice looks to start out with. But you can't let it go to waste by being plain all the time. Is that your sole way of complimenting yourself? They're twins? Yes, that is. I guess you could look at it that way too. Maybe that works. Yeah, why not? Wataru walked with a clear destination in mind as they had that talk. She took Watase to cheap trendy clothes shop and bought him all sorts of clothes. Jeez. They left the store with Watase covered in his new apparel and with Wataru looking at him approvingly. Observing him like that. Yeah, it's perfect. You're looking pretty sharp there if I do say so myself. Think so? Watase had never been particularly mindful of what he wore. He just didn't think it was all that important. Honestly, I don't either. And I still don't. Whatever. Anyway, I'm starving. Let's get a bite to eat. Okay then. But it's on you this time, you hear? Oh, fine. I guess I can do that. Yes. Yay. Now let's go to the usual pasta joint. Cheering happily and with a skip and a step, Wataru walked off. Watase followed behind her languidly. Oh, you're gonna get left behind. But are you sure you want to be spending your Sunday hanging out with your brother? Why not? It's a really beautiful day and it's the weekend. You don't have a boyfriend or anything? Oh, I don't need someone like that. Not when I've got my cute little brother. Okay. Sure, let's go with that. Hey, what's with that reaction? That ain't cute at all. I mean, it's... I guess it isn't. I don't know. Watase let out a wry laugh at Wataru's melodramatic voice. The twins then finished eating. They checked the bookstore afterwards and looked at some novels, and before they knew it, the sun was coming down. It's gonna get dark real soon. Shouldn't we be heading home? We'd like to attend Mom and Dad thing after all. Oh, it's fine. You're like 16 years old. It's fine. It's not the best idea. Teenagers are dumb. Not be up to no good, but it's old enough to be responsible enough. Plus, there's two of them, so eh. The twins decided to walk home to save money on bus fare. And on their way home, Wataru suddenly shouted as they passed the fire department. Watase, look at that, it's a big fire engine. Watase looked into the station to see the men wearing orange uniforms coming out. Who are they? Look a bit too snazzy to be firefighters. They're a rescue squad. Ah, she's got the hots for them. A rescue squad. Our city has one of those? Nope. They were probably just sent in from Tokyo or somewhere to give our firefighters some disaster prevention training. So what's the big deal about them? What do you mean, what's the big deal? They're so cool! Ah, she's gushing. Oh, so you're into macho men like that? No, not that. I'm strictly talking about their job, not their apparel appeal as men. They go through hell and high water all to save lives. I really look up to people like that. Really? But there's no female rescue squad workers out there now, eh? Oh, that's gonna change, don't worry about it. If possible, I'd like to be one, and she's got the spunk to be one. What? That's news to me. You want a crappy job like that? She just said it's the coolest thing ever. You get to go through hell and high water to save people and like selfless and shit like that. Hey, don't call it a crappy job. It's a wonderful line of work. Sorry, tongue slipped. But a rescue worker, eh? Watase carefully looked Wataru over. She certainly had the attitude, but she wasn't all that good at sports. Well, that you can train that, so that doesn't matter. I think it'll be tough for you. Won't know until I actually make it to that point. I'll think about that stuff after I become one. Fair enough. I'm worried about if you can become one. Hey, it's in really bad taste to stomp on people's dreams. Don't you have a dream? Not yet. Not really. Not really. Eh? Man, you're a real lonely boy, you know that? Can't blame me on that one. World's in a recession and Japan's hitting a dead end. Future's not looking all that bright. You're overthinking things, Watase. Yeah, that's a bit too high-minded thoughts for a 16-year-old, honestly. Do that and you'll just wuss out to the point where you won't be able to make sense of anything anymore. You really think so? Personally, I think it'd be better for you to think a bit before you act. You can skip the thinking part sometimes. It's not that important. I mean, I do it all the time. Except when I don't. And I overthink things and then it just gets... Then the brain just... Okay, anyway. It does that. I overthink things to the point where I forget what I'm even thinking about. It really... Okay, never mind. He'd rather not be thinking along the same lines as her. But Wataru paid no heed to Watase's disapproval as she lifted her hand in the air. Okay, I've made up my mind. Running training starts tomorrow. Sure, sounds nice. Try to stick with this one longer than 3 days. Why are you talking like you're not part of this? You're gonna train with me. What? Why me? Because it'll last longer with 2 people, right? Besides, it's the perfect way to get your scrawny body into shape, right? I mean, he does take her up on that eventually. Probably after the accident, he builds up his body to become a fucking Terminator. It sounds like a total pain in the ass. That's kind of the point of training. If it doesn't hurt, you're not making enough progress. Like, it has to start hurting. Like that nice burning sensation in your muscles that you get from, like, continually using them. Because that's when they're actually, like, gonna get, like, bigger and stronger and stuff like that. Use them up. Because until you feel the burn, it's not really that important or relevant. It needs to be strained beyond their current limits to actually enhance. Sounds like a total pain in the ass. But as usual, Wataru wouldn't change her mind no matter what he said. And she was right that Watase was out of shape. Okay, fine, I'll train with you. But only for a little while. Hey, see? This is what brothers are for. Wataru let out a smile filled with happiness from the bottom of her heart. Yee. I was happy, Mary. What she had talked about may not have been enough to call a dream, but it was a fact that she was looking forward to her own future. Her innocent and pure hopes for her future. Having nothing like that at all, Watase couldn't help but be a little jealous of her sister. After Wataru suggested that the two of them start running together, Watase obeyed his sister's wishes and trained with her. That said, there wasn't much of a system to it aside from run to some random spot in the city. 3 months had passed since then. Watase and Wataru were running together on that Sunday morning to train up their stamina. They had run about 3 kilometers away from their house when... Watase, wait up! Oh, he caught up quickly. Well, I guess, yeah, that's what testosterone does. Like, it only took me like a couple of months at my new job to build up from being a scrawny little shit to being able to, like, handle basically all the heavy lifting that I needed there. That's just the biological nature of male versus female atomies, whatever. Anyway, some things aren't really going to be gender equal simply by biological factors, whatever. Anyway, that's, you know, not something we can really fix. Not without something that's really invasive and potentially really devastating. Although it's probably still gonna happen. Gene editing thing. I would be up for that. Get rid of all the useless shit. Get rid of all the useless genetics and stuff like that. Enhance, make the body better. Get rid of all these inherited diseases. Fuck that. We don't need those. We can play God. Let's fucking do it. Like, fuck now. I mean, sure, you gotta make sure it actually works and is safe, but you know, sometimes you're gonna have to test on people at some point with that kind of technology. Like, it's inevitable if we want to actually make progress. And sure, some are not gonna have good results, but that's like all cases of medicine. Like, all of them. There isn't a single medical procedure that's like 100% effective. Some people have died from basically every single type of medical procedure. Like, that's just the cost of medicine. That's just how it works. Like, that's just the reality as well. Anyway, Wataru cried out to him. What's this? Need to take a break already? Boy, how lame. He's being smug little shit. Watase stopped in his tracks, only to immediately hear his sister speak between her gasps for air. This isn't fair. How is there already such a huge gap in our stamina, even though we have the same face and do the same training? Well, fine now. Could be our differences in gender, or maybe it's because we came from different eggs. Then you wouldn't be twins? Or would you? Is that... what? I refuse to accept that. I mean, biology is what it is. You can accept it or not, it's not gonna change. Just because you believe different. Well, anyway, I guess I am a bit thirsty. So, sure, let's take a little break. I don't see why not. Hey. The twins walked up to a nearby vending machine and bought sports drinks. The rest stood up as they drank them down, only to hear strange voices from somewhere. No. Citizens of Rokume City, lend me your ears. Oh, this is a fucking street preacher. Already? Oh, fucking hell. A nut job. Fucking soapbox preacher. End of the world, doomsayer, isn't he? Fucking hell. Okay, I already get these vibes. Like, you don't, like, lend me your ears. Like, regular people who make announcements don't say that. Crazy people do. Or like, theater people do. We are the citizen goon known as the Anti-BC League. There you go. You know, slightly crazos. What's all the commotion? They looked to the direction of the voices to find men in suits standing in front of a building. One of them was giving some sort of speech with a megaphone in hand. We are the voices of all who object against the managers of the PRC. We, the people, have been forced to pay heavy taxes all in the name of researching this dubious technique known as BC. Are you content with turning a blind eye from this transgression without sufficient representation? Typical stuff, alright. The man was shouting while facing the people walking in down the street. No, facing the large building not too far from him. It was a big research facility that had been built nearly 2 years ago. It was the Rokume City Parapsychology Research Center, or PRC for short. It appeared they were giving a speech condemning the facility right in front of it. The hell's with this? What are they whining about? That's some nonsense. Oh, they must be that BC rejection citizen group that's been troubling the city recently. BC? You've never heard of it? It was all over the news. Well, he's a shut-in. He likes his books. A little while back, they scientifically proved that psychic powers like telepathy really exist. Sounds like complete made-up bullshit, but sure. It seems that such abilities are like sending your voice to a faraway person or reading someone's mind were given the general term BC. Oh yeah, I think I did hear about that, I guess. You know, changing our understanding of human nature and like, yeah, I guess I heard about that, sure. Watasu didn't watch TV, nor did he browse the internet all that much. Golly, he's literally not super like 1.0, I guess. Thus, he only had a scarce knowledge of topics he wasn't all that interested in. So, how exactly did they prove that this BC stuff actually exists? Let's see. Well, it started 2 years ago when a French scientist accidentally discovered the way in which a person's genes determine if they are capable of using psychic powers. Well, people thought his theory was total BS at first. But early this year, the research team in the PRC made a great discovery that supported his theory. What great discovery? They discovered elementary particles now known as BC particles that convey people's mental voices. Huh. Mental voices, eh? The PRC was in a huge uproar after that. They said it was a discovery that completely revolutionized the world of science, and that they would put all their efforts into researching it. Just totally reasonable, like it's... The Rokume City Council backed them up by deciding to invest truckloads of the state's budget into their research. Huh. Watasu kept responding disinterestedly. He found it somewhat comical how adults were getting so worked up over the research of something as much of an enigma as espers. So that's what they do at this huge place? Watasu looked towards the PRC as he thought that, only to see a person in the facility. Wait, that's straight up... What? That's straight up Louise. Straight up Louise. I guess maybe probably her mother, but okay. Okay. I was expecting a bunch of revelations, I guess. I guess I didn't know what to expect, but okay. So the question is, how long has Louise been 13 years old? Okay, my mind is spinning now, but I should get back on the tracks. A young woman was standing at a window on the 3rd floor. Blonde? Is she a foreigner? Wait, French. She was in France. French researcher accidentally discovered, I guess... Oh, okay. Oh, bloody hell. Oh, bloody hell. What the hell? She looked down at the citizen group with dull eyes as they gave their speech. The group continued to give their soapbox speech in a voice loud enough for the woman to hear it. BC users from all over the globe known as communicators have been gathering in our city ever since this spring due to the PRC's research. Yes, that's kind of the point. But where did the budget required to invite them all come from to begin with? The government, through tax paying dollars. That's kind of how that works. Is there even a need for this sort of research to be conducted in our beloved Rokume City to begin with? Yeah, I mean, it has to be conducted somewhere, because it's revolutionary. It's literally world-changing. So, like, it's gonna happen somewhere. It doesn't matter where it happens. Someone's gonna complain like you. So, yeah. Well, we've got a message for you. Rokume City does not need a BC research center. For fuck's sake. We cannot acknowledge communicators as official citizens without discussion. I mean, I guess that's fair without discussion. Yeah, it is important to get an understanding, to come up with a compromise situation. Just suddenly forcing this in is like change the whole nature of the community and everything else. Yeah, that's a big change. It's logical. What this man is saying is, makes sense and is reasonable so far. Watasu felt exasperated at their hysteric cries. But why are these guys getting so mad? The research at the PRC and the gathering of espers has nothing to do with them. Well, I mean, it's a community. It's all citizens are united in some way. Well, they give all sorts of reasons, but to be honest, they're all kind of bullshit. I think it's because they're basically scared of those people. I mean, that's how that works. The others are here. Scared? Why? Because a whole lot of communicators, people who can use BC, that is, have been coming to the city. And the state is conducting research these people really don't understand. Because they're not paying attention, they're not reading some materials, not just using their brain. Like, come on now, it's not that fucking complicated. It's not. I mean, it is, but it's not, ultimately. It's just like, okay, these people have an extra thing that they can do that we can't. Okay. But why is it such a big deal for them? Well, the thing is, there have been these BC-related incidents happening from time to time in other countries. For example, there have been cases of people in England and France burning down communiques' homes. Horrible incidents like that. Okay. You shitting me? Well, no, that makes sense. That happens all the time. So, ordinary people afraid of psychics attack the psychics themselves. Sounds like something out of a sci-fi novel or a sci-fi visual novel. It's already the 21st century. Hard to believe that kind of stuff is happening for real. Oh, it continues to happen. It continues to happen. It'll always happen as long as people find a reason to have conflict with one another, which is to say that will continue to happen forever as long as humanity exists. Because we'll find reasons to hate someone. We will. We always do. Even the opulent all have all their like biases and some reason to hate someone else because like, it's not perfect. There's this thing that's nagging at me. I'm a billionaire with like 5 yachts and 60 mansions and a castle or something like that. I feel bad about something in my life. It's gotta be someone else. It's gotta be someone's fault. Typically that someone is, we know who it is. Who is blamed always for no fucking reason just because it's easy and historically we want to make things easier for those who blame them. No, that's too much. Let's not go into that. I shouldn't go into that. But when he thought about it carefully, Wattas found that he understood why people would be so afraid of mind readers. Sure. In more religious countries, those Espers could perhaps even be seen as servants of the devil. But why not God? Rebrand yourselves, we are the voices of God. It's always like, I don't understand, this must be the work of the devil. I don't like it, it's the devil. It's always the fucking devil. It's the devil, it's demons, me. Scared, huh? And also sounded like Rockame City and the PRC were gathering those communiques for their research. All while barely explaining a thing to the townspeople, including Watasa. Well, I guess I could kind of see where that citizen scoop coming from. Huh? Hold on, you serious? I mean, it is fairly simple to understand why or where they're coming from. Like, it's basic logic. Well, yeah, I mean, don't you feel uncomfortable about guys who can read your mind being all around the city? I mean, that's not really my issue, but that is it's not an invalid issue. Your privacy will go straight to hell, and you can forget about having any perverted fantasies. That's not really concern for me. Most people say that's their concern, but like, I mean, come on now, we have smartphones, everyone keeps track of everything, and like, it's even public knowledge how much companies are able to track us through like phones. I recently read like an article or something like that about like someone goes somewhere, doesn't, and uses someone else's like shampoo, like they visit their mom, they use their shampoo, and then it's like, didn't talk about it, didn't like mention it anywhere. When they got home, they got ads for that shampoo because the company tracked that their phone was going to their mother's, place where their mother's phone is, and so they connection correlation looked, go through the algorithms, go through what their mother was buying and purchasing, and like decided like, hey, she recently bought this shampoo. It's a thing. It's advertised here. It's connected. Like, and like it, most of that stuff is publicly available. Like knowing how that works as well, and people just kind of don't give a shit. I kind of don't give a shit. I'll be honest. Like, I'm not gonna complain about lack of privacy. So, but some people have other thoughts, which is fine. It's fair. Like perverted fantasies. Have you been on the internet? I guess he hasn't. People put their perverted fantasies on the internet really, like all the way. Like, here's the thing. I don't care about, people reading my mind and knowing my perverted fantasies. Sometimes I have them. Question is, do you want to know about them? And my answer is, I don't want to know about yours. Fuck that, keep them to yourself. Like, if I have the ability to read your mind, I wouldn't use that because, like, I don't need to know these things about you. Fuck that. That's an overload of useless fucking information. Like, that's the thing, like about all these conspiracies about the surveillance state, which is kind of Probably partially true in some places, but like China or something, but not whatever. Whatever. It's like there's just so much useless data that doesn't actually do anything. Like, how does that help? I don't know. I guess some people think it helps. Doesn't really do anything for me. Like, if I see ads or something like that, it's like, fuck off, I don't care about you. Especially if it's like a forced ad interrupting me somewhere. It's like, well, now I explicitly don't want your product or service because you fucking interrupted my show when I was listening to it or something like that with this stupid fucking ad. No thank you. Piss off. Oh, now I made myself angry. Nah, I don't like that. Fuck it. Anyway, moving on. Oh, so you have perverted fantasies. He's 16-year-old boy. Of course he fucking does. No, I don't. Yes, you do. Well, I guess what I'm trying to say is that they don't have to do that kind of research in our city. They're gonna do it in some place. I don't really care if espers actually exist or not, but I'd prefer if they all gathered in a city other than Rokome. Oh. They go to a different city, there's gonna be people like that anywhere. So it doesn't matter which city they are here. They're here, and that's gonna be that. Wataru did not look pleased at all by what Watase was saying, because it's not really that intelligent to say that. Come on now. You haven't thought that through at all. I'm surprised. I never thought you were so narrow-minded. When it comes down to it, communities are just ordinary people like us, aren't they? So there's no real harm in them gathering here. I mean, that is correct. They are just ordinary people, they just have this extra thing. Rokome City is a calm and peaceful city, so communities who were persecuted in their home countries could gather here, then... Now, see, that's my point. It's because Rokome is such a peaceful city that having these potentially problematic guys come here is an issue. Well, okay. Mr. Bright Guy, do you have a fucking solution? Go elsewhere is not a solution. Like, people of the elsewhere are just gonna say, well, go elsewhere. Like, that's not a fucking solution. Like, offer an actual fucking solution, please. You don't have one, because you're a 16-year-old brat. Ah, jeez, Watase, quit overthinking all this. You coward. He's not even thinking it. No, he's not overthinking it, though. He's underthinking it. Wataru said that and turned away in a huff. And here comes the sulking. What's gotten into you? Why are you siding with the communicators so much? Because I feel bad for them, don't you? I mean, it's not like they chose to be born as communicators. Yet they all get picked on just because they're different from ordinary people. And that just makes me want to protect them. That makes sense. And here we go. Your savior complex is rearing its head again. We call that the Florence Nightingale complex. So? Something wrong with that? That's just the way I am. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Although it can go to extremes like everything. I guess that's what I call the complex. Trying to save everyone when they don't want to be saved is also problematic. Some people do not want to be saved. Just like some people don't want to be helped and all that jazz. Like, don't forget it. I mean, that's also basically why I want to become a rescue worker. Now, I'm not saying anything's wrong with it, but in that case, why do you want to be a rescue worker? Wouldn't you be better suited as a nurse or something? Twins felt very comfortable with each other, so Watase had no problem bluntly speaking his mind to Wataru. I don't have a problem bluntly speaking my mind to you, because that's simpler. Like, I don't really understand being all tactful about things that if it makes things possible to be confused. Like, speak fucking bluntly and tactlessly. Say the fucking truth. It makes things simpler, go faster. Sure, it might offend someone, but like, so fucking what? You can deal with that instead of this all trying to be all like smooth and diplomatic and like not actually getting to the point or like being in a very roundabout way and blah 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 blah. Just annoying. It's fucking annoying, honestly, when people are just so slow to get to the point and are trying to be so like polite around it. Like, no, fuck off. Say what you mean. Let's get this over with. Don't give me nonsense about, yeah, I need to be calm and respectful and whatnot. No, give me the blunt honesty. I want to hear it. I can deal with that, because then at least I have something to deal with. What am I supposed to do with your politeness? Like, oh, okay, thanks for saying that, I guess. But then there's nothing, there's no substance to it, not really. And you want me to decode that? I'm not that smart. I can't decode, like, your hints and suggestions and not what you might be implying. I can't, that's not how my brain works. Don't hint, say. Be direct. Always be direct with me. and I will always be direct with you. They always had these kinds of conversations, so Wataru answered him without sounding hurt in the slightest. Well, even I think this is rather simplistic. But there's something I wanna be. I know, rescue worker, right? No, how do I put it? Actually, I wanna be a hero of justice. Ah, there we go. Jun, the same as Jun and the same as Mashira there. A hero of justice? Wataru stared at Wataru in wonder from her sudden confession. Are rescue workers really heroes of justice? They can be. Well, this isn't really related to that group, but there are all different kinds of justice in the world, aren't there? Whoa, where did all this come from? Just hear me out. Anyway, that group considers taking action against BC as justice in their own eyes, right? Correct? Yeah. On the other hand, the people of the PRC probably believe that researching BC is just. We all have our own personal sense of justice, communicator or not. When you take everyone's definitions of justice into account and empathize with all those people, you can no longer tell what's just and what's evil, as those are made-up concepts to begin with, so there's no such thing as justice and evil, there's only what ends up happening. And then upon the reflection we can see, based on the results of those actions, whether or not they were justified or not. It's all retroactive. More or less. Well, that's because you have a habit of empathizing with others right away. You even cry when you watch movies and whatnot. So, that's fine. She's true to her heart and emotions. That's right, but no matter what, the act of saving people regardless of their value systems and personal definitions of justice, that's gotta be just any way you look at it, right? I guess, yeah, sure, I can't disagree with that. Yes, I said, let's go with yes, I agree. Yeah, probably. Saving someone's life means protecting their future. I just find that to be so incredibly noble, which is why I want to be a rescue worker. Well, it's just an idea. I guess I could be a firefighter or a nurse if all that matters is me having a job that involves saving lives. Wataru watched his sister bashfully speak before he muttered in approval. I see. Yeah, I get where you're coming from. So you understand? Yeah, I think it's admirable. But there's just one thing bugging me. Did it have to be a rescue worker of all things? Hate to say it, but you've got horrible stamina, and your reflexes suck. Ah, the truth hurts. But it's good. It's good to say the truth. If you ever become a rescue worker, you'd be more likely to die before you could save anyone. How's that? Red flag? Well, maybe. But I make up for what I lack in strength with passion and spirit. And she does, and that's great. I bet even a total dunce like me could do something if I just work myself to the bone and keep running forward. Work myself to the bone? Wataru, you... It's the feeling that counts. The feeling that my own life means nothing if it can be used to protect other lives. Hey, hold on, Wataru. Wataru interrupted his sister with a bit of force in his voice. Quit saying stupid shit like, my own life means nothing. Old man and lady would cry if they ever heard that. Wataru gasped at the suddenly serious tone and speech her brother had adopted. You're right. I'd really hate to make mom sad in particular. Well, of course. Wataru and Wataru were fraternal twins, but they had heard that their delivery had been quite the difficult one, naturally. So much so that their mother's life had been in danger for a little while. Ooh. It was for that reason that their parents showered them with love once they had been safely born. Thus, it was only natural that Wataru got angry about Wataru talking about her own life like it was nothing. Okay, I'll stop talking about my life so lightly. Yeah, that's better. But I won't give up on my dream of working to protect lives. At any rate, if your life ever was in ever grave danger, I'd save you in a heartbeat even if it cost me my life. What? Weren't you listening to what I just said? The old lady would cry if she ever... We were both born from her, so there's nothing wrong with at least protecting each other, is there? And besides, I am your big sis, remember? Wataru just shook his head in exasperation when he saw Wataru's beaming smile. Well, I just hope that day never comes. Oh, but it will. Unfortunately, prepare for sadness. Yeah, knock on wood. The twins smiled at each other. Okay, I think we've cooled down 100%. Shall we continue running? Sure, race you back home? Sound good? The loser has to treat the winner to ice cream. Quit while you're ahead. You'll never keep up that bet. You'll never keep up that bet. But sometimes, trying to rush my speech, and that's not good. They said that and started running back towards their home. The apartment they lived in came into view after they had run about 2 kilometers. Watase and Wataru had been keeping up side by side, but... I'll be going on ahead now. Wataru suddenly dashed ahead as she said that. You got too cocky, Watase. The ice cream's all mine. Well, hey, no fair. Watase then sped up in an attempt to catch up to her, but then a car suddenly sped down onto the street from a side road. Oh, Wataru froze in shock. The driver slammed the brakes, but the car kept skidding towards Wataru without stopping. Oh shit, man, that... Okay, what? That's too quick. That thing's gonna run her over. Watase's body sprung into action the moment that thought crossed his mind. Wataru! Ah. Bash. Knock out of the way, and Watase dashed towards Wataru with the force of a speeding bullet and pushed her aside. And then a second later, he felt an impact run near his thighs. Ow. Ah, you're 16 years old. You'll heal. You're made of magic. Watase was sent flying by the car and soon crashed into the pavement. It's gonna hurt, though. Probably broken leg or two, but still. Watase groaned as he laid face up in the street. His line of sight was completely filled with the beautiful orange sky. He heard Wataru crying out to him from somewhere. He then heard the car door opening, followed by the voice of a man who was apparently the driver. This is bad. Call the ambulance. Call the police. They gotta help. Tell them it's Watase. Watase's gonna die. He's not gonna die. If he'd been under any normal circumstances, Watase would have let out a sigh of exasperation at her cries. I ain't gonna die, but my leg does hurt like hell. He didn't feel he was in any danger of dying, but though his leg hadn't hurt all that much at the moment of the impact, it had suddenly started to seethe with intense pain. Yeah, the moment of adrenaline is over, and now the real pain begins. His mind was growing fuzzy. Perhaps he'd suffered a concussion. The ambulance is on its way, so don't die, Watase. What was all that? I'd save you in a heartbeat even if it cost me my life BS about. I mean, you just adopted it yourself. I was the one who ended up saving you. Some rescue that was. I mean, you did succeed. And as he thought all that, Watase lost consciousness. After having saved Wataru from being run over by a car, Watase was hospitalized with a broken right femur. Though he was grateful to have his own room, thanks to the large sum the driver had paid as reparations, it seemed that Wataru had been more hurt by the incident than Watase. Mental scars are very, very unfortunate. I'm so sorry, Watase. This is all my fault. Oh, no, it's not. It's the driver. It's just an accident. It's not really anybody's fault. It's just a fucking accident happens. You were running, he was driving, he tried to brake, but yeah. Wataru burst into tears when she came to visit Watase and saw the cast the hospital had set on his leg. Watase spoke with a wave of the hand. Nah, don't worry about it. It's just a broken leg, and there doesn't seem to be any permanent damage. I see. That's good to hear. No, not good, but, well, you know. Wataru let out a heavy sigh. Why is it that all I do is cause trouble whenever I try to do something? Oh, don't blame yourself. Come on now. You must hate having such a dumbass for a big sis, don't you? Oh, come on, you know that's not true. Seriously, that's not true at all. Watase spoke encouragingly to the totally dispirited Wataru. Don't be so hard on yourself. It's not fun seeing you so depressed. Besides, I was the one who voluntarily ran with you, so it's my fault that I got hurt. But you should stop forcing yourself to come. I mean, I know you think it's a total pain in the ass. Well, at first I did, yeah. But not anymore. Now I want to try and help you accomplish your dream. Eh? Watase gave his sister a faint smile when he saw the stunned look on her face. Doesn't matter what your physical abilities are, you're still amazing. You have big dreams about getting a job that'll let you save lives. I'm a little jealous of you. I don't have anything like that at all. There are things I can do, but I don't have anything I want to do. But you're the complete opposite. You find out what you want to do, and you put everything you've got into it. Even though your motive was just the spur-of-the-moment idea, you've been running every day for 3 months because of it. You're confident in yourself, and don't hesitate to act. So I felt that if I kept on hanging out with you, I might find something find something like that too. No way. That's the way you've been thinking. Yeah, kinda. So you're jealous of a weak little thing like me? Wataru let out an embarrassed laugh, then looked at Watase and spoke. But you know, I'm sure that you'll find something you want to do sooner or later. You really think so? I just know you're the kind of kid who can do anything he wants to, as long as you act before you think about every little thing, that is. Aren't you the one who should think a little more before you act? Well, I've already considered that, you know. Watase sighed when he heard that. But hey, thanks. Though I think the whole looking for something I want to do thing will have to wait for after my leg heals up. That's true. I'll come visit you every week until then. No thanks. Oh, come on. I'd feel bad if I didn't, seeing as how you don't have a girlfriend to do that for you. What? You're the one who needs to hurry up and get a boyfriend already. The twins then shared a laugh. The two of them chatted for a little while longer, and then the time came for Wataru to leave. Okay then, I should probably be heading home for today. Yeah, tell the old man and lady I said hi. Alright, okay then, see ya later. Wataru then turned to leave the room. She looked so lonely from behind that Watase called out to her one more time. Wataru. Yeah? Let's start running again once my leg heals up. If you'd like, I'll keep doing that with you until you become a bona fide rescue worker. Wataru smiled brightly at that suggestion. Thanks, Watase. Wataru finally left the room with those words. And thus, Watase's peaceful life at the hospital went on for a little while after that. It was a fairly simple life where he just spent his time either attending to people who came to visit him, or just eating, reading, and sleeping when alone. But one night, 8 days after Wataru had come to visit him, something unexpected happened. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Is this that hospital accident? Ah, shit. Watase had woken up from a bizarre dream he had had that night. What was that all about? In the dream, he'd been in a town in some foreign country. He had been desperately running for his life from the flames that were engulfing the town. But no matter how hard he ran, the flames just kept on chasing him. Watase was soon surrounded by flames and smoke that filled the air around him. What a horrible dream. But why was I in a foreign country? Watase tried to go back to sleep as he vaguely wondered that. But at that moment, his nose caught the stench of what smelled like something burning. No. Instincts, gut feelings are very, very accurate. They can sense all sorts of things. Am I dreaming again? No. Watase suddenly sat right up. He wasn't dreaming. That stench of smoke was clearly all too real. What's more, the sound of a fire alarm was echoing around him like crazy. And echoing in my ear like crazy as well. Let's turn that down a little bit. A fire has broken out in the hospital. All patients and visitors, please evacuate as soon as possible. I mean, some patients are literally incapable of evacuating on their own. This is not a drill. Everyone in the facility, please evacuate as soon as possible. The robotic announcement explained the situation in a detached voice. Watase felt himself shaking like crazy at those words. Crap. With the cast around his leg, Watase couldn't move at all. So that meant when the fire reached his room, I'm gonna die? Ah shit, I've gotta get out of here. Watase dragged his left leg and crept out of his bed. His room was on the 7th floor. He couldn't escape through the windows. But when he opened the door to his room, oh shit, the hallway was already consumed in flames. So many fires happening in the city. This hospital fire, then the fire in Labo 7 years later, and then the one 16 years later. Oh, that was a deliberate. And this is probably a deliberate thing as well. Watase frantically shut the door. He had no chance of weaving his way through the flames with the condition his leg was in. If a nurse or someone doesn't get here before the fire does, then I'm... Help! Is anybody there? Help me! Someone help me! But no one came by, no matter how much he yelled. The nurse call button wasn't responding either. Perhaps the doctors and nurses had abandoned Watase and the other patients and had already evacuated. I'm pretty sure there's like special training and procedures in case of like an emergency to like, you know, evacuate the patients who can't do it on their own in these kinds of cases. Like there has to be. Like not has to be, there is. I don't know it, but there is. Because otherwise it would be just unacceptable and irresponsible So there is. That does exist. It wasn't long before smoke began seeping in from around the edges of the shut door. Coughing. Watase coughed violently. He frantically opened the window, but the smoke was filling the room faster than it could escape it. It only grew thicker as time continued to pass. I mean, you're giving the fire fresh air there. So that's just gonna... Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I've actually been instructed on what to do in case of fire. At least not in a decade or something like that. And in case of fire, probably just stick to the ground level. Smoke goes up because it's hot and lighter. So, yeah. Just then, Watase thought he heard something burst open. The fire had probably already reached the room. I'm in deep shit here. Things stay the same, then in just a few minutes, I'll be... dead. The fear of death gradually weighed down on Watase's mind. Someone... He tried calling for help, but he couldn't speak anymore. With no other idea what to do, Watase was about to break the window and jump out when... Watase, she's here. He heard her voice. He turned around in shock to see Wataru open the door and run into the room. What? How? I came to save you when I saw the smoke rising from the hospital. Of course she did. The firefighters are taking too long to get here. You'll die if you keep waiting in here for help. So let's get out of here. Right. There wasn't any time to think. Watase grabbed onto Wataru's shoulder and left his room. The hallway was already wrapped up by flames. The twins weaved their way through them and ran away. But the staircase was completely blocked by flames. Watase and Wataru were stuck on the 4th floor. Uh-oh. Wataru broke into a violent coughing fit. She'd probably exhausted her stamina while dragging Watase through the fire. If this keeps up, then Wataru will die too. All because of me. Once he realized that, Watase forced himself to speak. Wataru, leave me and save yourself. Come on, you know that's not gonna happen. Not with her personality. What are you saying? There's no way in hell I can do that. Didn't I tell you that if you were in the grave danger, I'd save you even if it cost me my life? But we'll both die at this rate. You might still have a chance to get out of here by yourself. A light sparked in Wataru's eyes when she heard Watase mutter that. Yeah, no, that's not unacceptable. Watase, you can't give up. You have to keep fighting on and on until the bitter end. If you want to die, you can do that later. Right. Wataru shouted and tightened her grip around Watase's arm, then broke off into a mad dash. They soon discovered an emergency staircase that was undamaged by the fire. They ran down it and soon found the exit to the hospital coming into view. Look, Watase, it's the exit! Right. It was only a hair's breadth away. They hadn't noticed it earlier, but now they could hear the fire truck sirens closing in too. We're saved! He then tried to move towards the exit with Wataru as he thought that, only to hear the unpleasant sound of something creaking above them. Ah, shit. He looked up in surprise to see cracks forming in the ceiling. The cracks spread wider in an instant, causing the concrete ceiling to bend swiftly. Fuck. Okay, damn. Does the fire do that? It's not a regular fire. It's crumbling down. It's a weak-ass ceiling made of concrete. As soon as Watase thought that, Watase! Wataru pushed him towards the exit. Ow. Watase fell on the ground outside the hospital. What he saw before him was a perfect starry sky. And what he heard was the roar of something collapsing onto his sister. Well, that's just... well... Pillix. Watase looked into the hospital from the exit. Where Wataru had been standing moments ago was now a burning pile of debris. Wataru. No response. Wataru. No response. Wataru. Watase screamed and limped over to the mountain of debris. Wataru, you're still there, right? Answer me. Wataru. Before long, a response appeared. In the form of a stream of blood flowing out from under the debris. It can't be. Stop it. Why did this? Watase began randomly moving debris as he rambled incoherently in a hollow voice. Wataru. Wataru, Wataru. The debris was lit with flames, hot enough to burn anyone who touched it. but Watase ignored the pain and kept picking up debris and tossing it aside. He soon heard a voice from behind. "You've located a survivor." "It's probably a firefighter." Watase ignored them and kept working on his attempts to rescue Wataru. "Hey, what are you doing?" The firefighter ran over to Watase after noticing something was clearly wrong with the boy. "It's dangerous, get back, you'll catch fire." The firefighter grabbed Watase by the shoulder. Watase shook off his hand and shouted, "Out of my way, Wataru's under this debris." "What? Someone's under this?" "No, then we'll take care of the rescue." "Ah, shut up, I can't leave it up to you guys. This is all your fault because you didn't get here faster. Wataru's... Watase's deranged screams echoed through the night sky. Watase was restrained shortly afterwards. The firefighters managed to pull Wataru out from under the rubble. But by that point, she had long since breathed her last. The Great Rokume City Arson. That was what the events of that night would come to be called. September 16th, 2014. Fires broke out all at the same time at 15 different spots in Rokume City. Starting with the Rokume City Hospital, various buildings such as civilian residences, public facilities, multi-tenant buildings, even the apartment building where Watase's family lived were indiscriminately set on to fire. And were burned down in that one single night. 118 casualties, 236 injured. Given that it was 15 different buildings and apartment buildings, that's, I guess, a relatively small number of casualties, I guess, overall. So, good job on the rescue and preparation stuff, I guess. I mean, it's still a lot. It's a shame there's more than zero. But, given the scale of the attack, that's, you take silver linings where you can, I suppose, even if it's horrible tragedies like this. Among the casualties were not only Wataru, but Watase's parents as well. Oh, she's got orphaned at 16. Okay, well, no wonder he fell into some bad spots there. There's no one left to guide him, to put him back on his path. Yeah, that's okay, yeah. That sucks. The culprit was soon caught. It appeared the crime was committed by an extremist group. It was said that the arson had been committed as a demonstration against the rapidly growing communicator population. So he's assigning blame to them, even though they were the targets of these attacks, basically. But Watase didn't care about any of that. He just couldn't come to grips with the fact that he had lost everything in a single night. 2 months had passed. Watase stood still in front of the ruins of the burned-down hospital. This is where Wataru, though he thought that he no longer had any tears to shed. Though the cast around his leg had already been removed, his emotional scars hadn't healed, and they kinda never will. We didn't even get to say anything to each other and she left. Why did she give up her life for someone like me? It pained him that he alone had lived while the rest of his family had died. Simply living felt like agony to him. Wataru lived for her dreams and the things she wanted to do. So why is that someone with no hopes for the future like me survived instead of her? He'd been asking himself that question endlessly for the last 2 months. He had thought he might be able to find an answer if he came to this place, but naturally, he didn't. Tell me, Wataru, what am I supposed to do now? The moment that thought crossed his mind, his cell phone suddenly rang. Watase slowly picked up the phone. A familiar voice came across the other line. A pleasure calling you. This is Fujimoto of the Rokume City Public Welfare Division. Hello. After the Great Arson, the victims of the fire had been given all sorts of accommodations by the city's Public Welfare Division. They had covered Watase's transfer to another hospital and other such procedures while he was still recovering from his broken leg. The one on the phone was his sponsor in the Public Welfare Division. Due to the effects of this incident, we at Rokume City have decided to aid the bereaved families of the victims as much as possible. In accordance with the crime victim support laws, minors will be supplied with residences and welfare. Thank you very much. Watase replied indifferently to the worker's pensive voice. After a brief silence, the worker continued in a quiet voice. We plan to settle things so that you have nothing to worry about in your life and future. My future? For example, you will be able to return to high school, and we shall assist you if you wish to go on to college. We shall also assist you in getting the job of your choice should you desire to be self-reliant. Do you have any plans for the future? As soon as Watasa heard that, Wataru's words replayed in his mind. Saving someone's life means protecting their future. I just find that to be so incredibly noble. The moment he remembered those words, Watasa's mouth instinctively began moving. I'll be a rescue worker. That was the only way he could even hope to repay Wataru for saving his life. I'll fulfill Wataru's dream. That was the moment when he decided on his path in life. Okay. With Wataru's death as the trigger, Watasa decided to become a rescue worker. Okay, so the terrorist inclinations happen later. Okay. Some kind of inciting incident even more that triggers off this. Builds up on that. Okay. A long time had passed since that day. Much like before, Natsuko could instinctively tell how much time had passed as if they were his own memories. So it's been 7 years since then. 2021. That's the other incident at Labo now. What a coincidence. What a coinkydink, isn't it? But not really. No, it's not. The thing he saw was a memory of 9 years ago, when Watasa was 23 years old. Watasa was training his body that morning, just like he did every other day. The sound of him counting his push-ups echoed through the dim room. 195, 196, 197. His breath was calm and orderly, with not a single bit of exhaustion to be found. 200. Watasa stopped once he had counted to 200. Phew. Watasa stood alone in his room, not a bead of sweat on his face. Damn. I guess that's pretty impressive. I probably could do that. I probably could get to 200, but it would be painful. I don't train every day. I probably should, but He was living in a small apartment the city had provided him with after he had lost his old family home. He had been living there for almost 7 years. The same apartment he lived in through the time he finished up with high school and then moved on to firefighting school. In those 7 years, Rokume City had transformed into a massive research city that revolved around BC research and nuclear power, to the point where it became a government-designated top-secret city. But Watasa had no time to feel uncomfortable about that rapid changes happening in the city, much less feel any loneliness. He lived only to fulfill his sister's dreams. He had remodeled his body and tempered his soul to do so, and passed the notoriously difficult rescue work exam with top marks. A rescue squad was finally established at the Rokume City Fire Department at almost the exact same time, and so he enlisted in it. At that moment, a 2 PM alarm rang on his watch. It was almost time for him to go to work. According to Watasa's rotation schedule, he started work at 4 PM, but Watasa had a personal rule about always showing up to work early. Fair enough. Time to go. The one who spoke was no longer the lazy boy who had no purpose in life. The rescue worker with a body and will of iron left his apartment and headed straight for work. He arrived at the fire station. The building he had once seen with his sister was now Watasa's workplace. He had figured he'd get used to it long ago, but he still found himself remembering that day from time to time. But there's no female rescue workers out there now, huh? Possible I'd like to be the one. Watasa's heart throbbed painfully at the memory of her voice. Maybe Wataru is the one who's really working here, not me. He couldn't exactly keep himself from feeling any hatred for the culprit. But it was much healthier for him to live for the dead than to live by his hating others. To live by hating others. Yeah, that is at least, I guess. Sure. Just as Watasa stood thinking to himself, an ear-piercing siren suddenly interrupted his thoughts. A dispatch. He instantly set his thoughts aside as he focused his mind and honed his senses. His co-workers and the guys on night shift rapidly dispersed out of the station. The commander noticed Watasa and called out to him from afar. "Kasagi, good timing, we're heading out right now." "What's the dispatch for?" "There was a gas explosion at that apartment over there." Watasa jumped onto the fire truck as soon as he heard that. He listened to the radio report inside the truck as he changed into his uniform. A large-scale gas explosion accident has occurred at the Rokume Municipal Apartment Complex at 2-4 Higashi Machi. There are residents still inside, though the exact number is uncertain. Furthermore, there is a possibility that the building will cave in or collapse entirely. Firefighting squads and the elite rescue squad are to hurry to the rescue scene and conduct firefighting and rescue efforts. The truck arrived at the scene just as the radio transmission ended. Damn, this is bad. That's a... yeah. Thick clouds of black smoke rose from the now burning apartment complex. Commander swiftly gave out orders to the squad members. The explosion occurred from the floors 1 to 4 on the building's east side. As such, there is a high risk of that side collapsing. That is where we will be conducting our rescue efforts. Team A will split into 2 groups. Kasagi and Dojima will take the 6th floor, while Hiyama and Matsuzawa take the 5th floor. Likewise, Team B will also split into 2 groups. Asuka and Okamura will take floors 4 and 3, while Hashino and Ida will take floors 2 and 1. Remember, we're trying to save lives here. Make sure you don't leave a single person behind. Ask your team captains for specific instructions. Alright then, get to work, men. Sir, yes sir. The rescue workers then proceeded to run into the apartment complex. Watase and his partner Dojima went around checking all the rooms on the 6th floor. There were many doors they couldn't open, likely due to the explosion, but they just broke down those doors, saved all the people inside, and continued the rescue efforts in a show of supreme skill. Just when they finished checking all the rooms, the walkway began to slant. It's collapsing. Crap, Kasagi, let's pull out. Dojima shouted that to him from behind. They had already completely evacuated the floor they had been assigned to, so they were positive they hadn't left anyone behind. But as Watase and Dojima started fleeing, a voice called out. Help us. Oh, that's Yuri. Watase stopped dead in his tracks. Kasagi, what's wrong? I thought I just heard a voice. He didn't know where it was coming from, but he heard it again. We're in apartment 303. Hurry, the fires. It was feeble and only came out in fragments, but was definitely the voice of someone seeking help. That'd be the 3rd floor. Did they not search all the rooms down there? Dojima, did you hear that? There's still someone in apartment 303. Yeah, let's go save them. Watase and Dojima proceeded to rush down the stairs. They encountered the woman who lived there on their way and forced her to evacuate, then headed for apartment 303. They kicked down the warped door and found themselves in a room whose ceiling had collapsed. Flames flickered in that dim space. Where's the survivor? Watase looked all around the room and spotted the girl lying trapped under burning debris. Watase's heart leapt as the sign of that girl momentarily overlapped with Wataru's death in his mind. I've located the survivor. Watase ran over to the girl and pulled her out of the rubble. Are you okay? The girl moaned in pain. She was apparently barely conscious from the lack of oxygen, but she was indeed still alive. Dojima's voice suddenly called out to him. There's another one over there. The survivors were 2 girls. Watase and Dojima each took one of the girls and ran out of the room. Oh, Jun! Watase walked through the creaking hallway as he carried the girl he had found. Dojima was a short distance behind him, carrying the other girl. Okay, the girl Watase was holding soon broke out into a pained coughing fit. Are you okay? I'm gonna get you to a safe place soon, so just hold on tight. We're getting Jun's backstory as well. Aw, well that's neat. 2 in 1. Oh, more than that. But it hurts. My back, my head, my eyes. They all hurt so much. Am I gonna die? Watase answered a tearful question in a clear voice. No, don't you worry. I'll never let you die. Never. Huh? So this is 9 years ago, Jun is... So this is 11-year-old Jun. Okay. Huh? We are rescue workers. We came to save you guys. We won't let you die now that we are here. Watase said that as if to convince himself of that. Yeah, isn't that right, Wataru? A rescue worker's job is to protect others' futures. So there's no way in hell I can let this little girl die. Watase walked down the hallway as he thought that, all while carrying that small life on his back. Watase and Dojima soon safely escaped the apartment and successfully rescued the girls. They were both badly hurt, but it appeared their lives were most likely not in any danger. The girls were put into an ambulance and taken away to the hospital. Watase watched the ambulance drive off. Hey, were you watching me? I protected those girls' futures. Do you think I've matured a little since those days? Watase felt like he could hear a nostalgic voice when he thought that. You've done so well, Watase. You made your big sis proud of you. It was probably just a figment of his imagination, but Watase looked up to the heavens and gave that voice a smile. Someone was talking to him though, psychically, telepathy. I mean, that's how the telepathy has been portrayed all the way. And then, Another long period of time passed from when Watase had saved those girls. This one's 8 years after that dispatch, eh? Okay, so a year before this. Okay, so he's a bona fide rescue worker through and through. Bearing some grudges and resentments that he's kept buried away, but you know, not really. Has not been relevant in any way. So, now the terrorism instincts are gonna appear. Yes, Watase's life as a rescue worker continued after that day. He had been on more dispatches than he could count and had saved many lives. It was by no means an easy life, but it was one he eventually got used to. Now in his early 30s, he was a man of extremely sound mind that had no disturbances in his life. It was a warm day. Watase finished his shift and took a walk around the city at dusk with his mind at total peace. There had been a lot of peaceful days like this recently with no dispatches. Why do I feel a bit unsatisfied? I mean, I never would have dreamed that there would ever be days like this back then. His job and co-workers had supported him all this way. Among those co-workers, there were two of them who had similar backgrounds as Watase. They were Seiji Dojima and Kazuki Hiyama. Much like him, they had also lost family and loved ones in the Great Arson and had been brought up in the city. They had all become rescue workers for similar motives and were all close in age, so the three of them got along very well. He had been blessed with co-workers whom he could pour his heart out to, a job that he was worth doing, a job he believed that was worth doing, and on top of that, a subordinate who loved him dearly. Alright, this is where Tachibana comes in. He had often been thinking recently that his life wasn't so bad after all. Just as he returned to his apartment and finished changing, his PDA rang. Display read, caller unknown. Watase hesitated for a moment, then picked up the phone. Mr. Watase Kasasagi, I presume how they're doing an elaborate, like a voice modulated thing. He heard a man's voice on the other end. Well, his voice sounded somewhat mechanical, like it was being filtered through a voice changer, because it was. Who is this? I'm not one to give away my name. The truth is, there is something I'd like to tell you. Huh? Me? The man started talking dispassionately, just as Watase was ready to fully write this off as a prank. I apologize, but we've looked into you. Huh? Watase Kasasagi, age 31. Lost your family in the Great Rokumi City Arson 15 years ago. After that, you were taken under the protection of Rokumi City and moved into municipal housing. You enrolled in firefighting school after graduating high school. After graduating that, you were assigned to the Rokumi City Fire Department. You quickly stuck out amongst your peers and passed the rescue worker exam 2 years later. You then enlisted in Sirius. I know it must have been tough for you to lose your family, but you avoided lashing out and grew up to be an honest man. Shivers ran down Watase's spine, for he didn't know for what reason his caller would run a background check on him. What the hell are you? Some kind of stalker? Stalking other men? You sure have some sick hobbies. It's not a hobby. There's a reason I looked into you. It's because you're an unfortunate victim of the Great Arson. Don't talk about that. I don't want to hear that kind of stuff from other people. You are indeed probably tired of hearing people offer their sympathies for the loss of your family. I can understand why you don't want to talk about this. But what if I told you that your family didn't die just because of some arson? Watase gasped. Hold on, what the hell's that supposed to mean? Let me make one thing clear in advance. If you learn the truth, your life will probably change forever. If you treasure your current life, then hang up now. Then everything will stay the way it is. You can go back to your peaceful life. Take the blue pill. But if you still wish to know the truth, then come to the ruins of the old Rokumi City Hospital, alone. Take the red pill. And with those last words, the caller hung up. Hey! There was no response from his PDA, no matter how much he yelled at it. Well, yeah. Watase stood in a daze for a while in his apartment. Alright. Okay, that's a development. Someone is manipulated Watase into doing this kind of thing. Told him he's gonna tell him some kind of truth, quote unquote. The ruins of the old Rokumi City Hospital. What truth is he talking about? It's gonna be partially bullshit. That's the kind of truth it's gonna be. But it's gonna be convincing. It's gonna poke at your deep feelings that you've buried away. Damn it. His desire to know the truth and his desire to keep on living in contentment were at odds in his mind. But Watasa eventually made his decision, dashing out of his apartment. It had been 15 years since he'd last visited this place. The place where Wataru had lost her life had apparently been left the way it was for all those years. Probably because it was such a big hospital that demolishing it would cost a sum that no man was willing to pay. There was no sign of anyone in the ruined hospital. "Hey, is anyone there?" Watasa's shouts simply echoed meaninglessly through the halls. So it really was a prank. Overcome with both irritation and relief, Watasa was about to leave the ruins when he spotted something shining on the ground by the entrance. Ooh, shiny. Our magpie instincts. The hell's this? It was a PDA. He took a close look at it to find the words "Call in Progress" were displayed on its screen. Watasa picked up the PDA, a sense of unease weighing on his mind. When he did, he heard the voice of the man who had called him earlier coming from the speakers. "Hey there, looks like you really did come. So it really was you. A rather roundabout way of pranking people, don't you think? Several problems could possibly arise if you were to see my face. Please forgive me for resorting to this method." Who could it be? Who could it be? Goddamn, another mystery thrown my way. And again, I don't get a word you're saying. Well, whatever. Anyway, keep your damn promise and tell me that truth you were mentioning, or whatever. The man started talking in a meek voice. "As you know, fires broke out simultaneously in 15 different places in the city on September 16th, 2014. That's the event we now call the Great Rokume City Arson. But there are many unsolved mysteries behind that incident, wouldn't you agree?" Well, yeah, that's true. Watasa knew about that too. Most of the information concerning the trials related to the incident had not been made public. It's been 15 years. It probably should be made public by this point. The country and Rokume City had been hounded by the media, but they hadn't gotten much information out of them apart from the incident was caused by an extremist group. It's a bad idea to keep a secret like that. It allows for situations like this to happen, where people can exploit the lack of information. They could kinda make shit up, you know. They claim the incident to be a kind of terrorist attack committed by a group who aimed to reject communicators. They say they kept the details away from the public to prevent copycat criminals and public unrest from rising up. Well, it all adds up. It's a rather simple story to swallow. What are you implying? The truth is actually the other way around. The extremist group that was arrested were nothing more than scapegoats. The incident was actually caused by a lone communicator. How? A lone communicator did that? Don't be ridiculous. How the hell could a single communicator have set fire to 15 separate places in the city all at once? It's possible. But the cause of it was all a communicator who possessed an extraordinary power. Oh yeah, I guess technically, yeah. That is possible. Rewrite someone's memories, basically personality for whole cloth. But she eventually came to be known as Communicator A. The man began explaining the details about this communicator in a subdued voice. A's real name was Alice Enflamme. She moved to Rokume City from France 15 years ago. Alice Enflamme, Wait, is this... couldn't be. Could it? The same Alice that the kids mentioned as the author of those novels? Did we get a last name? I don't think we did. Everything is connected. Why the fuck did she look exactly like Louise? Oh boy, okay. At the time, the Rokume City government was inviting communicators from all over the world to move into the city. They needed human resources for various experiments and studies in order to advance their research in the suddenly available field of BC. Watasa remembered that. Rokume City had indeed been doing just that all those years ago. They called the one who came from France A. A was the first rank S-aptitude communicator discovered in the world. That's why she caught Rokume City's eye. A was shown in to the PRC and became a test subject for the study and development of BC abilities. Back then, all they knew about BC was that it allowed for abilities to send your voice to a faraway person and to read others' minds. But the PRC discovered the underlying mechanisms of telepathy and empathy through their study of A. And through all those experiments, A's own BC abilities developed and grew stronger. She became able to use telepathy and empathy freely. Their effective ranges grew wider, and her power just kept on growing on and on, with no end in sight. But if that was all there'd be to it, there wouldn't have been any problems. The problem was that A was both the strongest communicator there was, and the worst criminal there was. Also, it's just like she's a shit. When the man said that, a floral scent drifted through the air from somewhere. Floral scent again. They mentioned that as well, back in After Days Route, that suddenly was wafting through the place. What? What? Okay, that's... Okay. Okay, that's really important now, apparently. So, I don't know what to think about that. I don't... Okay. Okay. Let's put that in our noggins now, properly, fully engrave this important bit of information. Who is talking to him? Who is this Alice? What's with the fluorescent, and how is Enna Tsubakiyama involved in all of this? Wait. No, it can't be. It won't be that, will it? They're not gonna... No, they're not gonna reveal it. This Alice and Flam became Enna, right? No. That would be... But that would be possible. Why not? Why wouldn't they? Could do that. Because we know nothing about Enna. They can just literally say anything about her. And... Okay. Okay. That's a possibility that I've laid out here. Another guesswork on mine. Like, The screen on the PDA then changed. Modern witch hunt? Brûlé groups religio repodre. Modern... okay. What's this? It appeared to be a magazine article written in a foreign language. The numbers seem to... What? There were two pictures there, one of a burning building and the other of a beautiful woman. A woman you saw. The numbers here seem to say it's like 1940, 1977, 1964, 1976, 2008, or something like that. It's kind of blurred out and not really distinct. But like, what? Jean-Marie? Natsuma Danku? No, that's two. No. There's no point. I don't understand French, first of all. Second, it's too distorted to make out clearly what this little bit here means. Anyway. What is she then? I already forgot what color Luis's eyes were, but they were blue. Yeah, they weren't turquoise like this, or teal, whatever that color is, whatever. I think it is different, but they look identical. I mean, sure, fine, okay, anime character faces, they all look the same more or less, but still. What does it felt like he had seen her somewhere before? You did. 15 years ago. This is a French gossip magazine article about an incident that occurred in A's hometown in February 2014. A gossip magazine? Come the fuck on. A, with her tremendous power, was ostracized by the people around her. So one day, she set fire to her own town to slaughter those who had ostracized her. Huh? I've heard that story somewhere before. Wataru thought about it, and then remembered. Wataru had told him about it back when she was still alive. Well, the thing is, there have been these BC-related incidents happening from time to time in other countries. And when they were talking, Wataru had seen a blonde woman in the PRC. No way. Was that woman Communicator A? Really? So she's a shit if that's true. She's just a resentful piece of shit. Like, it's not good to hate a group of people just because they have something different about them, but it is totally fine to hate an individual for a specific thing they did. Like, fuck that person. Like, it specifically doesn't matter, like, what groups they belong to. That's fucking irrelevant. If you're gonna hate someone, hate them for a good reason, like a proper reason. Not some bullshit ones that don't actually matter. Like, oh, I hate this person because they're like, I don't know, gay or trans or something like that. That's the point. What the fuck does that even mean? Hate someone because they spat on you. Hate someone because they, like, you know, punch you in the face. That's a good reason to hate someone. Or like hate someone because they're exploiting people or something like that. Those are legit reasons. Other shit's bullshit. Come on, it doesn't do anything. Like, how does, like, you need to have a proper practical reason to hate. Okay? Not this just general hatred. It doesn't do anything even. It's just pointless. Like, if you're gonna hate, do it with a passion and a reason and justification. Like actual justification, one you can prove with the scientific method. Not with some kind of beef. I'm getting riled up. That's not good. Anyway, his memory was fuzzy because it happened so long ago, but he had a feeling he was right. The time frame matched up and everything. The man continued as Watasa frowned. In other words, A was simply malice incarnate. A woman who, on a whim, tried to massacre every person in the city. So yeah, so she's just a shit, if that's true. She was pursued by the French authorities, but before they could catch her, she fled to Japan and was sheltered by the PRC. Luckily for her, the PRC developed her basic abilities, without ever realizing the true danger they possessed. What was so dangerous about them? You don't know? BC, telepathy, that is, isn't just the ability to send your voice to a faraway person. You can also send your feelings to others with it. In other words, powerful BC could very well change other people's thoughts. Oh, more than that even. So, what do you think would happen if someone filled with as much malice as A were to indiscriminately let her thoughts loose on everyone around her? Those thoughts would bring out the malice that lurks in the hearts of every man. Her malice would spread to everyone around her like a virulent disease. Now you understand just how dangerous it is, don't you? Watasa was rendered speechless. He just silently continued to listen to the man. The researchers at the PRC raised an ordinary criminal into a bona fide monster. No, still a person with monstrous powers. Still a person who was chosen to be a fucking piece of shit. The researchers realized how dangerous A was far too late and set up surveillance to keep her from wandering out into the city. But on September 16, 2014, A escaped from the facility. Escaped? They mean she? Yes. A spread her malice-laced thoughts all throughout the city that night. Those thoughts influenced the minds of the people of Rockame City in some way. This caused the already high levels of malice held by would-be criminals to spike through the roof. Oh, that would explain his dream of, like, you know, having a dream about a fire, breaking out in a foreign country. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, that has credence. That story checks out, I guess, as far as we know. So, yeah. Okay. Right then. Yeah, I can accept that. That works. And led them to setting the city on fire. This is the truth behind the great Rockame City arson. The man declared all of that in a clear voice. Well, modulated clear voice, but still, fair enough. It can't be. It is. Yeah, I believe it. I have no reason to doubt that. I mean, okay, I do have good reason because it's coming from some conspiracy theorist, but it's plausible. The information we have checks out. Watasa noticed that his hands had started shaking. He's saying a single woman became the trigger behind the incident. The story was sudden and difficult to believe, but the man spoke in an unwaveringly serious voice, leaving no room for doubt. And there was this flicker, the static flicker, which usually means that something is fake. Some kind of memory alteration has happened there. So we can't really trust what we just heard. Not really, not entirely. Or at all, potentially. Great, thanks. Watasa remained silent as the man continued. This was a scandal for the PRC, and consequently, a scandal for the Rockame City government, the ones managing the PRC. But they won't admit to that. Rockame City hid the truth behind the incident along with the existence of A. A was taken back to the PRC in absolute secrecy and confined in a basement of sorts again. In the meantime, Labo was constructed on the outskirts of the city. Once it was completed, A was transferred from the PRC to Labo. Oh. And I guess the girl we saw dead was born here and A was the mother? I mean, that's the only thing that makes sense there. It's the only connection that would make any kind of sense. Why Labo? That's a nuclear research facility, isn't it? Why would they send a communicator there? No. Labo is no nuclear research facility. It's actually a BC research facility. Impossible. I never heard anything about that. Well, that's kind of the point. Of course not. It's the city's biggest secret. But don't you think it's strange? There are many hurdles you have to overcome to create a new nuclear reactor. You have to clear strict construction standards and legal problems, then make the necessary arrangements with the city council. Yet all of those conditions were cleared quickly, and the Labo was built. Why was Labo able to easily overcome those hurdles and get built in the first place? The answer is simple. It's because Labo doesn't actually have a nuclear reactor. Because it's a BC research facility, not a nuclear research facility. Common sense, what Watasa had thought to be true up until this point, was gradually being rewritten. The man who waited a moment for Watasa to respond, then continued. But the one problem that stood in their way was the sentiments of the townspeople. Their antipathy towards nuclear power was overwhelming, as you'd expect. It really shouldn't be. But the city explained to the civilians that the implementation of truly safe nuclear power is essential to Japan now that our natural resources are drying up. And like, makes sense. Nuclear power is really fucking safe. It's like one of the most safest things ever. It's like planes as well are one of the safest methods of transport. It's just that when it does crash and accidents happen, stuff like that, it's a big deal. But relatively to like cars, planes are the safest thing. So yeah, it's just the perception of these big flying machines, and when they crash, it's always a big tragedy. Because they hold a lot. A car only holds like 1, 2, up to like 5 people. Maybe a bit more depending on the size of the car, but still, a smaller tragedy versus a bigger one. A big metal thing falls from the sky, as opposed to some metal box crashes into a tree. It's a different feeling, mental image and all that. Which led to the townspeople finally accepting their decision. Watasa remembered the turmoil of that time. Watasa had been 18 years old at the time, but as he had just enrolled in firefighting school, he hadn't had much of a reaction to all the hustle other than, well, guess the city's gotta do what it's gotta do. But that series of events was all a cover. Everyone was opposed to nuclear power, but no one suspected that Labo was actually a BC research facility. I don't think everyone's opposed to it, like, come on. And they used the dangers and confidentiality of nuclear power research as a pretext to successfully keep the townspeople far away from Labo. So you mean the guys behind Rockme City even used the townspeople's feelings of opposition to their advantage? Very clever. Seems a bit too clever for a government, though. It seems a bit too clever. Like, I don't think they would be that clever enough. Like, governments don't tend to employ the most clever people in the world, do they? Maybe they do. Well, I guess in fiction they do. If the government is the villain, then yes, they have the most clever, cold-hearted people in employment. That's something no person should be allowed to do. That is of trivial importance to the people of Labo. Their only moral code is to take the best possible actions for their research. Yes, no way. Well, yes, way. At any rate, Labo was then completed. And it's no ordinary research facility either. It's also a facility for keeping dangerous communicators like A locked up. There's a residential area of sorts deep beneath Labo. That's where they can find A. Wait, wasn't A put on trial? Why would Rockme City shelter A after all she did? It's obvious. It was so that they could keep on using A as a lab rat after she had caused that huge incident. What? Makes sense. The Rockme City government and the PRC would be forced to take responsibility were the truth behind the incident to ever come to light. I mean, it makes sense. You don't want to lose, basically 1 billion test subjects. That's like the potential. Sure, there's harm, but like, like, it's really hard to do 100% ethical research into like, especially into like biological stuff and like, nuclear powers and everything else, like these high intensity things. Basically impossible to do it like completely ethically. Like, isn't it? At the very least, not on a sensible time scale. At least, like, you might be able to, but that would take centuries, most likely. And guess what? Most people don't have centuries to like fuck it. Like, yeah. Humanity is incapable of doing something in a concentrated effort for a century. Like, not some like a focused way. Like, we're gonna do this exact thing. It's gonna take 100 years to build. let's do it. Like, specifically, it's designed 100 years ago and then 100 years later, we built it. Like, no, we can't do that. We're incapable of doing that anymore. Or ever. Like, at least I don't think so. Like, literally, everyone involved in the thing, in its conception, is dead by the time it's near completion. Like, there's also always the potential of, you know, opinions, policies, plans changing based on changing realities. Like, it's just impossible on that kind of time scale. So you need to speed things up. You need to do things efficiently and quickly if you want to make actual progress in your own lifetime. And that's where, you know, those kinds of issues come up with. Yeah, it's a thing. It's a complicated thing. So the people behind Rockame City figured they should cover the whole incident up and continue the research in another location. Thus, Communicator A came to be known as Subject A from that day onwards and participated in Labo's BC ability research and development. Meanwhile, with the PRC having served its purpose, it was turned into a mere dummy facility. The results of the BC research secretly conducted at Labo are published through the PRC. That way, no one would suspect Labo was a BC research center, and thus their perfect cover-up system was completed. Both Labo and the PRC are government-managed facilities. Trace them back to their source, and you'll find that they're all closely connected under the jurisdiction of Rockame City. Okay, how did you find out about these, Mr. Gorilla Voice? Otas thought things over as calmly as possible, despite the agitation causing his insides to tremble. He wanted to make sure there weren't any inconsistencies in what the man was saying. No, hold on. Is that really all there is to it? When you think about it normally, wouldn't someone in on the whole thing have tried to stop that whole chain of events? Why? Why would they try to stop that, necessarily? They didn't. You see, back then, Rockame City was all about focusing their efforts into BC research. I think you remember this too, but Japan was showing signs of being an economic and industrial deadlock back in those days. And then new technology, known as BC, showed up right there and then. The guys behind Rockame City bet on that possibility and pressed forward with their BC technological development, even if it meant pushing every obstacle in their way aside. What do they have to gain from that? A new field of research, potential limitless? They don't know what they could gain, that's kind of the idea though. All of their advanced technology has the potential to earn them riches beyond your wildest dreams. I mean, sure, I guess that, but there's also just the novelty of like figuring stuff out. Like changing the world. Not everyone is a greedy bastard, like so many people, like a lot of people do contribute to society in like very crazy ways and are dedicated to just doing things simply because they want, that's their passion. Passionate people are like the most... All kinds of adjectives can be ascribed to them to the point where I can't even think of a single one. But a lot. BC is genuinely new technology that no one else in the world has invested in. If Japan beat the rest of the world to the punch in its research, that would put them in the top of that field. The fact is that telepathy can be applied to the field of psychiatry, while empathy has nearly countless potential uses. It could be used for secret intelligence gathering in all sorts of fields, like industry, politics, and the military. Everyone would adapt to those kinds of things. Thus, those involved built a system based on their new interests and grew obsessed with doing whatever it took to protect those interests, even if it meant covering up anything inconvenient for them. Honestly, 118 deaths and 236 injured, that's minor. That's minor. And you're yet another victim of those efforts. I am. 118 people died in the Great Rockame City arson, which is really not that much. Considering Japan's history of, fires. Although I guess that was wartime, so different. It was deliberate, mass scale, and everything was made out of wood anyway, so yeah. Anyway, the bereaved families of the victims were given courteous patronage and granted assistance with their lives, moving on to college and finding jobs. There are many others like you who were given homes in public housing and became civil servants. But don't you find that strange? Why would a simple local government go so far in taking the bereaved families of their victims into consideration? I mean, in an ideal world, that's what the government would do. That's kind of the point of the government, to support those that are in trouble like that. That's kind of the utopian idea of a government, really. Well, we live in a cynical world. Their goal was to take the bereaved families under the city's wing and keep a close eye on how they developed from there. That can't be. Having trouble believing it? Well, I don't blame you. Then I'll send you some documents we've obtained. Take a look at them and decide for yourself if what I'm saying is true. Who the fuck are you, by the way? How do you have all this information? An email with an attachment was sent to the PDA right after the man said that. Watasa opened the email and checked the contents of the file. There were various documents that supported the man's claims. Photo of Labo's interior. This showed that Labo was no nuclear power research center. Okay, so someone on the inside, fucking hell. A photo of an email sent from Labo to the PRC. This email proved that a BC insulator that Labo had developed was publicly announced as something from the PRC. Subject A's data. A lot of the data in this file, this one had been deleted, but what remained did confirm that Labo had indeed confirmed a communique that called that. All sorts of other documents were there, each one supporting the idea that what the man had said was true. Yeah, but do we believe that at all? So when he finished reading all of it, Watasa muttered in a stunned voice. Is what you're telling me really true? Yes, it is. It is, though it must not be easy to believe, nor is it something you would want to believe. But think back on how abnormal this city is. They control information and conduct surveillance on their townspeople without batting an eye, right? Anything's possible in the city, no matter how unbelievable it may sound. Watasa was taken aback at those words. The city had grown to do all sorts of things that would normally be considered a violation of human rights on the supposed grounds that Orkami City was a government-designated top city. Oh? Such as setting up surveillance cameras all over the city. The city gates that controlled the coming and going of townspeople. The citizen database that only certain people were allowed to access. Yeah, that is Big Brother territory. The townspeople had been opposed to the creation of every single one of them, and yet, it still happened. But their complaints eventually died down, and the security cameras and so on were implemented little by little. And before they knew it, all those things had become like air to the townspeople. No, the townspeople simply had gotten used to those abnormalities. Watasa felt chills run through him when it hit him just how strange the whole thing was. Since it wasn't directly related to them, no one had thought about it seriously. And thus all sorts of things that couldn't be undone had gone forward without him even noticing it. So what are you saying? My family died because of that monster built up by the Orkami City government and the PRC? No, it was because she's a shit. That's why. Yeah, at the time, the Orkami City government hid their crimes and never took responsibility. I guess. And I received money from that very same government and lived a comfortable life up until today without knowing a damn thing. Unfortunately, that's exactly it. Yeah, okay. You were raised by the government responsible for your family's deaths. Come on, they weren't responsible for that, not really. Like, okay, indirectly. It was still Alice that actually did the killing and stuff. Like, she's the shit who gets blamed, but like, come on. Responsible for your family's deaths and have been working for them as civil servant. Watasa let out a wordless scream. His blood boiled and a deep red filled his vision. Fuck that. What happened, Subject A? Is she still living in Labo? No, she died. Oh yeah, short lifespans. What? After causing that incident, A was used by Labo as a human test subject, and then died there just a year after she had been confined. She probably died a cruel death. In the end, A too was nothing more than a victim of Orkami City's wrongdoings. No. I don't know if I agree with that perspective, honestly. It's complicated. I guess no one's blameless there. But like, you can't just simplify that to like she was also a victim. Like she fucking caused the whole thing in the first place. I mean, sure, there's resentment, but it's your choice how you respond to that resentment and being ostracized. Like, come on now. Can't really, like... bloody hell. Complicated. It's more complicated than that. A sense of emptiness filled Watase's body. Having immediately lost the target of his hatred, he switched it over to a new one. What happened with the Rokume City government? After that, I mean, you know nothing happened, it just continued to chug along. What happened with Labo after they lost their valuable test subject due to A's death? Again, the static. Something's wrong. Memories. Something is up with the memories. They adopted new test subjects and used them to continue their BC research. Laurel scent filled the air yet again at that moment. Yeah, fuck, that means someone's fucking with your memories. Your brain. Something like that. Like, what is that? Out of all the communicators who live in Rokume City, those who possess particularly superb abilities are confined in Labo and made into test subjects. And so more monsters like A have been growing in number one by one. People. People, they're people. They're still people. Why would they ever do something like that? Come on, he just explained. Valuable research, potential field of technological developments. Like, you know, the space race again, basically. The secret space race. One of their goals is, naturally, to study BC. And the other one is to create a kind of biological weapon. Yeah. Did you say a biological weapon? No, in this common sense, like a psychological weapon. The incident with A was merely an accident, but if you look at it from another angle, you'll find that communicators who have become monsters can be used in interesting ways. Still people. For example, let's say you send one of them into the capital of an enemy nation. What do you think would happen next? They'd amplify the malice of the city's residents, leading to mass chaos and destruction? Precisely. They could intentionally cause the same thing that happened in Rokume City 15 years ago. Precisely. That's also a decent word. Guess it makes the top 10, not top 5 though. If left alone for a few days, arson and crimes would spread throughout the whole city. Criminals would run rampant, and public order would likely be impossible to restore. Guess. But the attacked party wouldn't even realize that they had been attacked. Where the core concept behind this biological weapon is that it devastates people's minds. A weapon that only damages the country's citizens without actually damaging the country itself. Truly, a weapon of the new era. But isn't Rokume City just a local government? What would drive them to do that? Well, that's also a cover. The truth is the Rokume City government has this intimate relationship with a certain foreign company. But on the outside, they're just a pharmaceutical company. But behind the facade, they're an arms dealer. Merchants of death, as the term goes. Almost all of their sinister surge being carried out is done at their request. But no one's realized this, so there's no one who can talk about or leak this. The truth will forever continue to be covered up and vanish into the deepest darkness. But you know. I see. So Rokume City is trying to create more of these monsters responsible for Wataru and our parents' deaths. And again, that static memory alteration stuff happening, mental attacks or something, what the fuck is that? Flames of rage burned up within Watase. He sealed those pitch black flames deep within his chest and continued. Hey, let me ask you something. What do you gain from telling me all this? What do you want me to do? Let me reverse the question. What do you want to do? Watase Kasasagi, I ask this straight to your heart. Now that you know the truth, can you return to that false peace? And basically this guy did what Rokume City, he's alleging they are doing. Is creating a biological weapon. In this case, he's brainwashed Watase now into becoming that weapon of destruction. So, yeah. It's possible that in a way he just explained exactly what he's doing, this person behind the voice. They, I guess. We don't know. It's a voice modulator. Tell me your true feelings. Watase's heart pounded loudly at that request. Can I keep on living the same carefree life now that I know the truth? The Rokume City government had killed his sister and parents, twisted his life. And on top of all that, they had hidden the truth and forced him to live an unknowing lie for 15 years. Watase had pushed his hatred of the culprit of the incident on into the deepest corners of his heart by following his sister's dream. But the truth was, there was a certain desire he had secretly held all these years. I wanted to make the culprit go through the same pain Wataru did, Ah, yes. Wataru was your sister, correct? Yeah. She was such a good person. Yes, she was. She was weak, but motivated. Stupid, but gentle. Tears poured out of Watasa's eyes when he said that. Watasa loved Wataru. He hated the one who had taken her away from him forever from the bottom of his heart. But everything about the culprit, including her very existence, had been concealed by the Rokume City government. If possible, he would very much like to tear a limb from limb, but that was no longer an option. Then that left the Rokume City government as the only target for Watasa's hatred and anger. Okay, so that explains why he doesn't see those as, communicators exactly aren't his subject of malice, at least not yet. It's the government. It's always the government's fault. But he's just believing these things, this person has presented him. Documents that could easily be faked, screenshots and pictures that could also be just, made up, fabricated. He's just taking it all in because he kind of wants to believe it. That's all there is to it, really. He wants to be brainwashed into believing this kind of stuff. Hey, should I feel ashamed about wanting revenge? It's complicated. Revenge is a complicated feeling. Is it okay for me to want revenge when it's my job to save lives? Again, complicated. Only you can answer that yourself. Is it okay for me to hate the bastards running Rokume City? Not really. No, I would say no. Of course. The man's answer was clear and blunt. It's only human for you to hate your family's killer. And if you truly feel that way, then you can become one of us, our comrade. Alright. Watasa heard footsteps coming from behind at that moment. Hello, Q. Watasa turned around in surprise. Oh, it is Ukita. Only to see a man standing there. Okay. Shock. Okay, so it is. He is okay. Fuck me. Alright. Okay, that explains that. So is Enna there as well? Okay. Okay. Okay, that's how. Okay. Right. Well, that's a fucking revelation. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Okay. Okay. Alright, we get Ukita's background as well. Fuck me. Alright, that's. Oh, man. Alright, that's a lot of things. Okay. 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 Right. 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 Okay. That. Oh boy. Juicy. This is such a juicy revelation. I'm loving it. I'm loving it. Hell yeah. Hell the fuck yeah. Okay. 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 Am I ready to move on? Or am I still too excited? I'm gonna take a sip of water. Okay. I'm ready to move on. Alright, alright, fucking... Judging from the fact that he was holding a PDA, he had likely been the one talking to Watasa just now. Who are you? Me? I'm a researcher at Labo. The man put his PDA away and answered. But I too hate Labo and Rokume City, much like you. What? A whistleblower. That term passed through Watasa's head. He had sent him pictures of Labo and data about the test subject just minutes ago. Only someone on the inside could have obtained those things. But what do you mean by become one of us? No, wait. What do you mean by us? You see, while I work as a researcher for Labo, I am also a member of a certain organization. What organization? The extremist organization who was arrested for the Great Arson 15 years ago. The ones who were branded as criminals instead of Communicator A. Watasa was astonished. Wait, do you mean you guys are terrorists? Terrorists, eh? It's true that those who stand up against authority have been frequently called by that term. Quit mincing words. What you guys do is commit acts of destruction, plain and simple. You're the ones who set up bombs at the PRC before, weren't you? All you've done is give us that much more work to do. Hold on. It's not like I'm a member of this extreme organization because I want to be. Eh? There's just no other organization out there who I can count on to oppose Rokume City. That's all there is to it. But can you just tell the police to? It won't work. Considering the fact they've been able to keep such a large-scale cover-up running for so long, it's best to assume Rokume City has the police in their pocket. I mean, you can just gather all the data and just dump it on the internet. Plain and simple, just do a massive data dump. Like WikiLeaks or something like that. I mean, you're able to communicate to Watasa here easily and send things to the PDA, like getting information like that, without anyone really suspecting anything for a year or more. So yeah, you could easily do that. And when you look at how much information control is going on, that leaves the media out of the picture too. And before you suggest standing up to them by myself, that's out of the question too. Someone tried that once, and they got murdered in a way that looked like an accident. But despite all that, I want to reveal the truth. I want to bring Labo's wrongdoings to light, even if it means making an enemy of the entire city. Okay, so that's how they got the arms in there, in the thing, the fire extinguishers. And I guess that's what the sloppy attempt at sealing and the amnesiac Watase was. Fascinating, interesting. Yeah, that's man, that's a lot of things to try and remember now. Fuck me. Okay. Anyway, why are you going so far? Much like you, I also have a reason to fight. You should understand by now why I told you all this. My comrades and I are currently formulating a plan to deal a crippling blow to Rokume City and Labo. And we need your help to carry out this plan. You need me? You're free to refuse, of course. If you then proceed to go to the police and tell them everything you've just heard, I will most likely be arrested as a terrorist. Though perhaps Labo will get to me before the police can, and kill me. I'm taking a huge risk by showing you my face and telling you all about my background. But I'd like to believe that you'll become one of our comrades. I want to believe that all the things you said about your deceased sister just minutes ago were true. The man then looked Watasa dead in the eye. You can still turn back now. You can forget everything and return to your normal life. But if you want to fight Rokume City alongside us, then become one of us. Become one of us. Watasa looked the man back in the eye. After a long silence, he finally answered. What's the name of your organization? Like, does that even matter? Q. We are the ones who posed the unrelenting questions to this insidious world. Sure. Natsuhiko was shocked about the memory he had just seen. Yeah, I was too. Me too, actually. That was like fucking exciting. Puzzle pieces fitting together, I guess. Fucking hell. Fucking hell. I see, so that's why Watasa hates communicators so much. Not really the communicators that he hates that much. Like, not really. Like, didn't you pay attention? He mainly hates the, the government cover-up stuff. The communicators are just incidental, really, in here. Like, they're just a means to an end of obtaining power and control. And now I know that it was Mr. Ukita who led Watasa down the path of evil. Oh, I guess. Yes. Again, one man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter. So, yeah. There is no right and wrong. Not that simple. He had his suspicions for a while, but now he knew for sure that Ukita was also a terrorist. But Mr. Ukita and Watasa are making a grave misunderstanding. Beauty was a test subject, but she never turned into a monster. Communicator A may indeed have been a dangerous being, but Labo as it is now isn't creating any monsters. It's the idea of the potential of what she can do and stuff like that. That's the, because like nuclear power itself, excellent example, isn't dangerous on its own. It's how it's used and applied or misused. Again, complicated, very complicated topics, very difficult to properly discuss. Definitely not for my feeble mind. Anyway, And of course, there's no way in hell that absurd story about them creating biological weapons is true either. Why not? Why not? I believe it. I totally believe it. I mean, fucking hell, governments literally did try, you know, fund some research into psychic powers and stuff like that during the Cold War, just on the off chance that it's real. I mean, most of them all very quickly discovered, no, it's complete bullshit, but they didn't want to say that because of the Cold War, and so they said, like, yeah, we're doing this. Or, like, you know, they allowed information, or the idea that they were still researching this to, you know, spread, you know, let the enemy spies know that, yeah, or like, make sure they don't find out that, no, we decided this is bullshit and we're not going to research on it. Like, maybe we missed something, And besides, if the opposing team thinks we're doing this and there is merit to it, then, like, they'll spend their valuable resources on something that's fruitless as well. So, no. Totally reasonable. Totally reasonable that we developing biological weapons like that. Then that means Watasa's descent into terrorism was most likely all based on a misunderstanding. It's not a misunderstanding though as well, that's like, it's not inaccurate. The more of Watasa's memories he saw, the stronger the pain in Natsuko's heart grew. But he kept on viewing those memories to learn the truth. And yeah, once we're done viewing his memories, we will pause for today and continue tomorrow. With the fallout of this, Watasa recovering himself. And so, the next memory to appear was an event that took place exactly 1 month later. Ooh. The name of the man who had told Watasa the truth at the ruins of the hospital was Keiji Ukita. On that day, he left Watasa with the words, "If you want to be one of our comrades, then feel free to contact me at any time." Watasa racked his mind over what to do all throughout the next month, and then finally contacted Ukita. They secretly met at the same place as last time, the ruins of the hospital. Also, I've been kind of vaguely noticing that the title chapters are in, like, German. For some reason. I don't really get what that's about. Why? But okay. Or at least the first half, and the second half is in English. It's like, I mean, that's pretty typical of it, but these Japanese stories, include, like, fiction ones or sci-fi stuff like that, to include French and German is very common. British a little bit less, but also common. Anyway, Watasa arrived there shortly after leaving work. Before long, Ukita also showed up with a tense look on his face. "It's been a long time, Mr. Kasasagi. I mean, it's only a month. It's not very long. Have you decided to become one of us?" "No. I want to ask you something before that." "What's that?" "Why are you betraying Labo? I can't trust a man who would betray his own organization without first hearing a clear reason that I can accept." A bitter look rose to Ukita's face when he heard that question. And again with that static thing, memories are fucking around. Like, because I hate the way Labo does things, that's all. That's not good enough, that doesn't work for me. That does not work for me as a reason, fuck you. A floral scent wafted through the air when Ukita said that. What the fuck is that? What? But aren't you guys the ones who are abducting communicators and using them for human experimentation? No, that's only done by a small number of employees known as senior fellows. High-ranked researchers, in other words. Junior fellows, normal researchers like me, know that Labo is a BC research facility, but don't know about the test subjects. But I accidentally discovered the truth, you see. It appears that there was someone who came before me who also learned of that secret, but he was killed. Labo thinks nothing of the lives of us junior fellows. So I figured I had to do something before I was next. So you're doing this to protect yourself, eh? I know it's much more pathetic than your reason, but is it acceptable to you? I mean, I guess, self-preservation, I suppose, but no, there's... yeah. It seems a bit too weak to go on the path of full-on, like, burn everything to the ground. But, I mean, I guess, to each their own reasons, I suppose. Yeah. Yeah. Watasa didn't think Ukita's reason was pathetic at all. I mean, it's not. It was only natural to want to save yourself when your own life was at risk. No one can blame him. Again with that static thing, the fuck. Watasa held his hand out to Ukita. "I'll trust you. I'll help you out as much as I'm needed to." Seriously, what the fuck is that? They're gonna have to explain that as well. Who's been fucking with Watasa's brain there? With this. I am grateful beyond words to hear that. Is he a psychic as well as Ukita? Like a super psychic as well? What the fuck? Ukita then gave Watasa a firm handshake. His hand was as thin as a dead tree, but his palm was filled with heat. From that day onwards, Watasa and Ukita began making preparations to put their terrorist plot into action. They held their secret meeting to formulate said plot in Watasa's apartment. Before the meeting, Watasa followed Ukita's instructions and checked the apartment to make sure it wasn't bugged anywhere. He was horrified to discover that there were indeed several bugs in his apartment, but he destroyed all of them. That's gonna put you on a suspect list though. So, yeah. He was a bit cautious after that, but no new bugs were planted. It appeared he had probably long since ceased to be an observation target for Rockame City. I mean, I guess he did join the... I guess that would make sense. He joined the rescue squad, has been dutifully performing, you know, a good job for like 9 years or so. Okay then, I need to know everything, Mr. Ukita. Tell me all the details about the plan and its goal. Again with that. Static. The fuck is that? Very well, this is what we've thought up so far. Who's this? It has to be Anna there, doesn't it? Like, it has to be. Because there's no one else left. Oh, maybe Kazumi as well, technically. Maybe. We don't know much about her history as well. Fuck. That... Ah, jeez, that could be. That could be. Couldn't it? Ah, damn it. Like, June is too young to be involved in this, and she definitely was just inspired by us to become a rescue worker, so she's like pure and innocent and like hero mode. We know Watasa is, you know, like we know his history now. We know Ukita somewhat. We don't know anything about June, and we know very little about Kazumi still. We know everything about the kids. Like, that's been settled. Damn. Only one way to find out. Faint floor will fill the air once more. First of all, our ultimate objective is to abduct the test subjects. Abduct them? Huh? What good's abducting monsters gonna do? Monsters? People? I believe I've already told you this, but a communicator who's turned into a monster has this potential to become a biological weapon. Labo's barbarity would come to an end were the world to ever learn of the danger they possess. Like, governments know about that. Like, governments absolutely know about that, they're just keeping it a secret as well. I see, that makes sense, does it? That would probably result in an investigation into all the other things that Rockame City has been covering up all this time, one after another. You really think the national government, the federal government, isn't aware of this? At least on some level? Come on now. Indeed, would also deal a major blow to both Labo and Rockame City. It's getting more frequent. Holy hell. But even so, how are we supposed to break into Labo to do that? Labo has strict security on par with that of a nuclear power plant, right? Indeed, that's where you and your rescue squad come in. What? Labo's security has but one hole in it. It's the automatic disaster prevention system, their biggest blind spot. So you're planning to exploit the disaster prevention system? Yes. When a fire breaks out in Labo, they automatically send a report to you guys at Sirius, right? That should allow you guys to break into Labo without being stopped by security. I get it. So you're saying we should take advantage of the chaos following the fire to get those test subjects out. Now he finally understood why Ukita had recruited him. But this is just your way in. Labo's security system has layer upon layer of protection that will provide several obstacles towards the plan's execution. I'll explain them one by one. Ukita took out his PDA. A map was on its screen. This is a map of Labo. Hugh's comrades were able to steal this map from the contractors who built the facility. Anyway, take a look at this. Test subjects are being held captive in the deepest depths beneath Labo. You mean in floor B2? No, below that. He had heard that Labo had 2 surface floors and 2 basement floors, so he assumed they'd be on the lowest floor. No, deeper than that. In the center of the basement floor is Area N. But the truth is, there's an elevator there that goes down. Yeah, that glass dome thingy. What? So there's B3 and potentially infinite more. Precisely, Area Zero. It's a large basement floor located deep underground, known as Area Zero. That's where the two test subjects are being held, a place where no sunlight ever reaches. So we've got two test subjects, eh? Do we know their names, ages, and genders? No, all I was able to discover is that they're called Subject N and Subject Y2. Y2? So there's a Y1? There was. No, they say Subject Y was discarded several years ago. They most likely died in Labo, just like Subject A. I see. Natsuko was shocked to hear what they were saying. There's a third basement floor known as Area Zero? Yeah, I mean, we figured that out the first time we saw that area. With the thing, and the corpses below the thing. Like, you know, the images aligned. Area and had that dome thingy. Glass, and the picture below had it going downwards from the top of the screen. Anyway, so that means there's another floor under Labo? Yes. Yeah, see? Clearly. Right under where I was lying for all those hours. Yeah. Yuri and that dead girl. According to what he had heard, the ones in prison down there were Subject N and Subject Y2. He didn't know which one referred to Yuri and which one referred to the other girl. So, anyway, but that means that what Yuri said was true. There had also been a Subject Y, but they had already died, apparently. Not necessarily died. No, they didn't say it was dead. No, they didn't say. They were discarded with the potential of memories coming back as the only problematic point. So no, Subject Y is absolutely alive. Did they also die from human experimentation? No. But nothing like that ever happened to Yuri. Wait, hold on. Could that mean that the test subjects were each treated differently? That would make sense, actually, yeah. To see how differently they react. And how, you know, the differences in their development and their powers and everything else. Makes sense. That makes absolute sense, yeah. You experiment with different variables. There's no point in doing the same experiment if you want different results. You want to see... Anyway, there was still too much Natsuko didn't know. Watasa kept silent and Ukita continued. Let's get back on topic. So, the test subjects we need to save are in Area Zero. However, in order to get down there, you'll need 2 security cards from the top brass researchers. What's more, there's apparently a retinal scan ID process involved. No, I'm not sleeping. Fuck that. Go away, sleep. No. I'm going through this. They sure didn't pull their punches when it came to security on the thing. Indeed, to make matters worse, even if you can get the test subjects out of Area Zero, there's another problem. As soon as you get out of Area N, a Case N, the code to prevent a test subject from escaping, will be declared. So the girl getting out of there, that's what triggered it, and then she was killed by the cargo elevator. That's what happened. A Case N, a code that locks down the countless security gates in the facility. What's more, it causes indestructible bulkheads to block all routes to the surface, preventing anyone from getting out. Furthermore, the security team and staff will realize something's gone horribly wrong when the Case N is announced. Any staff still inside the facility will become desperate to find the escaped test subjects, while the security teams outside the facility will form a perimeter around the facility to prevent them from getting away. That does sound like quite the challenge. Then is there any way to prevent a Case N from being declared? No. The Case N declaration system is conducted by the supercomputer brain cell, which supervises all of Labo. That's a fail. That's a weak spot. Centralized. Yeah, that's 3 control systems that mutually complement each other. It's impossible to knock them out all offline at the same time. Okay. The redundancies. Good to hear. Something has redundancies in it. Talk about thorough. Well, yes, you would be. Yes. Though apparently you can take the test subjects all the way to Area 5 if you go through standard procedures. Area 5? Why is that the one place it's okay to take them to? There are rooms in that area where they conduct examinations and experiments on the test subjects. Therefore, it's the only place where the test subjects are allowed to be taken to. But even in the case they are taken to Area 5, It appears a case N is still declared if they ever approach the elevators and emergency staircases. So what you're saying is that it's impossible to leave the facility with the test subjects even if we manage to get in there. Yes, but we must do it regardless. We have to make the impossible possible. Watasen nodded. There were 3 major problems with the plan. First one was finding a way to get past the security card and retinal scan checks to get down to Area 0. The second one was finding a way to get test subjects out of there without being discovered by the staff still in the facility. The third and final one was finding a way to escape the facility with the test subjects even after the case N had been declared. Let's cover the first problem first. How to get down to Area 0? We'll probably have to render some high-ranking researchers unconscious on the day we execute our plan, then take them with us and force them to do the retinal scan. That's also how we'll get the cards. That way we can get down to Area 0 by making it look like we're going through standard procedures. I don't like the sound doing that, but we have no choice, eh? Watase accepted Ukita's proposal. Let's move on to the next issue then. As for how we can deal with the staff in the facility, we've decided to use the case and declaration against them. What do you mean? It's a little complicated, but hear me out. It'll go something like this. And with that lead-in, Ukita began explaining. First things first, Labo has this machine in it called the WX particle amplifier. It will go haywire if handled incorrectly. Brain Cell will automatically take action to stop the machine once it goes haywire. But it will take time for it to stop it. If we intentionally cause it to go haywire, that process will take 12 hours. And if a case N is declared at the same time the WX particle amplifier is going haywire, then it will be impossible to call off the case N until the machine has stopped going haywire. It will be absolutely impossible for them to open up the sealed bulkheads. What? Why won't they be able to open up the bulkheads? The WX amplifier is basically a machine that spreads elementary particles that amplify the effects of BC. Can you imagine what would happen if a test subject escaped while that machine was going haywire? It's likely they'd use BC to seek help from people outside. In the worst case scenario, the townspeople could end up receiving test subjects' telepathy. I see, now I understand why they won't be able to open the bulkheads. It's just yet another part of their whole cover-up. That makes sense, yes. But what does that have to do with how security teams will try to deal with it? Right, I was about to use that as the basis to explain what we should do. First, we'll start a fire in the facility and force the staff and the security teams to evacuate. We won't rescue the test subjects just yet at that point. But if the WX particle amplifier goes haywire and the case N is declared after they've all evacuated, then there'll be no one left in the facility. Everything sounded like a good idea up until that point, but won't that mean we won't be able to get outside? Incorrect. There is still a single place we can escape from even with the bulkheads locked down. What? Where's that? The WX particle amplifier's coolant pipes. Wait, really? That was their plan as well? That ridiculous last minute, like, just totally shot in the dark plan? Ukita fiddled around with his PDA again after he said that. When he did, the screen changed to show the WX particle amplifier's manual. The water used for the WX particle amplifier's coolant is drawn in from Lake Orokome. The coolant's intake and drainage pipes are 1 meter in diameter, just big enough for a person to fit in. The pipes are filled with hot water that circulate at high speeds, but the whole thing's set up so that the water automatically stops flowing if you destroy the coolant's filtering mechanism. Wait, hold on. Won't opening a hole in the intake pipe flood all of Labo? Watase pointed to a part of the diagram and spoke. According to this diagram, the intake pipe is located under Lake Orokome's water level, meaning water will pour out of the pipe all at once if you open a hole in it, running water or not, and Labo will be flooded. Right, which is why we'll open a hole in the drainage pipe. There's a giant pump inside the drainage pipe that will prevent us from passing through, so I want you to destroy it. Ukita said that with a broad grin on his face. Did you say destroy it? How? If you destroy the pump first, then your main obstacles will be the water in the pipe. But if we stop the water from running and open up a hole in the bottom half of the pipe... Oh, I get it. Then we can drain the water. Glad you get it. Okay, that is a smarter plan. The drainage pipe's exit was above Lake Orokome's water level, meaning that unlike the intake pipe, opening a hole in there would cause much less water to pour out. So our next issue is how to destroy the pump after we've drained the water. But this is where I'd appreciate some ideas from you. Can you think of any specialized rescue equipment that can be used to destroy the pump? Let's see, special equipment to destroy a pump, eh? Watase thought the whole thing through, then quickly found an answer. I know, a jackhammer should probably do the trick. A jackhammer? You know, the tool used to smash down bedrock. We used it to rescue those who are trapped behind fallen debris. So it shouldn't look all that suspicious if we use the fire as a pretext to bring one down to the basement. Indeed, that sounds like it would work nicely. But how much time do you think it would take for one of those things to destroy that pump? Well, if we keep working without a break, I'd say about 3 hours or so. But you said that the bulkheads will remain closed for about 12 hours if a case N is declared, right? So it might take a little time, but it shouldn't be a problem. After we force the facility into lockdown, we'll take our time destroying the pump, and then we can escape the Lake Rokume with the test subjects. Those dumbasses at Labo will just be waiting outside the facility the whole time for the lockdown to be lifted, and when the bulkheads finally open, they'll find nothing more than an empty husk. Incredible. It's the perfect plan. Sure, I guess. But you didn't account for one thing, a dumbass 16-year-old with psychic powers. Of course. Ukita broke out into a reassured smile. Satisfied, Watase returned Ukita's smile with one of his own. Alright, then let's go with this plan. Things are about to get busy. Yes, there's a lot of things we'll need to prepare in order to execute our plan. It's about time we got to thinking about the starting point though. How do we cause the fire in the facility? Leave that to me. I'll contact other Q members and get incendiary bombs and the other necessary equipment from them. Thanks, you're a lifesaver. And so Watase and Ukita began formulating their plan on a grand scale. Grand, that's a good word as well. Top 10 as well. Maybe even top 5. Ukita contacted other Q members and gave them the outline of the plan. Q gave their answer on the spot. It's a good plan. We approve of it as well. We'll back you up in every way we can. Once they got that answer, Watase and Ukita collaborated with the other Q members located in Rokume City to move forward with the plan. First, they got their answer on how to cause the fire. We will prepare 100 incendiary time bombs, set those up in Labo and make them go off all at the same time. I'm grateful for that. The problem is how to set the bombs in the first place. That will indeed be difficult. Someone will spot the bombs shortly after they've planted and cause a big fuss. Then can we hand the bombs in something to disguise them? That way they won't suspect they're bombs when they see them. Like, for example, by putting them in fire extinguishers. Fire extinguishers? Our squad directs Labo's disaster prevention. We replace their old fire extinguishers with new ones once every 2 years as part of that program. That's our chance. If we use that opportunity to switch the fire extinguishers out with ones filled with lead bombs... I see! Then we could use set bombs up all over Labo in no time. And no one ever looks at what's inside the fire extinguisher, so we won't have to worry about anyone finding them. It's the perfect camouflage. It kinda is, yes. Alright, then we'll go with that. We're scheduled to replace the fire extinguishers in September of next year. After that, Labo will be filled with bombs disguised as fire extinguishers. They also receive various orders from Q. As for us, we would like you to physically destroy Labo. It is a symbol of Rokume City's wrongdoings. By destroying it, we can let the world know of our resentment. We have prepared a powerful time bomb that will blow Labo as sky high, planted inside the facility. It's easy enough to set up that time bomb, but I'd rather we do it in a way to prevent casualties. But destroying Labo has a huge benefit to us. If we cause an explosion powerful enough to blow up the entire facility, then most Labo staff waiting outside believe that both we and the test subjects died in it. I see, so that way we'll pull the wool right over our pursuers' eyes. But there's one major problem with that. If I've got this right, in order to get down to Area Zero, we have to knock out 2 high-ranked researchers and take them down with us for authentication, correct? But that means they'll be stuck in the facility after the case is declared, and they'll get caught up in the explosion. That's true. On the other hand, I think it's far too risky to take them with us when we escape, so I would rather not. It's a rather tight escape plan. Alright, then how about this? We'll set the time bomb so that it goes off 1 minute after the lockdown lifts. That should give both of them just enough time to escape. Is there a way we can figure out the time the lockdown will be lifted in advance? Brain cells monitor will show the expected time for when the lockdown is to be lifted. We'll check that, then set the bomb's timer for 1 minute after that. Though, to be honest, it's a rather desperate measure. Can't do anything about that. I mean, we're trying to carry out the terrorist plot without killing anyone. It sounds nigh impossible. Yeah, okay, so that's why. No intention of murder. But aren't we being naive? Coming up with that idea? No, it's the right thing to do. We'll be lower than shit if we kill anyone. No better than the guys at Labo. Trying to hold on to some kind of moral high ground. I guess. Yes, you're right. Everyone's a good guy in their own story. Natsuko shuddered when he heard their conversation. Did they just say that there's a powerful time bomb that can blow Labo sky high? Oh yeah, right, that's also important to know. Right. Kinda glossed over that revelation. Anyway. And that they planted that thing in Labo. But it was set to go off 1 minute after the lockdown ended. Watase, Mr. Ukita, what have you done? But on the other hand, there was something else that was really bugging him. Something's weird. Watase said he wanted to avoid casualties. Like Mr. Ukita said, that's a rather naive idea for a terrorist. Was he thinking that, though communicators were monsters, he didn't want to kill any humans if possible? Are communicators and humans totally different species in Watase's mind? No, they're not. At least they shouldn't be, because they're not. It was indeed somewhat strange, but Natsuko continued to read through Watase's memories. And thus, their plan approached its final stages. It was then that Q sent their third set of orders. We're uneasy about only 2 people carrying out the plan. We would prefer if you could get about 2 more people for the job. We would like you to invite Mr. Seiji Dojima and Mr. Kazuki Hiyama, comrade Kasasagi's co-workers, to become our comrades. Watase understood what they were getting at, but though he was okay with just himself being a part of it, was it really okay for him to get his co-workers wrapped up in this terrorist plot? No, it's not. Plus, they get killed. Those guys have the same background as me. Dojima lost his girlfriend, Great Arson, while Hiyama lost his younger brother. So if they learn the truth, they too should hate Rokume City's barbarism enough to want revenge, just like me. So while he was reluctant at first, Watase eventually contacted Dojima and Hiyama. So how'd your coworkers react to the news? The exact same way I did. They shook with anger and agreed to join Q. How convenient. I see. That means all the necessary pieces are now in place. And thus, Watase and Ukita's plan was now complete. They would plant incendiary bombs and fire extinguishers and artificially start a fire. Next, they would cause the WX particle amplifier to go haywire, rescue the test subjects, and cause a case end to be declared. Once the lockdown began, they would set the time bomb in the facility, then escape through the Kolen's drainage pipe. Then once the bomb went off, all traces of Watase and Ukita's crimes, as well as any way of finding out if the test subjects were dead or alive, would go up in flames. So all that's left is to actually do this, eh? Bloody hell, my throat is getting a little sore from all this talking. It's been 2.5 hours of me just yammering. Indeed. Ukita took out his PDA, but we're not stopping. No. Not until the amnesia is lifted. Q has sent us one last order to this PDA. I'll read it for us. What's it say? We are grateful for all your efforts, comrades Kasasagi and Ukita. We will now commence preparing the bombs and weapons necessary to carry out this plan. These include 100 incendiary bombs disguised as fire extinguishers, a 3 Kelgam Tetril explosive that will be used to destroy Labo, and 3 NZ-75 pistols for self-defense. 3 of them. Anna has 1 of them. Watase has another. And who has the 3rd one then? Yeah, I'm missing something. I probably overlooked something there. 3 of them. You know? Yeah. The Tetril and pistols will be mixed in with the rescue squad's special equipment and delivered on D-Day. Your target is the 6th Laboratory of Atomic and Biological Organization. Your objectives are to destroy the facility and abduct the 2 test subjects. The plan will be carried out approximately 1 year from now, on September 16th, 2030. The anniversary of the Great Rokume City arson, eh? That day probably held unpleasant memories for Q's members, whoever they were. It was clearly no coincidence that they picked that day of all days to commence their plan. Till that day, each comrade is to make further preparations. There are countless things you must do in advance, such as hand-to-hand and firearms combat training. Naturally, you mustn't tell anyone else about the plan over the course of next year, to say the least of opening your heart to anyone. Rokume City is full of countless communiques. If you open your heart to someone, they might read your mind and find out all about the plan. All communiques are not like us. They're monsters with strange powers. No, they're not. But now the Sea's Subject A wasn't the exception. She was the exception. Fuck you. Think of all communiques as abominations. Fuck off. No, wrong. Think of Rokume City as a city full of monsters. Wrong. In every single way. That's wrong. We must put an end to this abnormal town's history. You can't really... Fine. You may find that to be a rather extreme mindset, but unless you take precise caution, our flawless plan will come crashing down. Prepare all of that in mind as you wait for the day of reckoning. The day where the truth shall be brought to light, and 180 lost souls shall at last rest in peace. Once Ukita had finished reading the long piece of text, it's not that long, he shot Watase a pointed gaze. That's a rare view to voice these days, wouldn't you agree? Communiques are abominations, eh? Perhaps that's going too far, but it is indeed true that we cannot open our hearts to anyone. Yeah, you said it. And so Watase and his comrades began their long year of preparation, all the way until September 2030. The years spent preparing for the terrorist plot passed by in the blink of an eye. Watase showed no indications of what he was doing, and continued work as a rescue worker as he had before, while secretly getting ready for that day. Dojima and Hima were the same. They met with Akita as little as possible, and just waited for September 16th. Then something changed on September 13th, 3 days before D-Day. Yeah, Mashra heard you. Watase was off duty that day. It would be his final day off as a rescue worker, so he figured he would spend the day walking around the city. He aimlessly strolled to the city where he had been born and raised. I'll probably never be able to come back to the city again once the plan's been executed. That thought caused him to become sentimental. Various memories passed through his head every time the scenery around him changed. Memories of the restaurant his parents had taken him to. Memories of the clothing store his sister had bought new clothes for him at. The sea is full of places with memories of my family. He normally wasn't conscious of it, but the sea was brimming with nostalgia for him. It wasn't just memories of his family that he recalled. There was one of the bars he had gone bar hopping to with Dojima and Hima on the night they would pass the rescue work exam. There was the cafe where he had broken up with his first girlfriend. There was the road he'd walked down with his last girlfriend hand in hand as they nestled close to one another. Watase was trying to cast aside all those memories and take his first step into a different life. I'd be lying if I said I didn't have any reservations, but he still had to do it. He had reached that conclusion long ago. Because I'm the only one who can avenge Wataru and my folks. As the only survivor of the Kasasagi family, he would be disgracing his family's memory if he were to give up on his revenge before it even started. That's what he told himself. It wasn't long before dark clouds hung overhead. Looks like it's gonna rain. Since Watase hated getting rained on, he walked over to the nearest bus stop. The bus came by shortly afterwards. He got on to find that it was packed inside. Maybe I should have taken a cab. Watase stood between the other passengers as he thought that, only for his thoughts to be interrupted by the sound of students chatting in the seats nearby. Natsuko, is there anything you want to buy? No, not in particular. That's a little boring. I know, let's pick out clothes for Natsuko this time. Oh yeah, basically the mirror image of Wataru. No, you don't need to. And the mirror image of himself. Why not? You've actually got some nice looks to start off with, so you can't let it go to waste by being plain all the time. Literally the same conversation. Oh there, you don't want to make me your next dress-up doll, do you? I guess you could look at it that way too. The boy smiled wryly at the girl's playfulness. Thoughts crossed Watase's mind as he listened to that conversation. I feel like I've heard that conversation somewhere before. Yeah, it's only like, well, okay, it's like 2 hours ago, but still. Literally the exact same conversation you had with your sister, like 16 years ago. Where was it? Watase thought about and then remembered. I know, how about your big sis picks out some clothes for you? No, you don't need to. And now you've actually got some nice looks to start off with, so you can't let go to waste by being plain all the time. Is that your subtle way of complimenting yourself? I guess you could look at it that way too. Oh, that's right. This is just like that conversation I had with Wataru back when she was still alive. Man, hearing this sure brings me back. Just as he started to feel a sense of fellowship with those kids, the girl looked at him. It was only then that Watase realized it. The girl was wearing a Rokume Academy uniform. That was the school where they trained communicators. Oh wait, empathy allows you to read the current thoughts. He was thinking about something nostalgic. He wasn't thinking about anything like, oh, I hate communicators like that. Like, that's advanced, that's actually senses, like looking into someone's mind properly and thoroughly. Like, they're communicators. Watase gasped in surprise. Shit, there's a chance a communicator will read my mind if I open my heart to them. Since they were students of Rokume Academy, it wouldn't be surprising if they could use empathy. Calm down, keep your mind blank. In the off chance someone reads your mind, the whole plan's doomed to fail. And it was indeed. The members of Q said that communicators are an abomination. And that we'd have to put so I was thinking, okay, so he wasn't actually thinking that in his own malicious way, he's just remembering what they said. Hey, so he hasn't had that kind of malicious intent at all. Ever. So it was something that appeared, okay, so it's the ghost of Alice in the lab. The manifestation that's causing people to become these bloodthirsty, just mindless zombies, effectively. Okay, so it's all the doings of that one, of that shit. Okay. Hold on for just a few more days. Don't open your heart to anyone. I have to work under the assumption that this is a city full of monsters. People with powers. Watase thought that, then closed his mind. Abandon your emotions and focus only on carrying out the plan. For failure will most certainly not be tolerated. Watase made that cold vow and kept to it as the next few days passed. But it was already too late. Natsuko felt sad when he saw that memory. Watase, is that what you were thinking when you looked at us? So deep down, are you really just a terrorist who hates No, clearly not. He was reciting what Q was saying. For fuck's sake. Pay attention, Natsuko. Come on now. Chop chop. Those unendurable thoughts raged in Natsuko's mind as he continued looking through Watase's memories. This is it. Next up are his memories of today. Natsuko mentally prepared himself. Yes, this is what we wanted the most. The most. He swore to accept the truth that lay in store for him no matter what it was. And then came the day of fate. September 16th, 2030, 6:19 AM. Labo's automatic disaster prevention system sent a rescue request to Sirius. An accident involving explosions of unknown origin has occurred within the facility. Please dispatch at once. Watase and the others accepted that request and sped off towards Labo. Watase addressed his subordinates as they lined up, all of them garbed in the same type of protection suit he was wearing. Excellent. Listen up, people. Countless people are trapped in this lab as we speak. And due to the nature of this facility, this will be no ordinary. Everything was going according to plan. Ukita had caused commotion by detonating the bombs in the facility, while Watase, Dojima, and Hiyama had successfully invaded Labo without any resistance. Form two-man cells. Tachibana, you're with Moribe. Dojima, you're with Hiyama. Make sure to keep in constant contact with Team B. Don't forget this. His four subordinates then rushed into the facility as soon as Watase finished giving out his orders. He then stayed on the service floor for a little while afterwards, directing rescue efforts to make sure none of the other squad members became an obstacle to the plan. Furthermore, Watase and the others had already administered the AD they had been supplied with by Labo. Ukita had already told him that it wasn't anti-radiation medicine, but rather an anti-BC protective agent. There was no fear of radiation exposure, but administering themselves with AD would be necessary for the rescue of the communicators. It would be bad if we didn't prepare ourselves for every little thing that could go wrong. If those test subjects trapped here have the same kind of power as A, then there's a chance they could contaminate our minds via BC. Watase thought that over. 6:34 AM, he got a radio transmission from Dojima and Hiyama. Kasek, get to the basement, ASAP! Hurry, there's no time. They didn't call Watase Captain. That was the only natural. They weren't here for work today. Those two were his friends of many years who all talked to each other as equals without any regards for ranking when they were off the job. Roger that, just wait right there. This too was all going according to plan. Even if Commander Murakami had intercepted that transmission, he shouldn't have found it suspicious at all. Watase regrouped with Dojima and Hiyama in Area 2. On their way, they were faced with the inconvenience of encountering the students they had threatened and tied up yesterday, though how they had broken free and made it to the air to begin with was its own question. But the Quids quickly retreated, leaving the 3 comrades to press onwards. They then carried the 2 unconscious high-ranked researchers here with them and headed on over to Area 3. Yes, okay, so that's what the 2 corpses were at down there. Okay, Ukida was waiting for them in the surveillance room. He had been observing the situation in the facility from there as he guided the evacuation of the staff through the room's intercom. Oh, you came at the perfect time. I just got a call from the surface confirming that all of the staff was evacuated, with the exception of those 2. By those 2, he was of course referring to the high-ranked researchers that Dojima and Hiyama were carrying. What's more, I just finished using Brain Cell to make the WX particle amplifier go haywire. This means that the bulkheads will be closed for a long time once the case N has been declared. According to the Brain Cell's calculations, the lockdown won't lift until 6:16 PM. Good. Everything's going exactly as planned. The rescue workers checked their gear. They stole the security cards they needed to break into Area N from the high-ranked researchers. Watase, Dojima, and Hiyama each had 1 pistol. Oh, okay. Never mind. So Enna did actually find it here. Fair enough. Furthermore, they had the jackhammer they planned to use to escape through the pipe and the fire axe as a backup. Last, they had the Tetril bomb, the time bomb prepared by Q that held enough power to wipe out Labo in 1 blast. It's only a 3 kilo bomb, that's a very high density explosive. Man, impressive honestly. Sorry, but could you set the times bomber here? I'd rather make sure that we don't get the time wrong. Sure thing, set for 6:17 PM, right? Watase then took out his PDA. Located in his PDA's data folder was the program to activate the Tetril bomb. After he put the password and started up the program, the menu to set the time bomb appeared on screen. Q17 Avengers setup. Setup complete. Go ahead, make my day. They have some fun, I guess. Now all that's left is to plant this thing in Area 0. No. Now we can't turn back, eh? Watase nodded quietly in response. The program could only activate the bomb. There was no option to deactivate it. Makes sense. Why would you deactivate the bomb? The sensor on the bomb would activate static at 8:17 to prevent anyone from disarming it. No one would be able to stop it then. We'll head down to Area 0 and rescue the test subjects. Rescue. I'll stay here and keep an eye out to make sure nothing unexpected happens. Oh, but it will. Furthermore, the WX particles in Area N should exceed 4000 MSV 20 minutes from now. The effects of AD will wear off when it exceeds that level. There's no time. Hurry. Right. 3 rescue workers left the jackhammer in Ukita's care and rushed out of the surveillance room. They all headed for Area N, with Watase carrying the bomb, while Dojima and Hiyama carried the high-ranked researchers. Big security gate soon came into view. So this is Area NA. Those 2 are trapped just up ahead, right? Right, so let's go. Okay, so how do these 2 end up dying? Watase told his comrades that in a firm voice. Dojima and Hiyama had also lost loved ones in the Great Arson 16 years ago. They all knew accomplishing the plan wouldn't bring the dead back, but back then we couldn't save anyone. The time to atone for that has finally come. Engraving that conviction upon their hearts, the 3 comrades entered Area N. I mean, they are rescue workers through and through, though. They had just been misled into committing such acts. The Procion's alarm didn't go off even as they got in. Probably because the WX particle energy levels weren't strong enough to affect the human body yet. A transparent tube-shaped elevator lay in the center of Area N. If they swept the level N cards into the terminal line next to it and forced the higher-ranked researchers to perform the retinal scan authentication, then the path to B3's Area 0 would open. We have to hurry before these guys wake up. 3 of them approached the elevator and started fiddling with the terminal. I mean, you can just knock them out again. Anyway, a computer voice started playing once they swept the security cards through the slot. Authorized personnel retinal authentication required. Please bring your eye closer to the sensor. They forced the unconscious researcher's eyes open and brought them towards the scanner, just as instructed. Area 0 Administrator Shuya Eriguchi, retina confirmed. Area 0 Administrator Ryoken Kashiwagi, retina confirmed. With the authentication complete, the three of them boarded the elevator. Elevator descending. Please administer AD immediately in the event that you have not done so. The floor shook at the same time that announcement was made, and the elevator started descending. Once they reached the bottom, the three of them were greeted with a most unexpected sight. Oh? Hello? Oh, I mean that, they mean this little garden thing. Oh, what the hell is this? I mean, they are keeping, people here forever, effectively. So, best way to keep someone content is to make the prison cell they're in a very comfortable and relaxing place to live in. What the hell is this? Something like this was under Labo all this time? Yeah. It was a giant underground garden. It's a little paradise. Within hell. Lighting that looked no different from the sunshine outside the facility illuminated their surroundings. And the ceiling and walls were all blue sky. No, they were giant screens that projected images of the sky. Why would they build something like this? No, now's not the time to wonder that. We have to hurry and rescue the test subjects. Watasa looked around the underground garden to find 6 rooms built into the walls. The first one read a relaxation room. The one next to it read playroom. The test subject probably relaxed in these rooms. On the side were 2 unlabeled doors. They appeared to be vacant rooms. As for the 2 remaining doors, one of them read Subject Y2, while the other read Subject N. Subject Y2. This must be the room the subject is kept in. Watase, Dojima, and Hiyama ran up to that door. There was another security slot next to it. When they slid a level N card into it as a test, the door opened right up. On the other side of the door was another, thicker door, much more dreadful looking sci-fi corridor. Now this looks like some evil laboratory type place, like a big, starship, a royal, Starkiller type of thing. Star Destroyer. Excuse me. It required another retinal scan, so they forced the researchers to perform the necessary authentication again. And the door opened with a heavy sound. Well, is this really Subject Y2's room? Yeah, she's just a little girl. Well, I mean, she's 18, but still. It looked just like a normal girl's room. That's the point. Bookshelves, a single bed, knitting supplies, and a dresser. He'd been expecting to find something more along the lines of a prison cell, but it looked like they gave the test subjects fairly decent accommodations. From what he could tell, it appeared that Subject Y2 was a young girl on the verge of adulthood. But the person in question was nowhere to be found. Yeah, she's running about. Impossible. No one's here. He looked around to discover that there was a security slot by the door and the room's side wall, on the room's side as well. He couldn't imagine that test subjects were given security cards, so she probably couldn't have escaped on her own. Were we tricked? Okay, so now we have the full context of the conversation we had at the very start, like 60 hours ago now. We were missing critical context. Why? By whom? These questions make sense now. Don't tell me Mr. Kita's intel was fake. Hold on, guys. There's no way that could be true. Watasa looked at the 2 researchers. What if these guys realized something was up and already let the test subjects escape, or hid them away? Then we're in deep shit. That would mean we came all this way for nothing. Let's find them. The 3 of them quickly left the room. But even after searching the playroom, relaxation room, and even the vacant rooms, they still hadn't found neither hide nor hair of the test subject. Wait, what if it's the same with Subject N? If they didn't find either of the test subjects, then the plan would have hit a serious snag. The 3 of them headed for Subject N's room. But when they got to the door... Isn't this... The researchers that Dojima and Hiyama were carrying woke up. The 3 of them gasped. The researchers quickly started questioning them. Just knock them out again. It's piss easy. Who in the world are you people? Just knock them on the head again. Come on now. Simple. Or choke them out. We're rescue workers. Rescue workers, you say? No, but isn't this Area 0? What the hell? What's going on? How did rescue workers get all the way down here? Watasa resolved himself in an instant after hearing their onslaught of questions. No choice. I don't want to do this, but... Watasa took his concealed pistol out and pointed it at the researchers. Shut up. Say another word and I'll shoot. But while we are rescue workers, we're also members of a certain organization. Q. I'm sure you've heard that name at least once or twice, yeah? The researchers' faces froze when they heard that name. Don't tell me. For all those bombings you're doing? Bingo. Bingo. Ah, that's a good word as well. I like bingo. Bingo. Really encapsulates the whole feeling of the word as well. Bingo. Our goal is to take the test subjects away from here. We won't hurt you so long as you don't get in our way. Take them away? Impossible. Are you saying you're going to take the communicator inside there, out of this facility? Bingo again. That way the whole world will learn about what you guys have been up to here. Stop. Do you people understand what it is you're trying to do? They don't care. The one in there is no ordinary communicator. She's a genuine monster. Come on, she's still just a person. What the hell? You think you can scare us with weak little shit like that? She'll amplify your malice. Dumbass, we've all taken AD. If you're trying to buy time, don't even bother. Just hurry up and open the damn door. But... The researcher's words were interrupted by a gunshot. Watase had shot the ceiling to intimidate the man. I don't have all day to chat with you. Give me a hard time again, and it won't be a warning shot next time. Watase ignored the looks of fear that had risen to the men's faces and spoke to Dojima and Hiyama. Dojima and Hiyama, here's their eyes to perform the retinal scan. If they give you any lip, then simply take their eyes. Got it? Watase ordered Dojima and Hiyama in the most intimidating manner he could think of. Roger. They probably don't even need to be attached to open the door anyway. Alright guys, haul your asses over there. Stop it, what are you doing? At least give us some AD. If you don't, we'll... Quit wasting time already. Do you want us to shoot you? Dojima and Hiyama restrained the struggling researchers and forced them to complete the retinal authentication. Alright, we're gonna find out about this girl. Who is she? What is she? At the same time the researchers let out that scream, the door to Subject N's room was opened. At that moment, a refreshing and soothing floral scent wafted through the air. Okay, so it is her. She's the one doing this whole floral scent throughout the whole thing. All the way. All the time. It was as if they had opened the doors to a flower bed. But what they found on the other side was, of course, no flower bed. It was a heavily restrained person. What? Watase was once again at a loss for words. What the hell? Yeah, it's some Hannibal Lecter type of shit. There. Or worse, it was such a bizarre sight. In the middle of that floral-scented room, filled with tons of stuffed animals, was a girl hanging from the ceiling. She was bound hand to foot like some sort of feral beast. I mean, it's psychic powers. She doesn't need her physical body to do any of this stuff. The feral actually might even help her because she can't move, so she can eventually just give up her senses of, you know, all the feelings and touch and everything else, and just focus entirely on the mind activity. Floral scent was being emitted by an aromatic air freshener lying in the corner of the room. The girl, intoxicated by that scent, stared off blankly into space. Is this girl Subject N? As soon as Natsuko saw her, it hit him. She's the girl who died by the cargo lift. This girl was Subject N. But what's with those restraints? Yuru was never put into anything like that, right? So why only this girl? A mysterious emotion welled up within him. It wasn't sympathy for Subject N. It was a vague yet overwhelming fear. You've been feeling it the whole time as well. Every time we had that little static thingy. We're all sent, it's her apparently. Doing something. But we don't know anything about that. It can't be, but it is. Don't tell me this girl is really... He felt like he was approaching the unthinkable core at the heart of everything. Do it. The memory continued to play out before Natsuko without any heed to his feelings. Watase called out to the girl again. Hey! The girl looked at Watase in response. Oh, there's life in her eyes. But Watase felt his body temperature drop the moment he looked into her hollow eyes. Dull eyes that had lost all emotion. The fear he felt was as if he had gazed into a forbidden abyss. What in God's name is this? When the hell did you bastards do to this girl? Silent treatment, eh? Fine. Be that way. Dojima, keep an eye on them. Hiyama, help me get her out of these restraints. Yeah. Dojima and Hiyama came back to their senses and sprung into action. Dojima pushed the researchers against the wall outside the room. He then fixed the door's opening in a way so that it wouldn't close again. In the meantime, Watase and Hiyama tried releasing the girl from her restraints. It took some effort, but they succeeded in removing the girl's bindings. Are you okay? Watase and Hiyama took Subject N out of her room, but she showed no reaction at all. In fact, it was like she didn't even realize anyone was speaking to her. Has her mind broken? Don't tell me it was due to all the human experimentation they put her through. Intense rage filled Watase's heart. No matter the circumstances, this was no way to treat such a frail girl. Hey, listen up, you bastards. We're taking this girl with us. Once the world learns about her, you sons of bitches are done for. Face the truth of your sins as the law sees fit to punish you. But the researchers didn't respond. They were muttering something in a faint voice. Done for. We're done for, huh? Everything we're done for, thanks to you. It's too late. Without the ID, we're... Rescue. You dare call this a rescue when you don't even know a damn thing? What's with these guys? Something felt off to Watase. The researchers were acting weird. Hey, are you listening? Dojima walked over to the researchers with the gun in his hand. You damn fools! You don't know just how terrifying N is. One of the researchers became enraged and lunged at Dojima. What? Dojima frantically tried to counterattack, but the researcher grabbed his arm and tried to steal his gun. Stop it, what are you doing? What are you doing? You call this a rescue? You hypocrites, you really think you're in the right? She's already in their heads, amplifying their rage. Give me the gun. If she's going to escape to the outside world, then I would rather end this right here and now. Stop it, look out! Just as Dojima shouted that, the sound of a gunshot rang out. Blood spouted out of the hole in the researcher's chest, who then pitched forward and fell to the floor. The spurts of blood that scattered out of him stained Dojima's clothes. Everyone in the room stood rooted in place as if they were frozen. Eventually, the other researcher broke the silence with a shrill scream. He's dead! You killed him! Murderer! Murderer! No, that was an accident. What rescue worker kills someone? This is revenge for Eguchi. Die with him! Stop! The rescue researcher sprung at Dojima and strangled him while he was still standing. Watase watched that scene, dumbfounded. What's going on? What's up with these guys? Why'd they change so suddenly? It's because of N. Wait, could the effects of the malice have already taken hold of them? In this short amount of time? His confused thoughts were interrupted by Dojima's pained cries. Kasagi, Hiyama, help! Hiyama gasped and took out his gun. Let go of Mr. Dojima! But when he issued that threat, the researcher turned right around towards Hiyama and lunged for him. Hiyama's body shuddered at that moment, and another gunshot echoed. Ah! A small hole had bored itself near the researcher's throat. You bastards have... Death noises, death rattle. The researcher tried to say something, but vomited up a small pool of blood before he could finish. And with that, he collapsed onto the floor with a thud. He then looked up to the ceiling with hollow eyes and faintly muttered to himself. Our noble goal. The monster must not. The researcher muttered those last incomprehensible words, then lost his strength. Hiyama was muttering to himself in shock. I killed him? Calm down, Hiyama. We don't know for sure that he's dead. Watase ran over to the researchers and performed CPR. But their lifelines grew weaker with each passing moment. Being a certified first aid practitioner, Watase could tell right away that they were beyond help. It's no use. They've already... Watase muttered this as his shoulders slumped. No way. God damn it, why did this have to happen? Hiyama sounded like he was on the verge of tears. Watase also felt on the verge of collapse from his guilt. But then... Don't grieve, now's not the time for regrets. Our mission isn't over yet. They couldn't stay here. The WX particle energy levels in Irian were probably rising at that very moment. They really didn't have any time. Watase looked to Subject N as he thought that, and was shocked to discover her looking at the researchers' bodies with a faint smile on her face. Had she really hated those researchers that much? Yeah, probably. No, more importantly, we need to hurry and get this girl out of here. Alright, and we mustn't forget to plant the bomb. Right. The three of them planted the tetheral bomb in Subject N's room, then took her with them and left. They carried the blood-stained bodies of the researchers to the elevator to perform the retinal authentication. Okay, that explains this scene. He was worried that the retina of someone half-dead wouldn't work, but the elevator operated without any issues. Should we take these guys up with us? Let's not. They're already beyond help. Watase nodded with depression in his heart. Their supposedly foolproof plan had already begun to fall completely apart. Natsuko watched the memory with bated breath. What happened after this? At any rate, he had confirmed that the bomb had indeed been set. Yeah, that's kind of a big deal. That's kind of important. It was located in Subject N's room in Area 0. To which you can't actually really get down to now, can you? Not in time. It was set to go off at 6:17. There were only 2 hours left in the real time until then. Calm down, the bomb's a big problem, true, but it shouldn't be much longer until I see when Watase and I encountered each other. When we did, Watase was far more brutal than he was at this point. Is the reason for that hidden in the memories after this? I mean, it's Subject N. It's her doing. Natsuko's beginning to have a sneaking suspicion regarding the cause. I mean, it's late, like they explained, the researchers explained it to you already. Like, it's clear as day. But he moved on to the next memory, attempting to turn that suspicion into a certainty. The Prokian's alarm went off as soon as they made it back up to Area N. The reading was at 4182, let me see. Past the first safety standard. Shit, we spent too much time down there. Watase grabbed Subject N by the hand and tried to run. But at that moment, he felt like something had pierced his mind. Hello? And a second later, various scenes flashed through his brain. She's reading his entire memories in that flash moment. Everything. All the memories from the day Ukita had told him the truth behind the great Orokame City arson to that very moment appeared before him. And she learned everything. And then disappeared. What was that? A strange emotion welled up from the bottom of his heart at the same time. An emotion that was like a mix of impatience, discomfort, and rage. Watase unconsciously looked at Subject N. When he did, she looked back at him. Okay, so she's just straight up crazy. Driven crazy by her existence and the research done to her and everything else. Okay, that's where everyone gets that look from. Okay. And let out a laugh like the cry of a strange bird. What? Intense shivers ran down Watase's spine. The shivers only got worse as he continued to look at Subject N. What is this emotion? He quickly looked at Dojima and Hima, and found both of them glaring at Subject N with a grimace on their faces. It was as if the discomfort inside them were oozing out. Watase spoke up to shake off the shivers. Let's go. We have to regroup with Mr. Ukita. Right. Dojima replied in a faint voice. The group then left Area N with Subject N in tow. A piercing siren screeched as soon as they exited the room. The Keisen has just been detected. In accordance with this emergency, security has shifted to blockade mode, locking down all gates and bulkheads. Just as Ukita had said, a Keisen had been declared because they had taken Subject N out of Area N. The group opened the closed security gates with the cards they had stolen from the high-ranked researchers and headed for the surveillance room. Ukita shouted as soon as they made it back. You're late. Did something happen to you three? No, we were okay for now, but he had managed to conceal the chills he had been feeling earlier for the time being. Really? Ukita looked at Watase with suspicion. His gaze really rubbed Watase the wrong way. I said we're okay, didn't I? More importantly, we're in big trouble. There was only one test subject in Area 0. What? We didn't spot any signs of Y2. Do you know where she is? She might be in Area 5 in that case. According to my investigation, there's a secret room of sorts hidden in the outer ring on B1 in Area 5. It appears to be a shelter used for emergencies. Maybe she's... Ukita suddenly stopped as a look of confused realization crossed his face. Hold on a minute. What happened to those researchers you had with you? The three comrades couldn't answer. Ukita furrowed his eyebrows and scanned all of them. His face then froze when he caught sight of the spurt of blood that had stained Dojima's uniform. Hey, what happened down in Area Zero? What happened to the two researchers? Dojima and Hime wrung out their voices and answered Ukita's shouts. We killed them. Right outside Subject N's room. What? Ukita glared at Watase in shock. Captain Kasagi, this isn't what you promised. You told me there would be no casualties, remember? No, it was an accident. Accident? Are you saying those two died in an accident? Ukita, full with indignation, continued to press Watase. Give me an honest answer, Captain Kasagi. Could it be that you killed those two intentionally? Hold on, calm down, Mr. Ukita. You said you wouldn't hurt anyone, right? Was that a lie? If you're saying there was, then the three of you must... Ukita reached out for the pistol in Watase's hands. He's going to steal it. Watase's body immediately sprung into action the exact moment he had that thought. Watase raised the pistol and swung it down on the back of Ukita's head. Ow. Why? Ukita lost consciousness and collapsed to the floor. You could have just answered the questions and not jumped to conclusions, but it is a tense situation already, so... Once again, lack of communication. That's the running theme throughout all this thing. Watase came back to his senses and spoke up. I'm sorry, Mr. Ukita. It's too late for us to turn back. None of them had wished for things to turn out the way they did, but what was done was done. Dojima called out in a worn-out voice. Now that things have come to this, what do we do, Kasasagi? We have to prepare everything we need to escape before Mr. Ukita wakes up. Watase stole Ukita's security card so that the latter couldn't move on his own. Since there was another card in his pocket for some reason, Watase took that too. You guys take the equipment and carry it to B1. What do we do about Subject Y2? Subject Y2. She was most likely a young woman, judging from how her bedroom had looked. There was no way they could leave her behind. I'll go look for her. Are you serious? All by yourself? There's no other choice. I'll leave the rest to you guys. If I'm not back in 20 minutes, go on without me. Watase said that and rushed out of the surveillance room. He felt a great discomposure in his heart. He thought as he kept on running. Subject Y2 has to be in Area 5. If I can just find her, then the plan will succeed. There may have been some casualties, but they're the bastards who treated Subject N so horribly. Besides, that wasn't their only sin. They're also the bastards who indirectly caused the fire 16 years ago. So that was... right, that was retribution. The mind can justify anything. Those bastards deserve to die. Come on now. Oversimplifying a justification, it's a tense moment. Fair enough. Watase thought that in an attempt to justify his and his comrades' actions. But another thought crossed his mind unexpectedly. Deserve to die? That might be true, but... were they the only ones responsible for causing the fire 16 years ago? No, they probably were junior fellows back then. They're not the ones who directly caused it, right? Huh? What the hell was I just thinking? The ones who directly caused it. His mind was torn up by chaos, and he couldn't stop his thoughts. Even Watase himself didn't really know what he'd been thinking. He arrived at B1 of Area 5's outer ring as the chaos continued to reign in his heart. Watase had nigh superhuman stamina, yet he was out of breath. His heart was pounding harder than normal, and he couldn't catch his breath at all. Where's Subject Y2? He blindly searched around and soon spotted a strange object. Something that appeared to be a keypad was built into one of the hallway's walls. Is this the emergency shelter Mr. Ukita was talking about? Watase ran over to it and pounded on the wall. Please be in here. It wasn't long before the wall opened up and the door appeared. A girl came out from the door. Hello. She looked confused the moment she saw Watase. Watase spoke to her in the calmest voice he could muster. Finally found you. You're a person of interest to this lab, right? Who are you? I'm a rescue worker. I'm here to save you guys. When Watase said that, the girl's face froze. You're with Q? Oh, she just read all of his memories as well. Watase was shocked to hear that. His heart trembled like crazy as his skin broke out in goosebumps. He'd only just met her, so the only way the girl could have known what he really was, hey, did you cheat News BC to read my mind? An intense, unpleasant feeling welled up in his heart. He had never imagined he'd feel this uncomfortable having his mind read. The girl glared at Watase. She had the face of an innocent girl, but just looking at it irritated Watase for some reason. Well, whatever, you're coming with me. Watase said that and grabbed the girl by the arm. No, stop it. Please don't struggle. I won't have to get violent as long as you behave. However, the girl didn't stop struggling even after Watase shouted that. It won't be good if she looks into my mind again. If she finds out that we killed 2 men, we won't be able to keep her in line. It was at that moment that Watase remembered the drug in his pocket. He had 2 ampules of AD that had been supplied to him by members of Labo. That's right, she shouldn't be able to use BC if I administered this to her. Watase quickly took out an AD out of his pocket and injected it into the back of the girl's neck. Ow! The girl screamed. She then looked like she was concentrating hard on something, but soon stopped and gasped. Why? She really had been trying to use BC. Watase chose that moment to cut in. I ejected you with the BC inhibitor. Your abilities won't work on me and now. No way. The girl's face filled with despair, and she tried to shake off Watase's grip. But Watase put her into a sleeper hold so she couldn't get away. The girl quickly lost consciousness, her body went limp. It hadn't hurt Watase's heart at all to do that. It was better to knock her unconscious than to let her keep struggling. I have to regroup with Dojim and Hiem. Watase thought that as he picked the girl up and started walking off. Okay then, that takes care of all our problems. We've successfully secured the test subjects. All that's left is to escape Labo and our mission will be totally complete. But when he thought that, a most peculiar thought entered his mind. The mission will be totally complete, eh? Everything will end happily ever after once we successfully get the test subjects out of here. That thought echoed in Watase's brain like an auditory hallucination. It was like the voice of a totally different person. The voice echoed in Watase's head again, once he let out that hollow sound of confusion. You forget already? The Labo researchers weren't the bastards responsible for causing the Great Austin 16 years ago. It was the communicators, remember? Watase was shocked at his own thoughts. Yeah, they're not here anymore. But the repulsive thoughts kept coming one after another and polluted Watase's mind. The incident 16 years ago was Subject A's fault. Then aren't the very same test subjects that I'm trying to save responsible for my family's deaths? Aren't they both mind-corrupting monsters just like Subject A? Those high-ranked researchers changed so drastically in the blink of an eye, all because of one of them. So what is it that I want to do to those 2? That's obvious. I'm going to get these girls out of here. Watase raised his voice as if he were trying to oppose his own thoughts. Even if they are responsible for my family's death, I didn't come all this way just to... No, try listening to what your mind is telling you. That's not what I really want to do, is it? What I really want to do is avenge my family by killing the communicators, right? So Subject N just hates everyone, basically. I've followed Mr. Kita's and Q's instructions faithfully up to this point, but is that what I really want? Remember the night of that fire. Remember how you lost everything. His mind warped little by little. His consciousness was consumed with hatred. A violent urge to kill the girl in his arms welled up within him. But what would killing this girl here accomplish? I won't be able to complete my mission that way. That would be betraying Mr. Kita, Dojima, Hima, wouldn't it? The mission, huh? Well, that's a fair point. If you don't escape from here with the test subjects after all the effort that went into preparing for this day, then you might as well have never come at all. That's what you're thinking, right? But hey, how about this? You can't kill the test subjects, but nothing's stopping you from killing any other communicators, is there? What? You're a rescue worker. No shit you're opposed to the idea of killing humans. But here's the thing. Communicators ain't human. They're monsters. Incorrect. You know what a communicator is. Mind-devouring monster that looks into humans' heads. That's what. Also false. Leave them to their devices and they could end up taking the lives of countless others. For what purpose? Think about it for a sec. Can you really say you've achieved revenge unless you slaughter a communicator or 2? It's so stupid. Subject N, you're being a shit. Wataru's spirit's never gonna find peace otherwise. Kyushi would absolutely oppose this the most. And when he heard the voice say that, Watas's hesitation and reluctance completely vanished. You're right. I've had the wrong idea this whole time. I can't say I've fulfilled my revenge unless I killed the communicators. Then that meant there were probably communicators he had to kill here that weren't test subjects. That's right, there are other communicators in this facility right now. The students of Rokumi Academy. Bastards who caught wind of our plan. I'll get my revenge on them, and then I can take all the time I want escaping, can't I? Watasa devised that plan and exited a connecting passageway, only to hear voices far off in the distance. Let's go, Mashiro. Yee. Watasa quickly turned around and spotted two of the students in question running in the opposite direction of him, down the hall. Oh, what do you know? Damn perfect timing if I do say so myself. Watasa tossed the girl aside. He then gripped his gun tightly and walked toward the students. They were getting further and further away. Watasa aimed his gun right at them and pulled the trigger. Ow! A spurt of fresh blood shot out at the girl at the same time she screamed. What is this? No, it burns, hurts, Natsuka. Are you okay, Mashiro? I'll treat it, alright? Watasa then spoke as the students panicked. Guess it's harder to hit a moving target than you'd think. You. We meet again, communicator. He was bitter that he hadn't killed them yet. Intense passion filled his heart. I'll kill you for sure with the next shot. If I don't kill these monsters right here and avenge Wataru, then my revenge will never end. Kill them. I'll kill them. Kill, kill, kill. And after that, Watasa's thoughts became incoherent. Natsuka was totally speechless. Watasa's distorted mind was swirling with tremendous hatred and killing intent. The vision of the memories floated about were likewise warped, ruined, and teeming with malice. Isn't this the malice I sensed back then? The malice from when I erased Watasa's memories? Indeed it is. Yes, that subject then, hello. Watasa's mind was devoted to hatred towards communicators. Resentment, indignation, lament, murderous rage, all sorts of negative emotions. Natsuko felt Watasa's unadulterated emotion that could be neither verbalized nor visualized. Oh crap, my mind will be devoured too. Back to reality. And now we must end for now though. For next time, it's been 3.5 hours. My throat is dry. My mind is just oozing with just everything. So, gonna have to. I will pause for a briefest of moments, just a little bit. Well, for a day, less than a day. So, done that. We'll come back. We'll come back. I will be here tomorrow soon as well. It's fine. It's all good. It's all good. We've gone through all of Watasa's memories up to the present. We're about to be shocked. And we're gonna go into the aftermath of that. Everything. All the revelations. Just a lot. That was a lot. There was a lot, except one thing we didn't learn. There was one thing we did not learn. But everything else now is clear. Let's reflect upon these revelations with some music. Until next time. Tina Turner. The best. James Brown. It's too funky in here. Oh, there's a lot of funk going on in this brain cells. Bo Diddley. Aztec. AC/DC. Are you ready? I don't know if I was ready, but damn straight we are gonna be. And Kings of Leon, use somebody. Subject then is using everybody. Or trying to, at least. Man, that's okay, right. Well, I'm not gonna dilly-dally. I'm just gonna take a break of a length of less than a day, and then we'll be back, and then we'll continue. This was quite lengthy, 3.5 hours. Okay. Now, see you very shortly. There we go. Welcome back. Hello there. We continue from last time because nothing else really matters there, does it now? Oh, right. we continue that, we have to also, of course, do some reading of the things. Oh, where are you? Don't mess with me, things. The thingy is about to be revealed. We're gonna do. Because, like, there's not really much to recap. What has just got his memories back, so it's all good. Oh, no, not you. Show me the thing. Where are you? Oh, goddammit. What's it doing? There we go. There we go. Short story 18. Let's just exercise the voice quickly now. This is some kind of poem thingy, apparently, as always. Short story 18. Once a monster became a man. He forgot he was a monster and lived a life. Then other monsters came by and asked, "Come back and join us in the fun." The man was scared and ran away. The monsters shrugged and went their way. His fellows, however, distrusted the man. "You spoke to the monsters, never return." And the man now had no home. Only confusion, fear, and eventually anger. The man tried hard to start anew, but everywhere he went they shunned him greatly. His mind was now broken, his heart mad. Then a voice from inside told him of a way. "Follow my lead and all will be right." The man saw no choice and did as was told. The voice indeed made him strong and cunning, clever enough to outwit the voice. So fast was his progress, he silenced the voice. "I've no need of you anymore, go away." The voice then laughed and forever disappeared. So devious and cruel were his ways, no man or monster could survive his hate. Once the man became the greatest monster. The memories of being a monster returned, and the outside voice became his own once more. Okay. I think I like it. I think I like this one. It's a neat little thingy. Just, thoughts. Always appreciated. Anyway. We continue. Yeah, Wataseru gained his memories. He's got a tragic backstory. His sister died. Sacrificed. She wanted to be a rescue worker like Junmori Ben Mashartoba. And the cycle continues. So he took up the mantle after her tragic death. But then was led astray later by fucking Ukita of all people. Suddenly, fucking revelations there. Who has his own gripes with lab owners also. Who has also his own sense of justice and correctness and stuff like that. Oh right, Luis's mother, potentially, or just herself as well. Like, right, here's the thing. There was a mention in one of the data files back there that talked about one of the test subjects' risks of them regaining their memories. And as far as I understand and can make guess, it could be either Anna, who we haven't seen in a while, who could be anything at this point, or Louise. And she's got like trapped memories of being someone else before. This Alice person who was full of malice and destroyed the French village and stuff like that, and was contained and stuff to Japan or something like that. Bunch of stuff. But yes, anyway, that's for mysteries to be revealed later. Currently, we have Natsuko and Watase staring at each other. Watase has learned that he's actually a really good guy, but it was led astray and has a little, suspicions and doubts and stuff like that. But the true malice, the bloodlust, comes from subject N, the white-haired girl who was shot in the head. Maybe was shot in the head. And maybe is dead. Physically, she might be dead, yes, but mentally, she might exist as a ghost. Or something like that, because she's the cause of this little, like, floral scent that they have been talking about. Occasionally bringing up, there's some kind of scent in there. And it's her. Like, it's her sedatives, try and keep her calm, but not sure that works out all that well. So, anyway, let's just go. Let's continue. Everything else doesn't matter. Everything else doesn't matter. Anyway, Natsuhiko gets out of his brain. Information overload. He just witnessed like 16 years of man's history in the blink of an eye, basically. So, anyway, if you are overwhelmed and not what you think, although Watase is a mentally sturdy fellow, he can handle it. He can handle everything. Anyway, Natsuko immediately severed his connection to Watase's mind. Alright, there was the overwhelming amount of malice and stuff like that. That's what caused him to like go in shock. Right, anyway. Even Watase's a bit... Watase's body twitched and he absent-mindedly hung his head. When Natsuko returned to reality, Yuri raised her voice in surprise. Oh? Hikori, are you okay? Yeah, mostly. Natsuko couldn't answer that question. I guess you don't know if you're alright or not. His entire body was oozing with sweat, and yet his spine was ice cold. What the hell was that just now? That is just pure malice. The last of Watase's memories that Natsuko saw had clearly gone mad at the final stage. All of Watase's thoughts had been logically sound until then, and yet they had suddenly gone erratically incoherent. And it couldn't be something as simple as him being mentally driven into a corner due to the unforeseen deaths in his plan. Nah, that's a psychic attack. Could a transfiguration so sudden even happen normally? Why not? No, of course not. I mean, well, yeah, okay, fine, couldn't, not really. Unless there's pre-existing conditions like bipolar disorders or something like that. But yeah, no, it's the psychic attacks of Subject N. There has to be some sort of reason Watase went mad, but you know the reason we saw was the girl who, like, did the crazy laughter. And the thing who was confined, like, for a reason she was confined so drastically. Come on now, yeah, see, the very first plausible reason that came to mind had to be the presence of Subject N. She's deliberately doing that, like, what do you mean first? What's the other one? Right after Subject N let out that bizarre laugh, the violent intentions within Watase suddenly rose. I mean, that's exactly what happened there. It was almost like Watase's personality had been rewritten. Well, I mean, yeah, you did the similar thing, erasing his memories. She's just implanting pure malice within his mind there. Could that have been? Yes. That the same thing that Communicator A did 16 years ago, maybe. Similarly, at least. The root of the great Rokume City arson. Communicator A's malice contagion. The same phenomenon happened here inside this facility. Well, yes, Subject N. Natsuko's thought process went into overdrive. It's not really that complicated. Everyone who came into contact with Subject N became completely deranged, such as the high-ranked researchers and Watase. The rescue workers Dojima and Hina may have fallen victim to the same mental state as well. If you think about it normally, it's strange, but if Subject N spread around malicious telepathy in the same way Communicator A did, then everything made sense. In other words, Watase, his comrades, and the researchers all had their minds warped by Subject N's BC. No, wait a second. There's something off about that assumption. Is there? What could it be? I'm not seeing anything off there. Watase didn't hear any telepathy from Subject N. Well, no, it's not telepathy. Obviously, it's mental manipulation. Like, it doesn't have to be telepathy. Like, it can be the same thing as you. You're a sense of sympathy nonsense. You just merge your minds. If he didn't hear any of her telepathy, then it should be impossible for her emotions to have propagated to him. Rewriting memories, sense of sympathy thingy, dude, you've been doing it without him hearing any voices. Watase unconsciously fell into an abnormal state of mind. It wasn't unconscious. Come on, why would that happen? Come on! As Natsuko pondered that point, he recalled something he had just seen in Watase's memory. Right before Subject N laughed, visions of Watase's past flickered in the back of his mind for a second. Yeah, exactly like, what you literally just did. Going into his, memory recollection thingy. Like, obviously she has the same powers as you, but, she's using them for uncontrolled ways. I know a phenomenon quite similar to that. Yes, you did it. The same thing happened when Yuri dove through my brain. Which means that Subject N used sense of sympathy on Watase. There we go. Finally, you understood. Took you a few minutes. That was the only possibility he could think of, and it's the only one that makes sense given what we know. The malice contagion isn't spread through telepathy at all. I mean, it's the same powers, basically. It's just It spread through sense of sympathy. Well, yeah. Subject N was a communicator who was incarcerated here in Labo, just like Yuri. It wouldn't be surprising at all if her ability was at the same level. I mean, that's literally the only reason she's here. It's because she has that kind of ability. In that case, has Subject N been manipulating Watase via sense of sympathy? Yes, we've seen the flickers of the thing, the screen flickering multiple times, with very regular intensity. But sense of sympathy shouldn't be able to connect several humans at the same time. Why not? You don't know the limits of these powers. They're still in development. Like, they're still in development. There's literally no reason why it couldn't be that way. If several humans were to connect at the same time, their multiple perspectives and senses would likely blend together into an incomprehensible mess. I mean, when you dove into the mind, it was an incomprehensible mess of just malice and like the purple swirl. So, yeah. And yet all of the people who came into contact with Subject N were infected by her malice one by one, and remained in that state continuously. Well, it's just redirecting personalities. They weren't being manipulated. It was like their very personalities were warped. As he pondered to himself, Natsuko recalled his mother's words. Oh, a human's personality consists of an accumulation of memories. The spirit is the aggregation of information within the brain. In that case, the true root of Watase's personality transfiguration was... the true form of the malice contagion phenomenon was... No way, it can't be. Watase, and everyone else with him, had their memories rewritten by Subject N. Yeah. Duh. Logically. That's the simplest way. The easiest way. Like, come on now. Obviously. That conclusion hit Natsuko like lightning. Sure. He's surprised. Then Watase's memories, the ones that I saw, were counterfeit memories. Some of them, yes. Subject took the memories of all the people she came in contact with, and rewrote them with memories full of malice. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, that would make sense. But even if those memories were a forgery, to Watase they were the truth. Exactly. Like you did to him as well. And Natsuko had read those malice-filled memories. Which means that right now, Natsuko turned his eyes towards Watase. He seems to be calm and thinking. He was still hanging his head. A shadow was cast on his face, obscuring his expression. Captain Kasasagi? Oh, Watase did not answer. I don't like that. Natsuko's heart started pounding like an alarm bell. Crap. Watase's got his memories from the back then. No way. Having noticed the anomaly, Yuri spoke up fearfully, upon which Watase started muttering. I see. Now I remember everything. Decision time. With an earth-rattling voice, Watase slowly looked up. Decisions, what's he gonna decide to do? His eyes were filled with hatred. You've sure done it now, kids. Oh? Captain Kasasagi. Natsuko quickly shouted and readied the gun. But Watase merely spoke up defiantly. What, gonna shoot me? Sure, you might pride yourself in destroying minds, but do you have what it takes to destroy bodies? No, he doesn't. I bet he doesn't. Natsuko held Yuri's trembling hand and tried to shoot the gun with his free hand, but damn it, why? Because you're trying to be a nice person, stuff like that. Why can't I shoot him? Because you're like him. That wouldn't kill anyone. At least not deliberately. And you wouldn't either. His finger froze on the trigger. Even though a mere centimeter of movement would end the life of the enemy in front of him. He ain't no enemy though. Come on now. You can't, can you, communicate it? It's because that's what humans do. We humans don't have abilities like your ilk. That's why we brought guns. Or else we'd have no hope of winning against monsters like you. Come on now, Watase. Watase spoke menacingly as he sidled up to them. This is bad. Yes, I have to dive into his mind once more and destroy his memory again. Come on, that's not gonna... come on now. But the moment Natsuko formulated that plan, Yuri's telepathy echoed inside his head. You can't, Hikari. You're only going to repeat the same mistakes. Exactly. Come on, learn from your mistakes. It didn't help. Come on now. All that girl, all Subject N did was distort Captain Kasagi's memories into a mess. You need to repair them back to their original form. But we've never seen the original form, we've only seen the distorted version. In a split second, that message flowed through Natsuko's brain. Oh, right, this thing. Ah, fuck me. Okay, yes. Where's the guide? I'm not fucking around with like, fuck this. Okay, so, that, and the others remain static. Okay, that, yes. I'm not even gonna pretend that I'm gonna be able to guess what to do with this ever. Anyway, in a split second, that message flowed through Natsuhiko's brain. No way, is it even possible to repair those memories while exposed to that malice? Yeah, why not? Natsuko felt like the truth would slip further away from him if he did erase Watase's memories again. Watase kept drawing closer. No time to hesitate. Natsuhiko dove into Watase's memories once more. Alright, repair the distorted memories. How? You don't even know what's wrong with them. Although there are hints with the static thingy appearing every now and then. I don't even know which parts of Watase's memories were distorted to begin with, but you do, actually. You do. We know what they are. Right, it's the floral scent. Right, that's the thing. That's the giveaway. That's the distortion. Aha. Natsuko found himself at a loss when faced with all of Watase's memories. Wait, right. Floral scent. That's what the other characters were talking about, mentioned it to others. Some smelled it and others didn't. Oh, that, yeah, okay. So they, at those moments when they said that, their memories were different from the rest of them. Oh, that's neat. That's kind of neat. I like that. But that moment, he heard Yuri's voice once more. Listen, Hikurin, the memories falsified through sense of sympathy should all have a common trait. Whenever a sense of sympathy user falsifies memory, part of their mind slips into it. That was established as well. And as a result, an anomaly should appear within the distorted memories. You've experienced such anomalies yourself, haven't you? Now that she mentioned, he remembered. That's right, when Yuri repaired my memory, Natsuko often saw something impossible. His unbroken watch would suddenly become broken, or vice versa. It was the same way when I manipulated Watase's memory. Watase's digital watch changed into my wristwatch. In that case, there should be a recurring anomaly within the memories of Watase's that he had seen. Try to remember, what were the odd points, the bizarre part, the impossible memories? It's the floral scent. Natsuko thought desperately, and then finally remembered. That's it, within Watase's memories, there was often this inexplicable floral scent drifting through the air. Now that he thought about it, that fragrance was flagrantly suspicious. It was the scent of Subject N's room. It appeared several times within Watase's memories. Oh yeah. Only because the floral scented memories were the ones falsified by Subject N. What drove Watase's mind to madness was hatred against communicators. Subject N most likely manipulated his memories to amplify that hatred. So if I just send emotions into Watase's mind to counteract that hatred, that might possibly return Watase back to his original self. The moment Natsuko came to that realization, he became enlightened to his path. That's right, I just need to remember what Yuri did for me. Yuri rewound Natsuko's memory over and over to repair his memory. And that had saved Natsuko from a crisis of mental collapse. And now, I'll do it for Watase. Heck yeah. I'll go back through his memories, and then I'll save him from the malice. Natsuko made his brave decision to save his partner from the malice that possessed him. His search criteria were floral-scented memories, and memories that contributed to communicator hatred. If Natsuko repaired all of these memories, then Watase would surely return to normal. Watase, I'll keep rewinding time for you, until all the malice has been vanquished from your mind. Diving into his memory skin. Oh, right. Oh, okay, right, this thing. There's a tutorial. Okay, fine. Jeez. Alright, I'm gonna need this. Welcome to the RAM system tutorial. Here you will learn how to operate and proceed with the RAM system. The RAM system represents how a communicator inspects a third party's memories via senses sympathy. Using this system will give you a feel of what it is like to experience BC visualized memories in real time. Now then, allow us to explain how to operate and proceed with the RAM system. beginning with how to properly read the RAM screen. When you open the RAM screen, you will see a list of the extracted memories. The communicator found during memory access. The list displayed in the window on the screen is a memory catalog, as found during memory access. The creation date and time for each memory is also displayed. Please select the memory you wish to inspect from this list. When selecting a memory, a window on the left side of the screen will show details of the memory highlighted by the cursor. From top to bottom, these details are creation time and date, associated keywords, and summary. Please use these details as a reference when selecting a memory. Please confirm your selection once you have chosen a memory to inspect. Your chosen memory will then play out as if in real time. After inspecting a memory, you will be brought back to the list screen once again. Please select another memory to inspect at that time. You may notice some memories displayed as question marks. These are currently uninspectable memories. Okay. Memories labeled as question marks are memories that have not been completely linked. By inspecting other memories may provide the necessary stimuli to establish the link, thereby allowing you to inspect them. If you wish to inspect question mark memories, please inspect other memories beforehand. Please keep repeating this cycle of selecting and inspecting memories until you can inspect the target memory. Some memories may have branches. Ah, crap, there's the thing. Once you reach a branch that brings up the enneagram, you may input senses in the same manner that you previously have. Your senses levels will influence the details of the memory, the person's impressions at the time, so please proceed with caution. In some cases, the numbers on the list, memory creation date and time, will turn red after you have inspected the memory. This memory that the memory in question has been locked, frozen. Okay. A locked memory's details are set in stone. When a memory with a branch has been locked, you will not be able to input senses the next time you view that memory. The details will be exactly the same as the last time you saw it as a result of the branch. This concludes the RAM system tutorial. If you need to reference this tutorial anytime in the future, simply click the tutorial button in the lower right hand corner of the RAM screen. Please click the tutorial button, check the details again if you need a reminder of how to progress. Use the RAM screen. Use of the RAM system can elucidate the other characters' pasts and feelings which have previously been hidden in the background. Oh, yes, that's what we want. That's what we want. That's what we want. While you may come across some memories that are not directly related to escape, the desire to understand others will likely prove to be useful in some form later on. Indeed, we are expecting your feelings to have a good effect on this world. Sure. Okay. Guide. Open. To do the correct thingies. Because, yeah, no shame. Anyway, chronological order. Sarabande Divergence A. The day where Watasa heard the truth of the great Orokomesiti Arson, he comes to know why the incident occurred. It was a memory of Watasa at the ruins of the hospital. The memory of the time when Okita had told him the truth behind the great Orokomesiti Arson. The man explained it all to Watase, all about how that unprecedented incident had been caused by a single woman known as Communicator A, and how A was lured in by Orokomesiti and joined the PRC as a test subject. So this is it. This is a memory that's been altered. He remembered the gist of what Okita had said. Communicator A was the worst criminal there was, and yet the PRC developed her abilities. As a result, her malice-laced thoughts were released and caused the great arson. Atsuko hasn't commented on the fact that she looks identical to Louise. Certain so. Anyway. So is there part of his story that's been altered? Then what's the truth? Atsuko tried repairing memory with that thought in mind. The man continued as Watase reeled in shock. But the PRC discovered the underlying mechanisms of telepathy and empathy through their study of A. And through all those experiments, A's own PC abilities developed and grew stronger. Okay. All of the kids... What? What do you want here? Okay. Everyone to max? Sure. Empathize with the children who have no choice. They were just... That's how they were born. She became able to use telepathy and empathy freely. Their effective ranges grew wider, and her power just kept on growing on and on with no end in sight. But if that was all there'd been to it, there wouldn't have been any problems. The problem was, a floral scent drifted from somewhere at that moment. This is it. This is the part I have to repair. And with that thought, Natsuko sent deep affection for communicators to Watase's heart. When he did, the false memory faded. That A was both the strongest communicator there was and the worst criminal there was. What's this? This is a French gossip magazine article about an incident that occurred in A's hometown in February 2014. And the lies were replaced with the truth. Ooh. That A harbored a deep malice in her mind. Malice? Yes, all sorts of negative emotions such as resentment, hatred, and rage. They then shifted into malice for others, and A's life was so tragic that it filled her heart. The screen on the PD then changed when the man said that. No. It appeared to be a magazine article written in a foreign language. Oh, never mind. What's this? This is a French gossip magazine article about an incident that occurred in A's hometown in February 2014. Discrimination against communicators was fervent at the time in that country, so it appears that A, with her especially tremendous power, was ostracized horribly by the people around her. In particular, she was publicly ostracized by a recently established local religious sect. A, with her seemingly incomprehensible abilities, was likely viewed as a servant of the devil by them. Therefore, they caused the incident described in the article before you. They set fire to A's house. How inhuman. No, it's actually very human. Only humans can do this kind of stuff. It's like only humans do this kind of stuff, actually. Indeed. But the real inhumanity came after that. No, the real true colors of the worst aspects of humanity came after that. This is just a guess of mine, but I'd say that after A became a part of the PRC, it's likely she was confined and made into a test subject for human experimentation. What? Makes sense. It's very likely when you consider the achievements of the PRC back in those days. She fled to Japan to escape persecution, only to encounter even more suffering, causing the malice in her heart to amplify further. Despite that, the PRC developed her abilities even further, without ever realizing the true danger they possessed. What was so dangerous about them? You don't know? BC, telepathy, that is, isn't just the ability to send your voice to a faraway person. You can also send your feelings to others with it. In other words, powerful BC could very well change other people's thoughts. So what do you think would happen if someone who had been turned into a malice incarnate like A were to indiscriminately let her thoughts loose on everyone around her? Those thoughts would bring out the malice that lurks in the hearts of every man. Her malice would spread to everyone around her like a virulent disease. Now you understand just how dangerous it is, don't you? Watase was rendered speechless. He just silently continued to listen to the man. However, A is not at fault. Much of the fault lies in the PRC for exploiting her abilities without even considering the consequences. The researchers at the PRC took that poor woman and raised her to become a monster. Again with that, incorrect. The researchers realized how dangerous A was far too late and set up surveillance to keep her from wandering out into the city. But on September 16, 2014, A escaped from the facility. Escaped? Then you mean she... Yes, A spread her malice-laced thoughts all throughout the city that night. Those thoughts influenced the minds of the people of Rokume City in some way. This caused the already high levels of malice held by would-be criminals to spike through the roof, and led them to setting the city on fire. This is the truth behind the great Rokume City arson. The man declared all of that in a clear voice. It can't be. Rokume City and the PRC did all of that? Natsuko gasped when he had finished viewing that memory. So it's still true that Communique A was the real cause of the great Rokume City arson. But she wasn't the worst criminal there was at all. It was the PRC and persecution from others that turned her into a malice incarnate. No, it was also the doing of the PRC's governing body, the Rokume City government. That meant that Watase's hatred should be directed at the PRC and Rokume City instead of Communicator A, which it kind of was, based on the... Anyway, let's move on. I should stop interfering. We're fixing memories. It's like fake memories and real memories. It's all colliding together. Stop interfering with the stuff. Stop it. I hope these repairs are enough to lessen Watase's hatred of us a little. Natsuko thought that as he left the memory. Alright. Next one. And so Watase asked, what happened to Rokume City and Laba after Communicator A's death? Is she actually dead, though? Someone's not dead. Someone who has been discarded is not dead, they just have lost their memories or something. Next was the memory of when Okita had told Watase about the things Labo was doing after Communicator A's death. If I remember correctly, this is when Watase was boiling with hatred and rage, when he heard that Labo was still creating monsters like Communicator A. That was what led Watase to becoming a terrorist. But was that not it? What was the real trigger for Watase? What happened to Subject A? Is she still living in Labo? No, she died. What? After causing that incident, when A was used by Labo as a human test subject, and then died there just a year after she had been confined. She probably died a cruel death. In the A was too was nothing more than a victim of Rokume City's wrongdoings. A sense of emptiness filled with us body. Basically, Rokume City, so they're basically like the Umbrella Corporation or the Wayland Yutani and stuff like that. They just want stuff to create a weapon to surpass Metal Gear. Well, not that, but still. And, I mean, yeah, it's got psychics there as well, so why not? Doing dumb shit. It's basically a faceless enemy. Yes, corporate greed, I guess. Something. Anyway, a sense of emptiness filled Watase's body. Having immediately lost the target of his hatred, he switched it over to a new one. What happened with the Rokume City government after that? What do you want here to change? Everything's at maximum? Okay, sure, works for me. And what happened with Labo after they lost their valuable test subjects due to A's death? They abducted new test subjects and used them to continue their BC research. Out of all the communicators who live in Rokume City, those who possess particularly superb abilities are confined in Labo and made into test subjects. A floral scent drifted from somewhere at that moment. This is it, this is the part I have to repair. And with that thought, Natsuko sent deep affection for communicators to Watase's heart. When he did, the false memory faded. And so, more monsters like A have been growing in number one by one. Why would they ever do something like that?
One of their goals is naturally to stay BC. And the other one is to create a kind of biological weapon.
And the lies were replaced with the truth. However, to continue their research, they are victimizing children. Watase felt sympathy well up in his heart when he heard that. Even if there are communicators, victimizing kids is just, it's fucked. It's real bad. It was absolutely unforgivable. But no one's realized this, so there's no one who can talk about or leak this. Truth will forever continue to be covered up and vanish into the deepest darkness. I see. So the Rokume City government, Wataru's killers, are doing the same thing they did 15 years ago all over again. Flames of rage burned up within Watase. Rage for the masterminds for pulling the strings in the background all this time. Once he had finished viewing that memory, Natsuko thought for a moment. So Watase's hatred wasn't directed at communicators, but rather the Rokume City government, the ones who caused everything. Yeah, that explains the plot, where they didn't actually end up killing those kids. That explains entirely, because they had no reason. So okay. It appears that this was Watase's true memory. Natsuko felt a bit of a relief, then left the memory. Oh. I'm about to sneeze. Or not. Holding the hand up by the nose stops that. As long as it's not too late. Anyway, next is the day Watase decided to join Q. To understand Okita's intentions, Watase asked why the researcher would betray Labo. Alright, next bit. Next was the memory of the day Watase had decided to join Q. Back then, he had asked Okita about his motive for betraying Labo. Mr. Okita said he did it in order to protect his own life the last time I saw this. But if that memory was altered, then what was his real motive? Good question. It's been a long time, Mr. Kasasagi. Also, right, goddamn, everything we learned last time is also false again. Well, partly false. Fuck's sake, the story keeps doing that. I kinda love that, though. I can never trust what I know. Beautiful, wonderful. I love this, actually. Keeps me on my toes, makes me constantly think and rethink. It's been a long time, Mr. Kasasagi. Have you decided to become one of us? No, I want to ask you something before that. What is it? Again, what is it? Everyone Max? Sure. Why are you betraying Labo? I can't trust a man who would betray his own organization without first hearing a clear reason that I can accept. A bitter look rose to Kita's face when he heard that question. Lorosen drifted from somewhere at that moment. This is it. This is the part I have to repair. And with that thought, Natsuko sent deep affection for Communities to Watasa's heart. When he did that, the false memory faded. Because I hate the way Labo does things, that's all. But aren't you guys the ones who abducted Communities and using them for human experimentation? No, that's only done by a small number of employees known as senior fellows, high-ranked researchers, in other words. And the lies were replaced with the truth. Because I feel sorry for the confined test subjects, that's all. What? But aren't you the guys the ones who are abducting Communiques and using them for human experimentation? No, that's only done by a small number of employees known as senior fellows, higher-ranked researchers, in other words. Junior fellows, normal researchers like me, know that Labo is a BC research facility, but don't know about the test subjects. But I accidentally discovered the truth, you see. If there are inhumane acts being committed at my workplace, then I want to put a stop to them. Out of a pure sense of justice? Well, something like that. After all, not a single worker at Labo has tried to prevent the horrible things going on at their own workplace. When no one else will act to correct blatant wrongdoing, it offends your sense of justice, does it not? Why the human reason? Wasn't expecting to hear that from a scientist. Contrary to what many think, the majority of scientists are human. That majority just isn't cut out to work at Labo. I know it's much more pathetic than your reason, but is it acceptable to you? Yeah. Wataza didn't think Okita's reason was pathetic at all. He could easily understand the desire to save those in jeopardy when their human rights were crushed. If Wataru were here, she'd probably feel the same way. Okay. Once he had finished reviewing that memory, Natsuko thought for a moment. So Mr. Okita's motive wasn't to protect his own life. Everyone's a good guy. But to save Yuri and Subject N. But when he thought about it, it made sense why Okita's behavior had seemed vaguely soft-hearted. Mr. Okita wasn't someone who led Wataru down a dark path. He was a man of justice who was willing to stand up for what was right even if it meant putting his own life at risk. Steadfast in his belief, Natsuko moved on from the memory. Next one. It was the memory of when Matasa and Okita began plotting their terrorist attack. Back when they'd been discussing Q's goals. Mr. Okita said that Q's ultimate goal was to abduct the test subjects. But if that too was an ultimate, then what's Q really after? Very good questions. Okay then, I need to know everything, Mr. Okita. It's still at maximum. Everything at maximum. Okay. Tell me all the details about the plan and its goal. Very well. This is what we've thought up so far. Okita nodded and began talking. Ain't this and this that. And with that thought, the perfection when he did, the false memory faded. First of all, our ultimate objective is to abduct the test subjects. What's good about abducting monsters gonna do? I believe I've already told you this, but the communicators who is turned into a monster has to potentially become a biological weapon. And the lies were replaced with the truth. The objects of our hate are Rakame City and Labo. We want to deal a fatal blow to the both of them simultaneously. Our first goal towards achieving that is rescuing the captive test subjects. What? How's that related to dealing a blow to Labo? They'll act as living witnesses to expose the truth. No matter how loud we shout, our voices will be smothered or will be dismissed as nutjobs. But if we rescue the test subjects, then we'll have the best witnesses we could possibly hope for on Labo's wrongdoings. You know how society and the media are. They won't be able to ignore a story like that from such a direct source of information. I see. That makes sense. That would result in an investigation into all the other things Rakame City has been covering up all this time, one after another. Natsuko pondered over the repaired memory he had just witnessed. But hold on, then that means... Well, thus Mr. Okita's goal wasn't to abduct the test subjects, but to save them. I mean, sure. The end result is basically the same, though. You just take them out of there. They did everything they did to save Yuri and Subject N. Wataru and Mr. Okita were driven by their sense of justice to do all that. Natsuko left the memory as he continued to reel in shock. With that, Natsuko had finished repairing all the memories, well, almost all of them. He was quite confused, so he decided to organize his thoughts first. So let's go through everything I learned through this process. Number 1. Communicate A wasn't the worst criminal there was. She was truly a victim who was persecuted by others, underwent human experimentation at the PRC, and was then confined in Labo, where she later died, and she also kind of went nuts. But it was an undeniable fact that she was the one who caused the Great Rockme City arson. So in other words, Communicate A and Subject N most likely had similar backgrounds. Next is Watasa and Mr. Ukita's motives and goals. Number 2, it isn't communicators that Watasa hates. In fact, he sympathizes with them. Now, what he truly hates is the Rockame City government and Labo for abducting test subjects over and over again, even to this day. Number 3, Ukita's motive wasn't to save himself. He took part in this terrorist plot out of a pure sense of justice to try and stop the inhuman cruelty going on at Labo. I mean, the entirely human cruelty. Like, who else is capable of cruel acts other than humans? Number 4, Watasa and Ukita's goal is to rescue the test subjects, not abduct them. They're trying to bring Rockame City and Labo's wrongdoings to light by having the test subjects serve as living witnesses. That's right, so Watasa was also driven by a sense of justice. Though, of course, his core motive is to avenge Wataru. Watasa's motive, when it came down to it, was to settle a personal grudge. And there was no denying that he was indeed a terrorist. But even so, they put their own lives on the line to save Yuri and Subject N. Watasa and Mr. Ukita are challenging Labo. They took extreme caution to make sure no one got hurt. Natsuko felt his perspective on them had taken a complete 180. Watasa that Natsuko had seen in those memories was a totally different person from the one he knew. His true self wasn't a hero of justice, but rather a bona fide terrorist. But there was one constant that had stayed in his heart for all those years. The desire to save people. That was the will that he had inherited from his deceased sister. Now that I know all that, there's no way in hell I can leave Watasa as this murderous psychopath. I have to bring him back to his true self no matter what it takes. Natsuko reaffirmed the determination in his heart to do exactly that. But he knew repairing 4 memories alone would never be enough to bring Watasa back to normal. The altered memories ultimately did little more than foster Watasa's malice. It was likely that the malice, the hostility, the killing intent in Watasa hadn't vanished. Watasa was being driven by a fierce madness when he shot me and Mashiro. The memory of that time is the problem. If I just erase that memory, then Watasa would most certainly go back to normal. Natsuhiko put faith in that belief and searched through Watasa's memories again. His target was the memory of when Watasa's malice was at its greatest. Malice-corrupted memories have been purified. New memory has appeared September 16, 2030, 7:50 AM. Scene title Awake, a voice calls to us. Natsuko plunged into that memory billowing with malice yet again. It had taken place only a few hours ago. Natsuko and Watasa had been facing off. Watasa grabbed the communicator by the nape of his neck and snarled. Look, you communicator, even if you don't know it, I've got a perfectly good reason to hate your kind. You have precious friends, right? Well, there was someone who was more precious to me than anyone else. What are you talking about? Watasa felt like he would cry when he heard the communicator ask that with clear bewilderment. The monster who had taken Wataru's life didn't even know who she was. You don't know? Of course you don't. What's one more dead kid in a list of 118 casualties? But that kid was my other half, my very mirror image, quite literally twin. Weak but motivated, stupid but gentle, the very embodiment of light to me. But that light died, and all that's left is a dark shadow. That's me. That's Watase Kasasagi. Burn that name into your ears, carve it into your mind, reflect on that name until the moment you die. Watase's heartbroken screams echoed through the cramped room. It was almost unbearable for Natsuko to watch this memory. There was no trace of any alteration to this memory. This was reality. Those were the exact words Watase had said to Natsuhiko. I can't repair its memory. Even if I do, it won't help. Natsuko endured the pain in his heart and continued watching. Don't think I'll just give you the repose of death. That's it. Run, 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 you damn communicator. Just like how we ran in the hospital that night. Watase spat those words out as he watched the communicator run away from him. Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. The communicator cursed over and over again as he ran for his life. Watase chased him as he felt a sick, twisted joy. At least, he could finally kill the monster responsible for Wataru's death, the abomination he despised so much. The communicator dashed out of Area 1 and ran towards Area N. A thought ran through Watase's head as he gripped his gun tightly. Hey, Wataru, would you be sad if you ever saw me like this? Yes, you would be. Hey, Kazumi, would you be sad if you knew a rescue captain like me was trying to kill someone? Yes, you would be. But you know, I want the two of you to think about it carefully. Communicators aren't human, yes they are. They're mind-corrupting monsters. This is a monster hunt. Kill or be killed. Another 118 innocents will die if I don't kill that monster right here and now. I will give life to 180 people for the 118 that died, including Wataru. So the two of you will forgive me, right? I have to kill that monster in accordance with my beliefs. I have to convince myself of this. I have to be strong. Time to kill. I must kill the monster. Kill, 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 kill. Tremendous malice filled his heart. An incoherent, unstable malice perched precariously on the brink of madness. To think Watase could be driven to this state. Boundless sorrow filled Natsuhiko's heart. This was the first time he had felt such sorrow ever since his and Watase's minds had become one. I swear, I'll erase this memory. This memory can't be allowed to exist. This isn't how Watase is supposed to be. If I can just erase it, then Watase should go back to his true self. As soon as Natsuko had that thought, Watase chased Natsuko all the way into Area N. But Natsuko was overcome with surprise when he saw that memory. For there was no one in Area N. Well, hold on, what's going on here? Wait, you were supposed to be there, weren't you? Why am I not in Area N? Okay. His memories have been altered as well. What? Okay. Damn, this is why I love this story. It just keeps giving these, like, what the fuck moments, like, what? Everything's fake memory. The fact was that he had fought Watase in Area N at this time, then erased his memories. That's how it was supposed to be. So, yet Natsuko was nowhere to be found. What? Watase was standing all alone in Area N, as if he were dumbfounded that the monster he was supposed to be killing wasn't there. But filling the air of that empty void was a floral scent. What's going on? It's a very good question. I am confused as well. Good job, story. This wasn't how things happened. Apparently it is. Your memories are wrong as well. Perfect. Excellent. But just as Natsuko shouted that, well, no shit. A voice echoed in his head. Natsuko gasped. When he came to his senses, he realized something was there that wasn't there a second ago. A girl standing in the middle of the room that had been empty mere moments ago. She was the communicator who had been confined in Area 0. Subject N. Natsuko shuddered. He had a bad feeling that something terrifying was happening. Yeah, no shit. Man, looks like you got no clue what the hell's going on, eh? No, I don't either. Subject N looked at Watase and said that. No, perhaps she was looking at Natsuko and talking to him directly. The girl was speaking in a rough tone that didn't suit her at all. Furthermore, the look in her eyes was sharp and somewhat ominous. What's going on here? Hey, what the hell did you do? This is all that remains of the BC energy that I, Subject N, used. Yeah, she's a ghost, psychic ghost. There we go, we have one. What? When I used Sense of Sympathy on Watase, I lobbed a powerful lump of information energy into that skull of his. That lump has continued to stay in the depth of his dumbass brain without vanishing or decaying, despite the fact that it had been cut off from Sense of Sympathy. You could call that collection of energy a spirit, so to speak. Fuck yeah! Psychic ghosts. That's me. I've been waiting in the depths of Watase's mind for you to haul your ass over here. Okay, a sense of shock and understanding hit Natsuko at the same time. Subject then continued to exist on the flip side of Watase's mind as a lump of information energy filled with malice, like a split personality. So even if what he was seeing wasn't reality, it wasn't Watasa's memory either. It was a visualization of Watasa's mind, so to speak. Natsuko was now facing off with Subject N's spirit, which existed in the depths of that mind. Big battle. You're the source of Watasa's desire to kill, aren't you? Yeah, bingo. You. What do you get out of egging Watasa on like that? Natsuko held back his fear and interrogated Subject N. Aren't you a communicator too? Didn't you ever consider that your actions could have caused your own death too? Maybe I did, but who the hell cares? What? Subject N has no self. She can't fear her own death either. What? What do you mean, you have no self? A smile formed on the girl's face when she heard that question. I was forced to participate in a certain experiment over the course of the many years I lived in this facility. The experiment was to see how many people's minds I could dive into and copy their memories into my brain. Okay. That's fucked. That's... okay. You're gonna go insane with that. Like, just having the memories of two people should make you a little bit unstable and insane. You know how many people that turned out to be? 351. That many sets of memories overlapped with my own mind. Back when the whole experiment started, neither me nor those labo bastards knew just how dangerous that was. Dangerous? How? Guess you're still clueless about it, but the thing about the sense of sympathy, you see, it isn't merely borrowing someone else's senses and seeing their memories. It's using BC particles as an intermediary to copy the information in your target's brain into your own head. It truly is the ability that connects people's minds, the power to share each other's feelings and sensations and have a mutual influence on each other. By using this ability, the minds of the communicator and their target blend inextricably together. Let's take you for example. You hated Watasa Kasasagi's guts, yet now you find yourself relating to him, right? Ah. So basically, the more a communicator uses sense of sympathy, the more their mind mingles with their target's mind. Care to guess what happened to me after I did that shit 351 times? My sense of self went down the damn drain. Well, it ain't surprising. Melding with 351 different minds is the kind of shit no mortal mind can endure. This is the fatal danger of sense of sympathy. The more you use it, the more you wear your sense of self thin. In exchange for myself, I obtained the memories of 351 different targets, plus my own. A grand total of 352 sets of memories. Literally centuries, if not millennia, of memories. That's... one of them is mine. Beat the hell out of me which memories belong to that set, though. So since I don't know what my real memories are, I can't obtain a real sense of self. The one thing I do remember is the designation Subject N. I don't even remember how the hell I used to talk. The reason I'm running my mouth like a guide right now is probably Watasa Kasasagi's influence at work. So long as story short, I lost my original self by melding in with others' minds. I'm an extremely vague entity. Natsuko was utterly speechless. Seeing this, Subject N continued his dispassionate explanation. The researchers apparently call a condition Nification. I don't remember a damn thing about myself, yet I remember totally pointless crap like that. Nification. What's the N stand for? Hell if I know. Maybe nobody, or neighbor, or perhaps nucleus. Being who is nobody, yet neighbors their target, and bases the nucleus of their personality off of them. Therefore, I am Subject N. Sure, whatever. The girl snorted, then continued. Well, my name doesn't mean a damn. It's those pieces of shit researchers who gave it to me anyway. I've been N5 for so damn long that I don't even remember when it happened. All I really remember is that I was hanging from the ceiling of that room in Area 0 like a bagworm moth. My head was empty that whole time, and I was always dreaming. I barely thought about anything. And yet I just wanted to connect to others' minds like it was some kind of instinct, a lone desire that motivates me. I know fully well what you are. But why did you become Malice incarnate? If it weren't for that, then a little more than you too could. Subject N gave a wry smile to Natsuko's question. That's just another result of sense of sympathy. Though its form and volume may vary, everyone holds some kind of malice in their minds, no exceptions. Yeah, that's probably correct. Yet you'd be surprised at just how many people out there hate and discriminate against guts communicators. I don't think it would be surprising at all. Malice is harder to get rid of than you'd think, and it just keeps building up and up. It wormed its way into my mind little by little. The malice of 351 people completely contaminated my mind, and thus I became pure malice itself. I manipulate the memories of everyone I come into contact with, amplify their malice, and plant my spirit into their brains each time, allowing me to keep on creating copies of myself. Oh. Huh. Instinctively propagating myself is the sole absolute behavioral value I have. No way. Okay, he couldn't understand that feeling. But on the other hand, he'd finally realized something. He remembered the monster mentioned in the Seven Wonders. If a communicator uses BC without knowing the proper way, they will eventually turn into a broken monster. The monster will even break the minds of those around them with the malice filled of BC. Those rumors matched up perfectly with what Subject N was saying. So the monster really did exist, but not really. Although, yeah, I guess monsters are driven just by instinct, not really any kind of deliberate motives. So I guess, yeah, in this case, monster is an applicable term. The monster would then indiscriminately spread its malice like a radioactive object spread its radiation. As a result, it didn't matter if she died or not. To Subject N, physical death apparently meant nothing. She's fallen too far off the beaten track. She's a mere shadow of the communicator she used to be. Though she's lost her body, she still clings to people's minds and keeps on hating others. That's just crazy though. Natsuko stared at the girl before him. He wanted to defeat this monster right away, but how? She already exists within Ukita, Jun, and Kazumi as well. And who knows who else. I'll put a stop to you. I'm going to erase all your malice. Good luck. I mean, he will succeed, we know that. Because it's the story of his perspective and stuff like that, so, yeah. He could do it. He had the means. All he had to do was completely erase the memory he was currently watching without leaving a single speck of it behind. Erasing memory will damage Watasa's brain, but I really don't have a choice this time. Subject then looked at Natsuko and smirked. Thanks for the consideration, but... Kid, haven't you noticed it yet? Looking into someone else's mind means letting them look into your own. Right. What do you mean? She's inside your head. There's a copy of her inside your own brain. I told you that using sense of sympathy causes your mind to meld with your targets, right? And you've been watching Watasa's malice-filled memories this whole time. In other words, I'm already infecting you too. What was it you thought about me earlier? Oh yes, you called me a monster, didn't you? Even though we're both communicators. I thought communicators were your allies and Q was your enemy. Now that's odd. Where the hell did this 180 come from? Just full of it, you kid. You haven't pulled a 180 at all, right? You were going to erase Watasa's memories without the slightest hesitation just a little while ago, yeah? Even though you know that he could die from any further brain damage you give him. No, Now you see, you're already one of us. One of us. You just screw around with Watasa's head however you like as if it's your own little plaything. Yes, that is kind of correct, how it's been happening. Okay. You use inhuman abilities to your heart's content to stomp on others. You know what they call that being like that. A monster, that's what. Natsuko shouted voicelessly. Subject then walked over to Natsuhiko. See, try thinking back on it. Your memories are filling up with malice. But you probably can't even remember how those memories actually used to be anymore, hey, kid? Huh? Natsuko cried out in a hollow voice, and the memory of Watasa flashed through his head. You erased memories, you son of a bitch. Give me back memories if you don't want to die. That's not what happened. It was his memory of what had happened just before he began the memory repair procedure. He felt like that wasn't quite what happened, but... No, that is what happened. Watasa held you at gunpoint and forced you to restore his memories. False. That's actually false, we know that. Subject N's whispers shook Natsuhiko's heart. That's right, I was forced by Watasa to restore his memories, or else. In that case, why don't I just get the jump on Watasa? It'd be better off just completely destroying his memories again. Twisted intentions welled up in Natsuhiko's mind. His fear and hatred of Watasa filled his heart. That's right, that'd be for the best. Besides, the bastard's a terrorist. Come on, Yuri, step in. But at that moment... Hikarin, don't do it! There we go. Yuri's voice echoed in his brain. Yuri, why can't I hear your voice? Where are you? I've been with you from the very beginning. I dove into your mind at the same time you dove into Captain Kasasagi's. Fucking inception levels everywhere. Remember what I told you? Just remember me when it looks like you'll lose to the malice. I'll restore your memories to normal now. And with those words, the true memory of that time came rushing through Natsuhiko's brain. You erased memories, you son of a bitch. Your greatest fear is this chance that I'll attack you guys again once I get the memories back, right? If I try to attack you as soon as I get memories, then shoot me down. Don't hesitate. I'd rather die than kill you guys. Yeah, that's what happened. Ah, see? Captain Kasagi didn't force you to restore his memories at gunpoint at all. There's no need to erase all his memories. The only one you have to erase is the one you're seeing right now. When you do, Captain Kasagi will be set free from N's curse. So let's do it. Yeah. Natsuko said that and looked at Subject N. Oh, what's this? Not going to erase Watase's memory? No, I will, but I'll only erase this one. Only your spirit. Shock. Subject N's face froze for the first time. Hey, you saying you're gonna erase me, kid? When I'm only barely coming into life here in Watase's brain? Oh, you're already in the brain of the others. Don't give me that. Yeah, that should be for the best you... That should be the best for you too. What? I feel sad for you. You continue to hate people even after your bodies died, and you've been reduced to a mere spirit. You must be tired of it all, right? So I'll put you to rest now. Don't try to justify yourself by sugarcoating things, you hypocrite. When it comes down to it, you're just trying to get rid of me for your own good, aren't ya? Natsuko hesitated for an instant. His guilt and sympathy for Subject N came rising up. However, Hikarin, I'll bear the burden of this sin with you as well. I feel bad for N too, but in the end, we have to do this for Captain Kasasagi. Natsuko felt a warm sensation on his hand accompany that voice. He could tell Yuri was holding his hand. Natsuko stared at Subject N and spoke. I'll remember you. You think that makes me happy? No, please tell me. Anything you remember about yourself. Anything at all. Like, for example, oh, I know, what's your real name? The girl responded in a depressed voice. I don't have one. I was born in this facility and lived here until today. What the hell's a lab rat gotta do with the name? Yeah, there we go, memories. Someone was born there. Natsuko then remembered something he had seen. It was a sentence from the data N had extracted from Labo's computers about the specifications of a case N. Subject, something was born in Labo. Perhaps that line referred to this girl. Yes, it did. This dim underground facility is my entire world. The little I remember is just memories of Labo too. Maybe I would have been given another name had I lived in the normal world. But I was born in this BC facility. I bore the role of test subject. You. Her words and expressions wrenched at Natsuhiko's heart. He had at least wanted to call her by her name at the very end, but he couldn't even do that. I'm sorry, Subject N. Don't apologize, you monster. And as Natsuko felt the pain in the girl's heart through her voice, he erased that memory. Natsuko returned to reality once more. What he first saw was Watase. He had collapsed onto the floor face down. Captain Kasagi! Watase seemed to have fainted after Natsuko had erased his memory. When Natsuko tried to shake him awake, pained grunts, Watase got up with a groan. And then he glared at Natsuhiko. The malice didn't disappear. Natsuko quickly covered Yuri. Oh, come on. But Watase muttered in confusion. What happened? What happened? I hated your guts just a second ago, but that hatred suddenly disappeared? At those words, Natsuko and Yuri looked at each other. We did it! It worked! Yeah, Captain Kasasagi is finally free from the malice. Hey, what do you mean, free from the malice? Explain what's going on. Yes. Well, actually, Natsuko explained the circumstances to the dumbfounded Watase. What they had learned from his memories, what had happened inside his brain, how Subject N had manipulated his memories and infected him with malice. After Watase had heard it all, he took a deep breath and spoke. So that's what happened, eh? Presumably. Again, we're working off of the best knowledge that we have. So, how are you feeling, Captain Kasagi? Like I just woke up from a long nightmare. But in any case, my memories mostly returned to normal, and the hatred ruling in my mind's gone too. Watase's tone of voice was calm and composed. The madness had faded from his eyes. Thank goodness. Yuri sighed in relief, and Natsuko felt the weight off his shoulders as well. Everything seemed to be good, considering Watase had returned to his original self brimming with a sense of justice. Then, can I ask for your cooperation? My cooperation? I want your cooperation to protect Yuri and aid in her escape. I want to set Yuri free. A suspenseful silence spread through the shelter once more. Finally, Watase made up his mind and spoke up. I'm sorry, Natsuko. I can't do that. Eh? Captain Kasagi, why? Even if my malice has disappeared, now that I have my memories back, I'm still part of Q. Natsuko twitched at those words. Now that he thought about it, Watase's goal wasn't just to rescue the test subjects. His end goal was strictly to use the test subjects as living witnesses against Labo's crimes against humanity. But if that were the case, then that meant that even if Yuri escaped, it didn't necessarily mean that she was free, naturally. It was most likely that Q would take custody of her and have her cooperate with their activities. As Natsuko realized that possibility, Watase continued. I have a mission. A mission I must carry out no matter what. Kidnapping Yuri? Yeah. Oh, no, you can't mean that. You're really a gentle person on the inside, so why must you persist in such a thing? Exactly, I don't care how you sugarcoat it by calling it a mission. That doesn't change how it's terrorism. I understand that. No, you don't understand at all. While your memories were gone, you desperately tried to save everyone, didn't you? That was who you are by nature. I'm sure that was the true you, the one who succeeded Wataru's dying wish to become a rescue worker. Don't say that name like you knew her. You think you understand me? I mean, he did watch your entire memory, so kinda. Of course I do. Our minds were once one, after all. Watase's eyes widened at those words. You wanted to save lives, didn't you? That desire was always on your mind ever since Wataru's death. Yeah. So please, just forget about your terrorist mission or whatever. You can still start over again, catch? Watase interrupted Natsuko with a depressed murmur. Maybe if my comrades hadn't died. Right, 2 of my comrades died for this mission. Those 2, Dojima and Hima, were precious squad mates to me. We shared the same kind of upbringing, we shared the same job, we shared the same meals, and we saved each other's necks time and time again. Friends doesn't even begin to describe them. We were kindred souls, partners, family. So you see, Natsuko, I have to fulfill this mission. If I don't, they'll have died for nothing. Watase's sad words left Natsuko speechless. But even so, he squeezed out an earnest reply. You're wrong. How can you say I'm wrong? You saw my past, didn't you? Then you should be able to understand why I'm resorting to all this. Conventional methods won't change a goddamn thing. Watase was right. Natsuko understood Watase's feelings, whether he wanted to or not. However, but still, he really has changed. Regardless of whether or not he was affected by the malice contagion, once Watase had regained his memories, the amnesiac Watase had disappeared. But at that moment, Yuri spoke up. I understand your point. Natsuko looked at Yuri in shock as she made a brooding face. Let's make a deal, Captain Kasagi. Let's make a deal, I love that. A deal? Yes. She's making a deal again, right. Yes, once this incident is over, I'll entrust myself to your care. What? Hand me over to Q, or whatever you please. Damn it, Yuri. Again. But in return, cooperate to make sure everyone escapes. What are you saying, Yuri? The same thing she said 9 years ago as she gave herself up to Labo to let you live a normal life. Natsuko. It's the same thing again. Natsuko tried to stop her, but Yuri wouldn't pull back. It's okay, Hikarin. If I endure this, then nobody else has to get hurt. Yuri spoke with a smile. No, there's no way I can approve of this deal. Well, it's not yours to approve, though. It's her decision. But Natsuko could think of no other way to earn Watase's cooperation. Natsuko fell silent as Watase spoke up in a low voice. Yuri, I accept your deal. I promise to get everyone out of here alive. Please do, Captain Kasasagi. The deal was made without Natsuko having a say in any of it. Well, yeah, because you're not part of it. Not really. Damn it, what do? You also cooperate and try to make things right. Even if the two of them had consented to the deal, there was no way he could just sit back and watch as Watase took Yuri away. By no means could Natsuko turn a blind eye. I guess I've got no choice. If Watase insists on prioritizing that mission of his, then... what do you want here? You want this, apparently? Okay. To get the correct ending, we do this. Then there was a way to put a stop to him. Indeed, there was something Natsuko could do. If I just erase Watase's memories one more time, if I turn him back into an amnesiac rescue worker unaware that he's really a terrorist. As soon as that idea crossed Natsuko's mind, a feeling in the deepest depths of his mind welled up to refuse it. That feeling snapped Natsuko back to his senses. What was I thinking? Natsuko started trembling at the realization of just how terrifying his own thoughts were. There's no way I can do that. Even if Watase's a terrorist, yeah, he can't commit another crime. Not again. Come on now. And besides, inside Watase's brain, Subject N had said this. You use inhuman abilities to your heart's content to stomp on others. You know what they call a being like that. The monster, that's what. Monster. It is a fun word to say though. Monster. That's right, if I erase Watase's memories now, that makes me a monster. So I mustn't. I'm not a monster, I'm a human being. Natsuko strictly forbade himself from abusing his abilities. Even if he had the power to distort people's memories at will, there was no way he would have ever used that power. But in that case, what would he do? How could he protect Yuri? He could not find an answer. Damn it, I can't think of anything. At least I can hope that Watase changes his mind between now and until we get out of Labo. Natsuko was frustrated that he could do nothing more. He was honestly not at all confident that he had chosen the right path. Oh, but it is the correct path. Don't you worry about it. As Natsuko wallowed in hesitation and hopelessness, Watase called out to him. Why so quiet? Can't accept that I'll be taking Yuri with me? Of course I can't accept that. It's just that there's no time to argue about it now. I'll just go along with it for now. The deal's meaningless if we're all dead anyway, after all. Anyway, we don't have any time. Let's plan out our next course of action. Yeah, I got my memories back now, so let's think things over once more. To come up with a way to ensure everyone escapes, right? The three of them nodded and came face to face. To ensure everyone escapes, first we need to do something about the ones that went crazy. So first of all, as for the reason why they all went crazy to begin with, it was a mystery up until recently, but now they knew. It's probably safe to assume that Subject N manipulated all of their memories just like she did to you, Captain Kasasagi. Judging from what happened to me, just getting close to that girl is enough for her to rewrite your memories into a jumbled mess and plant malice inside your head. Subject N was most likely communicated with tremendous power. See, she was an IGF-2R gene abnormality time S communicator whose ability was equal to or perhaps even greater than Natsuhiko's or Yuri's. Everyone who got too close to her became filled with malice, as if her malice truly infected them. So, based on that, when do you think everyone else got infected with Subject N's malice? Watase, his comrades, and the researchers got infected when they encountered Subject N in Area 0. But June and the others only saw Subject N's dead body. She shouldn't have had a chance to infect them. Yuri, about how far do you think Subject N's sense of sympathy range was? Just a guess, but probably around 6 meters, I think. That's what that professor said a long time ago. There's another test subject with stronger abilities, whose sense of sympathy range is 6 meters. In the absence of the melt effect, I personally have a range of 1 meter at best, so I think the limit is maybe around there. I see, so that's how it is. True enough, Natsuko himself couldn't use sense of sympathy unless his target was close enough to touch them. In that case, Subject N shouldn't have been able to manipulate the others' memories from a distance, Just asking, but were there any other communities confined in Labo besides you and Subject N, Yuri? No, there were only 2 test subjects, just like what you learned from Captain Kasagi's memories. Then the root of the problem must be Subject N, eh? So when were June and the others infected with malice? Watase quietly answered Natsuhiko's question. I think I might have a hunch. A hunch? You've seen all of my actions so far, right, Natsuko? So you should know. We found Subject N's body several hours ago by the cargo lift, remember? Yeah, but what about it? All 6 of us were there at the time, and it was after that when everyone went crazy. The timing fits. But a dead body using BC? What if Subject N wasn't dead yet? Natsuko shook his head. Oh yeah, right, no, yeah, that actually makes sense. You were shot 4 times. You should have bled to death, but your BC usage dampened your senses, slowed down your heart rate and everything else, lowered body temperature, and you managed to survive and recover quite well, in fact, during that time. So yeah, makes sense. That can't be. Miss Tachibana confirmed her death, didn't she? That's right. Her body was pretty much dead, that's for sure. But what if that was just right after her pulse and other vital signs had ceased, and her consciousness was still barely there? Huh? Natsuko was surprised for a second, but then he realized it certainly was a possibility. When using sense of sympathy, all vital signs drop dramatically. So much so that they could possibly go undetected by the vital checker. Furthermore, that happened right when it was time for us to administer AD again. In other words, there was a window where AD had worn off. I quickly administered AD to me, Yuri and Teach when the time came, but Tachibana and the others were busy with CPR, so they injected themselves late. So if you think about it, that would explain why Tachibana, Moribe and Old Man Ukita were infected with malice, but the rest of us weren't. So at the verge of death, Subject N used the last of her strength to spread her malice into her surroundings. She was on the verge of death, yet she destroyed several people's personalities without letting any of them be aware of it. Now I can understand why those high-ranked researchers were afraid. That truly is an uncontrollable monster. Basically, K-Sen is the code to prevent her escape, right? Now that he mentioned it, she described her condition as being N-ified. The N standing for nobody, or perhaps nucleus. She was designated Subject N, truly a fitting name for her. But what frightened Natsuhiko the most wasn't the strength of her ability. It was Subject N's malice itself in how it corroded the minds of every human around her. Then, could it be that the bulkheads are under lockdown not to prevent my escape, but hers? Yeah, judging by the situation, it does seem very likely. Now that Natsuko thought about it, Subject N freely walked around the WX particle irradiated Labo would indeed be the worst case scenario. Without AD, there would be no way to stop her BC. Yuri, did Mom or anyone else ever mention anything about how dangerous Subject N was? No, I haven't heard a thing. I knew it wasn't the only test subject, but Labo policy prohibits test subjects from meeting each other. I always wanted to meet her since we've grown up in the same environment, but I never thought that she'd be this dangerous. I see. The reason why you were prohibited contact with Subject N was probably to avoid you getting infected by her malice. Dojima probably got infected by malice and shot Subject N in his madness. Now that Watase mentioned it, Natsuko remembered the tragic scene they saw in Area 3. The 2 other people besides your comments died in that room, right? Those researcher-looking guys. Well, I don't know about them. Maybe some researchers happened to be present when the malice-infected Dojima tried to shoot Subject N and they tried to stop him. Or maybe the researchers were infected with malice too, and they all tried to kill each other. What about Hiyama? His legs were broken, but he died in a different location. Maybe N got away, so he tried to chase her down and kill her? But along the way, his legs broke and he got burned to death. Which would make Subject N the root of his death as well. Did Subject N harbor so much malice as to cause all those tragedies? If that were the case, then Jun and Nikita could start killing each other too. Everyone was already in a critical situation. Balance was barely being maintained by how the brunt of everyone's anger was directed towards Watase. We need to do something quick. Yeah, there's also the matter of the bombs set in Area 0. It's set to go off right after the lockdown lifts. So if we all want to survive, we need to escape as soon as the bulkheads open. I really regret our actions in that regard. There's no point apologizing about it now. Let's focus on finding out how to evacuate everyone safely now. Yuri spoke in an oddly strict tone of voice for her. It seemed even she could get angry. Watase answered with a bitter look on his face. Sorry, you're right. I plan to do everything I can to ensure our escape. Before the bomb goes off, let's capture everyone, tie them up, and wait for the bulkheads to open. I'd love to, but that seems a little difficult. Carrying several bound people out of Labo seemed like an impossible task. Furthermore, Ukita, Jun, and Kazumi were all armed. And their party included 2 wounded kids and a girl. The only one with a fighting chance was Watase. Where's Enna? Come on now. But even so, we have to do it. Where the fuck is Enna? Mention her somewhere. Natsuko resolved himself. When he looked at Yuri, she too had a look of determination on her face. Hikarin, I'll join you. Natsuko nodded and addressed Watase. Captain Kasagi, can you bring us to everyone else? What's your plan? Isn't it obvious? We're going to remove everyone's malice and return them to their original selves. Can you pull it off? That means you'll have to fight that monster that was inside my mind again and again. We don't have a choice. Sure, I'll have to confront her again and again, and my mind may be corroded by the malice. But it's an indispensable step for everyone's escape. I want to save everyone, not just Yuri. Watase furrowed his eyebrows at Natsuko's answer. It's a reflection of yourself, eh? You're looking at yourself from 16 years ago, basically, aren't you? I see, but still, there's no need for you to come with me. I'll leave the shelter alone and bring everyone here. And he could do it. You'll what? It's suicide to walk around the facility with those wounds of yours, and it's dangerous to take Yuri too. It's best you kids stay here. I see. True enough, nobody else knew about the shelter's existence but Ukita. So long as they captured him, they would be safe in there. So basically, you'll take everyone to the shelter and Yuri and I will remove their malice. We repeat that plan until we've got everyone, correct? Exactly. All 3 of them were necessary for this plan. Natsuko, Yuri, and Watase. If any of them were to betray the others, the plan would fail. Natsuko held that thought as the conversation continued. Good grief. Looks like we're in the same boat again, eh? Yeah. If you and I don't cooperate, then the plan to return everyone back to normal is a bust. Yeah, I'm a little concerned that you'll betray us, though. Yuri tugged on Natsuko's sleeve when he said that. It's okay, Hikarin. I'm sure he'll pull through for us. Let's believe in Captain Kasasagi. Natsuko's heart ached at those words. Obviously, he understood. He knew what Watase was, by nature, a trustworthy human being. Regardless of his mission or status as a terrorist, he would surely honor his promise to protect Natsuko and Yuri. No, even without that promise, he may have already been considering how to get everyone out of there alive. Natsuko sighed and spoke to Watase. Hey, Captain Kasagi, I hate you. What? Shouldn't it be obvious? Though it may be for your mission, there's no way I'd like someone who's going to take Yuri away. I dove through your memory over and over again to free you from your malice. How ungrateful can you get? Maybe you're right. I am thankful for what you've done, and I know the matter with Yuri is inexcusable. But don't worry, I don't like you either. Great, perfect. That's excellent, I love that. I'd love that. You mess around inside people's heads and change things however you please. Do you know how much trouble you put me through? He did put you through a lot of trouble, yes. I love that. I hate you, I don't like you either. Good. Let's work together, see you tomorrow. Sure, I saw how hard you worked. I saw everything. But you had it coming, you know? I guess you're right. I kinda stirred up a hornet's nest there. The two of them faintly smiled as they held that conversation. I'm grinning like a fucking idiot over here, though. They were bad-mouthing each other, yet there was a somewhat friendly mood between them. Right now, Natsuko and Watase were completely mismatched. But there was something they needed to do that neither of them could do alone. Something they needed to join forces to do. And as they shared in that joint role, they both shared a smile. Captain Kasasagi, from here on out, we are equals. Let's each fulfill our roles to the best of our ability. Of course. Oh, and drop the formalities. Let's be casual here. At Watase's request, Natsuko responded in the tone he had always been using when speaking inside Watase's head. Got it. We're counting on you, Watase. Yeah, leave it to me. And with that exchange, Natsuko and Watase made a firm handshake. Oh, it's doing the thing. Doing the thing. It's doing the thing. It's doing another video thing. 10 hours passed since the thing. Alan's also in the young facility with death still hanging over them. Caught in the whirlpool of madness of survival. It's too fast, I can't read all that. And can you think... Alright, I'm not even gonna try to read all that. Program after days, route double, you're on the... Yeah, I'm gonna speak over the music because I don't need that thing again. Besides, we don't really need that. Hey, wait, this is the thing from the start, isn't it? Or not? No, it's different, I think. Yeah, Enna, she hasn't made appearance at all in Double Route yet. She's just kind of disappeared entirely. Like, just gone. That's just... what am I supposed to do with that? What am I supposed to think about that? I don't know. I don't know. But I do love that, though. I do love that. A bit, like, I hate you, I don't like you either. Let's work together. Best friends. But, like, rivals as well? Something like that. Anyway, fancy anime intro, outro thing, and choices of the pictures they use and draw. It's always things. Yeah. Anyway, to set the truth free, the story will something. Come on now, stop it. Like, how is anyone supposed to read that? Like, you're not. You're not. It's impossible. It's too fast. Anyway, subject end there. Wait, Kazumi gets the gun some point? Only 2 hours left until the gate opens. Yeah. God, it just continues. And you know what? This is perfect moment to end for everything else for next week. Yes, we had a fancy anime outro thingy, fancy video stuff. That's all good. That's all well. Perfect moment to wrap up and leave the conclusion, I guess, for next time. So much. God, so much happened this week. This part. Massive. Everything was a lie. All the memories, everything. Like, fuck it out. God damn. I love this. Excellent. Perfect. And yes, we shall just simply leave it at that. Yes, indeed. We've saved. We've done the thing. That's all good. Indeed. So. Right. What else is left there? Nothing. We've wrapped up. Is there really anything to wrap up? Not really. Not really, I think. So yeah, I believe we can, to put it very mildly and simply, conclude for today and for now. Who knows for how long. And simply descend into the void. The void, the lovely void that we return to at the end of every week. Complete emptiness, wonderful, beautiful, serene. But that means one thing and one thing alone once we delve into this darkness of nothing. Well, I mean, it's rainbow colored still, but you know, because I didn't want a pure pitch black screen. I wanted something like that. But gradients render piss poorly. So we have these rectangles everywhere. But anyway, we return with Reign of Dio, Act 1, Rainbow, Volume 2, Rising, Chapter... Good question, 11, I believe. I already forgot which one this is. Chapter 12, Starstruck. A single gaze is all it took for her to get hooked. Now, day and night he haunts her mind, and her resolve grows and hardens till she grasps him with steel claws of passion. In her dreams, no, in her future, that is what she sees. Every venue, every event, every stage she's first in line for the front row center. Closer still she wants to be to her object of desire. Time and space become powerless against such will. No matter what, no matter where, no matter when, her future is set. He simply needs to follow along. No other can be by his side. Only her embrace is what he needs. He just needs to feel it once to know this is the truth. Her caring smile disarms all naysayers. Her kindness makes his worries look like madness. Her hungry gaze promises an eternal paradise of her making. He retired from the guitar, said farewell to his fans, embraced the quiet life, but she remained the same. Nowhere to go, no one to turn to, she is all that remains. He did not decide who loved him, and she did not choose who to love. Together they live in this forced paradise of uncontrolled love. Thank you for listening, and goodbye.